previously on the LCS.
Coming now from the Phantom Dancer. He's getting the procs that he wants. Another double kill in the game coming in for him. LMQ's gonna have a win against every team in the league.
CLG with the win will be in first place.
Onto the fountain is where they push Dignitas with their own solace. Dignitas gets taken down by Counter Logic Gaming. Way too much EG on the fight right now. The quadra kill coming in for Alltech. They stopped the 6-game bleeding streak. The North American League Championship Series. We've got an action-packed day lined up for you at home and this amazing live studio audience. Hello, I'm Rivington Bizen III, and with me is Joshua Jat Leesman.
Yeah, and Riv, it should be a great week of action. The top 5 teams are still within 2 games of each other, and every game counts as there are only 8 matches left per team before the playoffs.
Not much to go. We've seen progress from the 4-way tie for our first couple weeks ago. Now there are only 2 teams sharing the top spot. That's CLG and LMQ.
Yeah, and both those teams are playing very well. Right now, LMQ is currently on the longest winning streak in the LCS, taking their last 4 games. They'll face off against each other on Sunday. Yep. So it's possible, if they both win today, the one team would be in sole possession of first place by the end of the week.
And meanwhile, Dignitas has been in and around first place the entire split. But right now, they have the dubious honor of the longest losing streak with a 4-game slide.
Yeah, Dignitas is actually tied for 4th now. And I remember Scar actually said that others and analysts believed Dignitas would fall off near the end of the split and that he wasn't going to let that happen. And that fall actually looks like it has begun happening. So it is Scar's job and the rest of Dignitas to prevent that from happening.
All right, we talked about how much short time there is. We'll see if they can do it quick. Finally, a familiar face will be returning to the Rift. Nidalee, the Bestial Hunter, is once again available for play.
Yeah, and Nidalee was only played once this week in the European LCS by SK's Freddy. And based on the scale of the rework, it might take some time to get picked up, kind of like with Xerath, but there are a lot of top lane Nidalee players in the North American LCS.
I can't wait to see. So there were more than a few moments from the Week 9 European LCS that had you tweeting hashtag LCS big plays, and the first one comes from Ayla. She writes, is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it cyanide? No, it's Cotton with the Dragon Steel. Here's your number 3.
After just 3 minutes 50 seconds, but will they be able to finish it off before Millennium come in? There's Connex going over, he's going to get in, and he manages a steal as well. He's going to pay for it here with his life, but they get that first pick up on the Dragon.
Definitely worthwhile. Dragon securing spot play, Connex landing the steal and grabbing the objective.
Big reason that was worth it is because Corki was up in the top lane that entire time farming. From the same game, at Rainified tweets, Creatine Quadra, all hail Creatine Senpai. Carry my fantasy points, I'm up against Reckless. I am 2 actually. Let's take a look at the number 2.
Brilliant, so the play gets 3. This could be a whitewash for Millennium. Zaza's going to get his Bloodwell pops here any second. They've killed off Overpower. Celever is going to go down, he's right in the middle. And Kurt now going to step forward. Has he got the pace to get in? There's the gold card. And that is going to be 4 men down for Roccat. And a triple kill for Creatine. 8-0-2 now.
Creatine still chasing, gets caught out, manages to get the quadra at the end of the fight.
Bin hip, get in hip. I feel TP up in case. Kubi, don't chase. Okay.
Oh, don't chase. And never mind, if you're going to get the kill, it's fine.
Yeah, always. So let's hop into our last highlight. This comes from Booga. 3 words. Shook, Riven, LCS big plays. Here's your number 1.
Coley coming out, missed the roll, being hit by Frogger's ulti from the backside. There's the shockwave. Shook's going to go down here possibly. Oh, he's got away. He's got alive somehow out of that one. And now Impaler turned around on. There is Shook from the side to throw his ulti in. And there's 1 man down. But you've got to feel it's going to be more here. Finding the next target. This is going to be 3 men dead for the support. Oh, Pow survives all that damage.
Subar Kuda used everything on trying to kill Shook. He just dances away. That did manage to kill him. He came back in the fight.
When an outplay feels that good to watch, you know it has to be that good, feels that good to execute.
Yeah, he probably felt pretty cheeky about that one, getting away with such a sliver.
Well, we're going to get some of our own in these next 2 days, so keep sharing your favorite moments from today's matches by tweeting us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Taking a look at the table, Alliance is in first, followed 1 game back by Fnatic.
And then tied for third is Millennium and the Super Hot Crew, with SK Gaming, of all places, falling to 5th.
And back here in the land of apple pie, it's CLG and LMQ in first place with a lucky 13 wins. And then in third, it's Team SoloMid.
Cloud9 and Dignitas are tied for 4th, while Curse is in 6th, and then Complexity and EG round out the standings.
That's right, but anything can happen in our 4 games today, starting with Curse facing off against Dignitas. After that, Evil Geniuses and Helios will battle it out against Seraph and the CLG crew.
Yeah, then in our third match, it's a showdown between TSM and Cloud9, and we'll conclude our LCS coverage with Cloud9 looking to take their first win against Complexity.
And then stick around for the North American Challenger Series for a best-of-3 quarterfinal showdown between Curse Academy and Wazabi Gaming. But be sure to head over to lolesports.com and put your precognitive powers to the test. Click on schedule, select week 9, and tell us who you think will win.
Also there you can find our new and improved VOD Hub. Quickly find all your favorite matches from this year, ready to watch at the click of a button, and spoiler-free.
That's right. Or if you're looking to kick your LCS experience up to 11, click on the tickets link for all the details on how you can join our studio audience, like all these cool people here, to see all the action in person. But for now, we're going to go ahead and send it over to the analyst desk.
Thanks, Riv. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me to help set the stage for today's action is David Freak Turley and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Guys, are you excited for this weekend of games?
Of course I am. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun.
Absolutely. And we're going to start by breaking down a few of the faces we'll be keeping an eye on this week.
Yeah, first up, it is Inox, who has been struggling in recent weeks and could benefit from Nidalee's return. We'll have to see if he can play the champion as well since she was reworked.
Now, next up, we're going to stay in the top lane and go to Complexities to keep an eye on West Rice. In recent weeks, he's actually found a strategy that works for his team by just building himself into an unkillable tank. If it works again today, Complexity will get their 3rd straight victory against Cloud9.
Then it's the Spring Split MVP Bjergsen. TSM is only 1 game back from first place, and today he'll face off against Xiao, who has bested him in their last 2 meetings.
Then we'll also stay in the mid lane and watch Curses in Voyboy. He had a lot of momentum coming out of their 3-1 Super Week, but then lost most recently to the 7th and 8th place team, so they have to kind of pick up the slack from here.
And finally, it's Crumbs. Dignitas are currently lower in the standings than they have been all year long. And they've looked shaky in that early game. Dignitas are going to need Crumbs to bring that early game pressure to help them snap their losing streak.
All right, well, each week, fans have gotten a taste of what teams say in the huddle with the LCS preview show's All Chat. But the all-important in-game communication is what creates a strong team out of 5 individuals.
Communicating is just both ways. You just have to listen to your teammates and take the information in and make the best out of the situation. The second we hit the champion selection music, it's like we make a switch.
Triforce, that's like so sad.
Okay, pick some bets.
Alright.
We are always telling each other what our laner's getting.
He doesn't have any damage items though. He built a locket first.
To gauge how a fight would go or how we need to approach our next play.
Yeah, or he hasn't bought yet, like 100% gripped in. Okay.
It's really important that you talk about the team fights beforehand. During team fights, everyone should know what they're doing. I'm gonna wall this in 3, 2. I'm gonna wall the left side, I think. Yeah.
Okay. I see it. Okay, hit the tower. Gragas holds down, right? He used it.
Yep.
Okay, he used it.
It's usually the initiator who will call, like, maybe a threshold would look for a hook or a flash play. Then the person who can follow up will say, I can follow up.
I'm coming. Nice, get thresh! Got him. Nice.
As soon as a call is made, it's up to the players to just follow through.
It's important that everyone listens, and even if you don't believe it might be the right thing, sometimes you just gotta take risks, so you need to put belief in your teammates and just trust their call.
Seraph. Here, the side link. The Afro link.
We can push up mid again. We can push up mid again.
Do the same thing again. See, we can do that again and again, and eventually we're gonna land a skill and we're gonna kill one, okay?
Yeah. The biggest issue is that everyone needs to start listening. Every call that has been made needs to be only made once and listened to immediately. Repetition leads to a lot of clutter and voice comm, and that's what you want to avoid.
Kite back, I can flank.
on the same side.
Look at me. Look at the flank.
I think that happens to a lot of other teams a lot more, where everyone is kind of like screaming, like, let's go for this guy, and it's just like overload of information. Where with ours, usually it's just high.
Let's go. Keep going. Make him flash. Or you're gonna flash. Careful, stop chasing, ball. Stop chasing. He flash.
Trust flash. 25 trust flash.
When you have one person doing it, if he's doing it correctly, it goes out very well for you.
Decisiveness is definitely like the one thing. If you're a more decisive team in late game, you will win 100%.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Go.
He's on.
Evelyn's right here. In a. Back. I got switch channels.
That's going to be the game. CLG takes down Team SoloMid.
Now, guys, you heard the players. How important is it to have that one voice on a team?
It definitely is really important, but I think what's just as important, but not mentioned nearly as much, is the fact that all the other people on the team have to constantly be feeding information to the shot caller so that they can make an informed decision. There's no way that one person can gain enough information from across the whole map to make an informed decision without the help of everyone on their teams. It's gold timers, item thresholds, cooldowns, everything. People have to constantly be updating that person.
Yeah, I really agree. And actually, I want to kind of back up what Lemonation said about having just high as the shot caller, because I didn't really notice it very much until we went and watched the Doombots video. Because when you're talking, like, you can process what you hear and process what you're saying. But if you're hearing things while you're talking, everyone just hears two voices and they don't understand what you're saying. Like, you guys missed out on so many puns during the video because you couldn't hear me over Kobe talking about killing people, and that was horrible. But it's something you actually just don't realize until you hear it back. Like, if you're ever talking over someone, nothing is actually understood at all. And having that one voice is actually incredibly useful.
Well, Kobe was just too focused on winning the game.
Well, I mean, I had the most kills. I mean, I was clearly too.
He's still pushing for that MVP. The vote is over.
Vote for me.
All right. Well, Kobe, I have a slightly more specific question, which is that back when you were playing, who would you say is the best shot caller that you got to play with?
We actually had no good shot callers on our team. We're pretty bad at shot calling. I specifically remember one time at the World Cyber Games, we're pushing up mid lane and Chasha says, "Oh, if we're gonna dive, now would be the time." So I go right in. I get dumpstered. Everybody runs away, and he was like, "Yeah, I said if we were gonna dive."
Qualifying everything before it actually happens. Well, of course, yeah. One of the big keys for the shot calling is that everyone actually has to listen to the call too, right? I feel like that's one of the things that is most important is all the rest of the members need to actually be listening and following 100%, right or wrong. Now, we want to get your thoughts on the discussion, though. So today we're asking, which NALCS player would you like making the calls on your ranked team and why?
Now, you guys know the drill. Send your answers to LOL Esports. Use that hashtag LCS, and we'll be looking for the best responses to share later in the show.
And for a look at the lighter side of Team Comms, tune in Thursday at 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 5:30 p.m. Central European Summertime for the LCS preview show. Their segment, All Chat, reveals what the pros are saying and singing. As Curse and Dignitas load into the lobby, here's a little taste of the goods.
Sarah. Yo. I love you. Thank you. Wow. No love back.
Get rejected, son.
Can we all be pyramids for today? I feel like we don't win because we don't have matching icons.
Yeah.
We got
Lulu. Finish.
I have Cleaver in a second.
Give me the
Lulu's Cleaver.
Yeah.
Give me the Penta. No. Stop. Nice. I have J. We can.
Finish. Can we end?
I think we should. Yeah, we can.
I can join you soon.
Okay.
Who's gonna defend this? Kog'Maw without flash?
All we have to do is play the map and then map the plays. That's actually correct.
Don't overcommit on kills. Objectives over kills.
Yeah, I don't have ult, so be careful. Don't fight. We're going for just objectives. No fights.
Need to be a lot more coordinated.
Yeah. But can we Nashor then?
No,
don't get excited.
Way too early.
Don't get too excited. Can we go for base race?
No, we lose.
So what? We lose anyway. We have to try. Maybe they will panic.
No.
Yes.
Keep him busy. Right cog.
I'm going.
Right cog. Go for the in. Keep Robert alive. Everyone off Robert. Someone get in front of Dom.
Yeah.
Oh no, hit base.
I'm hitting it.
Everyone hit base. Just hit base. Ignore
Me and Polly, we wrote a song.
I heard. You don't have to tell me.
Don't be front son, no seeds on the bun. We be up in this drive-through. Order for two. I got a craving for a number 9 like my shoe.
Maybe I should go into voice acting and then cosplaying.
There's no way you think Cyanide sister is hotter than mine.
What about my sister?
Oh, my sister beats your sister, 100%. My sister beats your sister, 100%.
Oh man, I hope they don't put that in the thing.
gentlemen, welcome back to our coverage of the North American Summer Split. We're jumping right to the games with our first battle, Curse versus Team Dignitas. This is a matchup where both teams absolutely have something to prove.
Yeah, and Curse came out of Super Week with a lot of momentum and things were looking up for them. But last week they lost to the two bottom-ranked teams, and one of those was that 80-minute marathon loss to Complexity. They really have to pick themselves up and get the win back in themselves if they want to hold on to their playoff spot, Riv.
And for Dignitas, they are in a 4-game slump, as we were saying, and sitting the lowest they've been in the standings this split.
Yeah, I think Dig quickly became used to being on the top of the standings, and we heard a lot of that confidence in their interviews. But then last week, they had two huge losses. One to LMQ, which was in the fastest game of the split, and then to CLG the next day, which was also the second fastest game of that week. So they lost really badly last week. It was the first time as well that they haven't brushed off their losses. So they may be feeling a little bit shaken here. But we also have to keep in mind, This week they face 2 teams near the bottom of the standings, and their morale could benefit from an easier schedule.
All right, let's get right into this one and check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be Curse's time. That means it's Quas in the top lane, dominate the jungle, Voyboy in mid, Cop at AD carry, discussing things with the team, and Xpecial on support.
Yeah. And on the red side, it is Dignitas. Zion Spartan in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Shifter in the mid lane, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD, and Cutie Kid on support.
Let's see if both teams can kind of break the long game barrier that we've been seeing. It really has happened with a variety of champions. There are a lot that are being pinpointed, but it just comes down to the fact that teams, again, haven't had that chance to play so far in the late game in a professional setting, and then it just becomes the you play to not lose situation, and that means nobody's going forward.
Yeah, and we also have to keep in mind, these teams are 1-1 against each other in their past games. And if we look at the teams' overall play styles, this is actually not a great matchup for Dignitas. Curse is actually a team who plays the early game quite well by and large and then makes a decent mistake. They actually have 15 first bloods in their 20 games they've played this split. And Dignitas is a team that's very bad at coming from behind in games.
Right.
They're the type of team that is also good early game, likes to run away with things. So this is actually, in the League of late game we're having, a game that might be decided early.
Such a vice versa between these two. Different things that match, things that don't. But everything that doesn't match really, like you're saying, is giving Curse the advantage within this matchup. Dignitas can't hold on to that early lead. That means they're going to be struggling pretty much throughout the entire game to make those plays happen. Seeing not too many mid lane bans themselves coming out from what we've seen. It's a very big variety here from AD carry, jungle, and mid. Then on the right side for Dig, they're focused more on the mid lane.
Definitely a little bit of a mid lane focus. Last time they played, it was 3 jungle bans. We saw the Lee Sin, Elise, and Eve all banned away. And that was a game where I Will Dominate actually started 4-0 on Rengar. And it was Crumbs' Nocturne that ended up out-carrying. It was one of those jungle-centric games. But a Rengar ban comes in here, meaning Elise and Eve are still on the table. Lulu, of course, is a more priority pick.
Yeah.
Surprisingly enough, Lulu was banned 7 of the 8 NALCS games last week. A huge priority for these guys.
Even when Quas did get it, they did lose against Evil Geniuses in their matchup, so they're going to try to go for it again. Talking a little bit about Dominate's Rengar was also something that helped quite a bit at the beginning of the Curse Complexity match that went so long. He played it very well there as well, so Dignitas definitely doing their homework, making sure they hit the key components here on Champion Select. We'll see what they decide to pick out. Right now, just hovering really on something to hover as we wait.
Hovering for something to hover.
Hover, it is.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Blitzcrank has been picked a few times.
Yep.
But to little success.
First game.
Guess what? Time to talk about Nidalee. All right. So we have
That was
seen,
easy.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen one Nidalee game in the European LCS. That was by Freddy. However, in the North American Challenger scene, I'm talking about like solo queue, not the Coke Challenger series.
Right.
Nidalee is probably the premier top laner right now as far as lane bullying goes.
Yes.
Maybe you pick Ragas against it to try and sustain through, but this is very much within Zion Spartan's wheelhouse. Bully the lane, try and get 1v1 kills, but most importantly, draw attention up to that top lane and make people come after you. Will be a huge thing for Zion Spartan.
So the ladies picked up an Elise and Nidalee on the side of Dignitas. And Braum is going to be the man so far locked in for Curse on support. We see Tristana being picked up for Cop. He's been kind of hedging towards Kog'Maw, towards those late game carries, and he does get the protection from his team already presented even in their picks. So it'll be a very good late game pick for them there.
Yeah, Braum is a champion who had excessively high pick and ban in last week. Same with Morgana. So those are just kind of traded support picks. You pick the Braum and then try and counter with the Morg to stop the passive stun from hitting. Not too much going on there. And a couple of hyper carries as far as 80 carries are concerned as well.
So it looks like we're getting the king and one of the queens of late game carry for 80 carries. Morgana picked up, like you said. Kiwi Kid can try to make some plays with that. Now we're going to see what Curse can actually answer with, leaving Voyboy always to round out the composition and give himself something that would counter or at least play comfortable and safe against the entire composition. Shifter also waiting for his pick. Somebody who's Have to see if Voyboy can kind of take over in lane. Most mid laners have had a chance to really have their way with Shifter.
Especially in lane is one thing. Voyboy had a very good performance. We got to take a look at this, though.
Yeah.
Something just happened.
Absolutely.
AP Tristana.
It is.
In the mid lane for Voyboy. That definitely deserves a few cheers because it's something we have not seen in the LCS at all.
Nope.
All right.
It becomes somewhat of an assassin, too, once you get that power. You're in and out.
A few things we have to touch on about AP Tristana.
Yeah.
In mid lane, it's actually an incredibly strong laner. Mid laners generally cannot sustain themselves. And Explosive Shot, the active on it, does 110 damage at rank 1, which is pretty much the highest damaging level 1 ability that is reliable in League of Legends in the game. Also, one of the things that led to Tristana's relevance as an AD carry was that the ultimate scales with the attack range in the game and all those other great things. So it's a very smooth combo now for the AP Tristana. And it's like we're over in Europe all of a sudden because Xerath is making his way into the North American LCS as well. Try and stay away from that Trist.
Adapt and react. We see it happening from Dignitas now. Xerath comes out for Shifter as he's been hovering the Syndra. And like picks of Orianna and the rest, he have Ziggs, but not this time. Ziggs not even banned out this game, but he decides to go for the Xerath for the safe play, the long range, and it works with the rest of the team. They have some immense poke coming out of the side of Dignitas, so they have to remember to keep that mindset going.
Yeah, we were expecting this. We were expecting this AP Tristana, and obviously Voyboy can still be changing his rune pages up until now. But as of the 20-second mark in this champion select, that is looking to be like an attack damage Trist in the mid lane. Throw you for a bigger loop. Just trying to shove the lane up with Trist, maybe do an early static shift, do the Wraith camps like we've seen Robert's Tristana swap up in the mid lane.
Interesting.
And then they'd have a double AD carry late game with a Lulu support. I'm not really sure what's happening.
Well, let's do a quick check-in on the voting over at LOLesports.com. We may have seen this before. Right now, Dignitas is leading with 70%, but that can all change.
Yeah, you can also vote on Twitter by sending the hashtag CRSWin or the hashtag DIGWin to the @LOLesports Twitter account. And based on the variety in these picks, just vote for what you want.
Yeah.
Do you like Xerath? Do you like mid lane Tristana? Do you want to go mid with 80 carries? Do you want to see it succeed in the world? It's all this trickle down. You see it happen in pro play, and suddenly it's acceptable in solo queue. I remember first time you see like a top lane Nidalee. Nah, that's a bad example. There are things that happen in the LCS that then becomes acceptable.
Here's this. Now, I can't remember what game it happened in, but there was the AP top and an AD mid. And after they got whatever leads that they wanted, they swapped those lanes because those lanes were trying to mitigate AP or AD, and then you had an even bigger advantage on those lanes. So they also have that option, and I wouldn't put it past Curse to try something like that.
Well, Voyboy has started with the boots right there, and you can see he has no ability power at level 1, which would be incredibly unlikely if he were to go AP Trist. So the mind games could be large here. The fact that he has heal and not ignite would also tip off Dignitas that he is not an AP Tristana. I bet you he may have won the Rune War with Shifter, though. I'll check very shortly for that to see if Shifter didn't bring any armor. You can see right there, Shifter sitting on 20 armor, so he was not expecting an AD carry in the mid lane. He was expecting an AP Tristana.
This is going to be quite rough for Dignitas. I'm sure there's much communication happening now, at least, that Crumbs may have to be looking a little bit more towards mid so they don't abuse the early damage that would be coming in from that.
And this is my favorite thing about just League of Legends and the LCS Riv, is this is the same patch that the North American LCS was being played on last week. But it's a matter of time that players can try things out, experiment, and then bring out in the North American LCS, especially since both these teams are on decent losing streaks, Dignitas 4, Curse 2. They're both kind of pressed to make a change and try new things.
Yeah.
Tristana mid, Xerath is something Shifter hasn't played. Zion is now available in the LCS as well, which is another change. But it's all about having time to adapt, and that's a big thing that they're doing here.
Well, actually, we're going to lock right into what Dignitas had to say after they saw that Tristana pick. Let's listen in.
Is he really doing Trist mid?
Oh, no, it could be Trist top.
I think it's Trist mid.
But it's Trist
No,
mid.
he's been practicing Trist.
So
just as much confusion as us there.
A little bit of homework there. They did know that he's practicing it, so they're waiting. But was he practicing AP and now running the AD still? There's the variation there. We'll have to see. Starting off this game already very interesting coming into week 9. We see some variety out of North America, taken after the Xerath from Europe. And a little bit of play here. We see Tristan in mid for Voyboy. It's going to be interesting.
I've actually had some discussions with Kobe about maybe why we're seeing more Xerath. And one of the big things is we're just seeing champions fight each other with increasingly longer and longer ranges. And Xerath is pretty much the maximum range you can get with how far his ultimate is. You can't get any farther range than Xerath mid, so that's what Dignitas is doing. It fits Shifter, the guy who likes to sit in the back of team fights.
Absolutely.
And just poke through damage.
Sit in the back. There's kind of the variation of what mid laners like on hits, what mid laners like skill shots, and Shifter's a skill shot kind of guy, so Xerath falls right into that wheelhouse for him. He should be hitting most of everything, we'll say right now.
Pretty good pick against Trist, honestly.
Yeah.
Very difficult for Voyboy to get into engagement range of Shifter. So that explosive shot harass will be really hard for Voyboy to land.
It was funny. We were talking about a little and listening to Dignitas, but it seemed that since these picks happened and teams were just coordinating off a champion select, there were really no deep wards. Nobody wanted to invade. Everybody was like, all right, we're starting with this strat. That's what we had in mind, not to invade. So even with this, they're kind of holding steady. They didn't want to try too much.
Yeah, all this fun stuff in mid lane. We haven't even talked about Nidalee so far. So Zion Spark, Doran's Blade start. You can see he's also going
AD
Nidalee, just looking for the split push. A lot of traps in that top lane as well to maybe just make it more difficult for Dominate to venture up towards that top lane. Zion definitely going to try and push Quas in a little bit. These top laners, just aside from the champions, do have very distinctive styles.
Yeah.
Zion's the type who really just wants to one-on-one and create as much pressure as possible, whereas Cop definitely seems like the type of guy who just wants to stay safe above everything else so he can have a team fight impact. That's why we saw Quas with 0 deaths in an 80-minute game last week.
Playing very safe, but also having an impact. Something we actually heard recently coming from an interview where Shifter also doesn't die as much, but does he have a big impact? It's kind of like he plays almost a little too safe. Maybe the range of Xerath will come in on that play, but we will have to see what comes out of that Nidalee and Lulu lane.
We're going to have to track the CS in the mid lane
as well.
Shifter as well, because we were looking at the numbers over the week. Obviously, Shifter, highest KDA in the North American LCS, fewest deaths for a mid laner. But as far as his laning is concerned, it is by far the weakness in his game. For some context, we track a lot of average CS at 10 minutes amongst mid laners. Xiao is the highest in the LCS of everyone with 85 CS at 10 on average.
On average, yeah.
Shifter's sitting around 73, which isn't actually a very damning stat. It's the fact that Shifter's opponents average 85, which is the same as Xiao averages in a given game. So pretty much everyone laning against Shifter gets the CS average of the best mid laner in the North American LCS, because Shifter doesn't actually pressure against his opponent's CS very well at all.
Right, being pushed into the turret right now, kind of indicative of that Tristana play, so it's going to be a little tougher for him in these early games. We can already see almost get a 20 CS lead right now, and Voyboy is going to feel very strong about this play. We all know he is someone who will go in and out of the fight without any fear. He was hovering on that Akali, and I can see him playing this Trist somewhat just like it if he gets enough power in the game above everybody.
Voyboy used to love playing solo lane Ezreal as well, way back in the day.
That's right.
And especially being a top laner transplant into the mid lane, he is the type of person
little aggression
who can just fit in with different style of champions in the mid lane. Honestly, his mid lane instincts aren't the same as the other mid laners because he has been there for a much briefer amount of time than the other North American LCS mid laners. But Tristana, as far as adapting, puts him more on an even playing field because who lanes against an AD Trist in the mid lane?
Yeah, and it's incredibly hard to gank too. You haven't seen Crumbs even try to put a finger on the mid lane. Voyboy's just going to be hopping right out of there. But then again, Dominate hasn't been pushing anything either. Both teams do have that champion set for a late game, especially with what Voyboy's bringing in the AD department. So they're going to go ahead and just stay steady.
The amount of damage that Curse will be able to put out in the late game is rather absurd. As long as they can stay safe, it'll be really tricky, right? Double 80 carries that are very squishy. If Shifter gets fed, those 80 carries are just going to get blown up by the long-range artillery shots of Xerath. So if Shifter gets going, it'll be a spectacular move They're trying to catch out Deck Special here, though.
Oh, they almost getting it. Throw down a ward. I feel like they had the movement at the time, and it would have been a good counter game from Dominate. He was hovering as well. So we get a ping in the mid lane. Looks like it's time for the blues is what they're pinging.
Yeah, Shifter just farming away. They can see him taking the blue, so they know exactly where he'll be coming back in with that nice, deeply placed ward. You can see Voyboy starting his way towards a static shiv as well, but Avarice Blade just for even more farming.
Right.
Gives him almost no immediate strength, but he can do this because Shifter really isn't providing any type of harassment on Voyboy. He is freely farming in this lane.
You see a lot of Tristanas do that from Robert X Lee to Vasily in the bottom lane, or really when we started seeing her for extra gold, and then pop the static shiv, and you have full control over the lane push.
Check boards there.
Crumbs a little early on this, but he still will have help from the Spiders and the rest of Dignitas in the bottom lane. So, Special, good thinking. They'll at least have the timer on this.
Yeah, and a nice move down by Shifter as well, just to have more people in the Dragon area. That will cost him about half a wave of minions.
Yeah.
And it was also because Voyboy with just the Avarice Blade, he doesn't have any kill pressure. It was a very smart move by Dignitas as a team to force an objective right there.
It's one of the things about having Tristan mid. It's not that big of a threat either. Towards the early part of the game, not much is going to come from it. Dominate, getting C now. Crumbs should be all right here. A little bit of hover from Shifter as well, but it looks like it's Voyboy hovering first.
Jeez,
and they
no
could
help
2v1
for
here.
Crumbs.
No.
Unbelievable right there. That not only did no one go up for Dominate when he helped the pink ward, Crumbs was just all alone on his buff. No Nidalee collapse, no Xerath collapse, and then Crumbs, instead of running away immediately, waited until it could be stolen away from him. Just a pressure disadvantage from Dig. No lane was able to assist.
I can see Shifter not wanting to roam. He's got a nice juicy new blue on him that he doesn't want to give up, but Zion had full reset lane in the middle on siege minions. He could have gone. We'll see if they can make up for a bit of that. Dominate getting himself under the skin of Dig here around 9 minutes. It's all they have so far, not a huge lead. Zion Spartan though, you can see him getting his 1v1s back and forth, takes a turret shot to the face as he gets a little too aggressive and actually loses out on that trade.
Yeah, that Nidalee versus Lulu matchup will be very interesting to track through here. They're kind of just two big-time lane boys. No one to stop that special from getting that ward. Just two big-time lane bullies.
Yeah.
Kind of maybe canceling each other out a little bit, and then it will all be about who can have the greater impact. One really curious thing there is Voyboy went back to base just to buy a pink ward. He wasn't low on health or mana. He really didn't need to go back at that point. But now with the red buff, I wonder if he's going to be trying to make a move. He's sitting on a lot of potential gold there. He's still on 800. Couldn't complete a static shiv. Didn't finish any components of his Z.
Right.
Just stocked up on health potions and got that pink ward.
Game even across the board.
We can see we're at the 10-minute mark, and they're around averages, right?
Yep.
Voyboy has 88 right now. Shifter's around 73. So again, just loses by 10 about every game.
See if the map pressure can be made up here. Dominate. Now using Crumbs' red to come in from the backside. Throw down the Agony's Embrace, and they're going to take that red, and they're going to give it over. Kiwi Kid goes down, but the kill goes to top. Very nice job getting the 80 carry going.
Yeah, it actually seemed like they could have chased after AmaCutiePie, but they burned the flash and then decided to kill Kiwi Kid, so they'll get AmaCutiePie on the next game, most likely. A very immobile 80 carry, and Kog'Maw probably the most vulnerable once his flash is down. So a double win there for that Curse gank. Again, Curse picks up first blood. That's now 16 of the 21 games this split in the LCS that they have gotten that.
And it's really good thinking by them. We see Voyboy pushing in Shifter in the mid lane. Quas has Zion somewhat on the run. They're having enough fights. So go affect a lane that could be big in the late game. Affect AmaCutiePie and Kiwi Kid, and that's what Dominate did. Good moves by Curse to get themselves ahead. 11 minutes 30 on the clock right now. See a lot of quiet time for these two in the top lane. And Zion Spartan's just making sure he's safe. You can see he's trying to get that lane a bit frozen so he doesn't get too close to the turret. Spectral picked up over by Crumbs. A little bit of spike in damage here as now they're going to try to push back Especial and Cop so they can't get anything out of that kill. Didn't work too well.
Interesting move there by Crumbs. He's really not even attempted to aid his solo lanes this game. Yet he's not farming at an amazing pace either. He did secure the 1 dragon for Dig. He's a jungler who's been struggling a fair bit lately. He loves to play that supportive style of jungle, which when you fall behind leads to some very poor looking games, and it looks fantastic when you're ahead. Definitely trying to tunnel this bottom lane ahead this match. And it is giving them the turret and the dragon, so his attention spent has given them an edge in this sector of the map.
Gonna keep an eye on how they keep Cutie Pie farming here.
Yeah.
It's gonna be difficult now with him out a turret. He might be having to share with other lanes. Let's just see how that goes and stealing up camps, because like we said, Crumb's behind as well. He's gonna have to start feeding even more to the outside.
The static shiv rush on Voyboy, exactly what we've seen from Robert X. Lee's bot lane Tristana. This time on the mid lane with Voyboy, he'll be able to take mid lane. Enemy Wraiths, as they're going up to now, his own Wraith camps. It's going to be a whole bunch of CS they're getting through the Voyboy here.
And you can see Shifter, not really forced, but he is still going for the Athenes. He wants to get that in there, and then he will get his armor, but he's trying to bypass it early and get to that as soon as possible. Hasn't hurt him. He hasn't gone down for it just yet, but he's playing very, very safe. And we see that blue once again.
Ooh, 2 in a row on Voyboy, getting him a little bit low.
Yep, that blue is really going to start coming in big. Here comes the skill shot prowess that Shifter loves to be playing. This is when he would be throwing out all the bombs. Let's see. He's got his regen, and I guess the magic resistance, if you will. But it's not helping out so much. That's a great sound. It's a new like favorite sound.
Shield break.
Blocking things, it's nice. Not so much the jacks on a turret, but you know, you get what you wish for you. Moving.
You can see they're hoping to catch Shifter while he's shoving the lanes. At this point, they're both such wave clear machines that they're pretty much just trading 6 CS per wave. The big thing is about the dragon respawn here. That's why Eve and Trist were looking for those openings. They were trying to clear out potential pink wards. They didn't catch that ward on the outside. Now an even more obvious ward, but Crumbs has been a long ways away for the dragon respawn. A missed timing for sure by Dignitas right there. Crumbs just not timing his recalls adequately.
Very nicely done, Curse, to take back the second dragon. We've seen a lot of times that they would be the risk-averse team, not really wanting to try for it, saying we're all right with what we're doing, and those are okay to go by the wayside. And towards the late game, that'll hurt. Zion Spartan, a little back and forth with Quas in the top lane. Oh, Voyboy goes in. I don't think he used his. He did use his ultimate. It got repelled. Crumbs tries to get out on that one. Dominate goes in. The lockup from Shifter. Dominate's going hard on this, and he just gets dropped down. Shifter's ultimate from close range. 1-for-1 back and forth. What a fight.
How does Shifter use Jareth's ultimate? Point blank. But he gets the kill on I Will Dominate right there. The repel is what created the window, so Death for Crumbs creates a kill for Shifter, and since Cutie Pie's in that mid lane, maybe the mid turret as well.
Very close. Cutie Pie hasn't really focused any shots. A nice dodge on the Glacial Fissure for the Void Puppy. He stays nice and safe. Dignitas answer back a little bit there. Very nice.
It's going to be a tough one to hold, though, especially with all the ranged poke and just stuff Dignitas throws onto the map. Voidboy can't get in range to auto-attack those units.
Do they have siege? Yes, they do.
Yeah. I mean, you look at Dignitas' composition, it's almost a perfect poke comp.
Yeah.
Zion Spartan will still have spears if he does decide to group up with this team. Nearly impossible to catch. Xerath is the absolute largest siege mage you can get in the game. Kog'Maw with his ultimate as well. Incredibly long-range poke. Like, they are built to siege up if they can get into that phase.
And I love that usually you'd see Janna back in the day. I love the use of Morgana now. A lot more power, a lot more control for the team to continue the fight, not disengage. And Kiwi Kid, he'll get mobility boots and want to flash in and engage a fight. We've heard him in the all chats. It's always great to have it on an impact player like himself. Also, Zion Spartan, he's going to be building up the Triforce first, so we're getting double Triforce.
He's a little bit low, but it's hard to kill in Italy. You just want to delay.
Yep. Good delay. Teleport's up. They'll be able to get back to lane quite quick. But yeah, but they're going to get the turret with 3 up top. Nice juke by Cop, but double flash. But Kiwi Kid preemptively sees it coming. Just on the outside, Crumbs was not there. Looks like he wants to go under. He actually gets Cop to blow the summoner heal as well. So this is going to be working out quite well for them.
It's a crit as well on the big rocket.
I'm sure he would want that red buff, but unfortunately, Crumbs repels away with it. They do get top turret for all that runaround, though.
Yeah, out of sync right there. Kiwi Kid burning everything to try and get Cop down. Meanwhile, the farm continues. Curse playing a big-time farm game right here, hoping that that double AD is enough in the late game. It's really going to depend on how well Dignitas can land these poke shots. The Xerath is a fantastic pick against the double AD as far as keeping them out of range. But if they ever have a window of weakness, and I Will Dominate can get a flank around behind them, Dignitas' defenses are going to get completely shredded through. They have 5 squishy champions. You can see 2 Trinity Forces. There's not a tank item in sight.
Right. Like
The aggressive build for
wasn't
Elise,
building armor.
not going for the Ancient Golem, instead going for the damaging Elise build. They're setting up their glass cannons, that's for sure.
As long as they don't make that one risky play that really puts them behind. We've seen even Skara after game say, did you guys feel you were that far behind? Was that the play that needed to be made? So maybe Dignitas has righted those wrongs that they made in the past. Not going to have a history repeat itself scenario. Shifter gets back to blue. He's had that instantly every time. Still down about 15 CS in the mid lane, but now it comes to those poke game initiations we've been seeing. That CS difference isn't really what's going to cut it in these fights. Well, if they can hit the skill shots. We already saw Void Headstrong dive into that Wraith area and try to get a kill onto Crumbs, so he'd probably do that in even a bigger fight with Quas's Wild Growth to help him out. We'll see actually split push from Void now.
Yeah, that's what the Static Shiv will do.
Yep.
Cop is the AD carry of the team for now. Void will be a bigger AD carry later. They have 2 resetting AD carries in a sense. So if fights start going Curse's way, they will definitely be able to
that's
finish.
a good call. I didn't even think of that.
Get excited,
very
plus
scary.
the rocket jump. And they're both farming very well. They'll both hit their items. It's just a matter of time, and especially Curse, a team that's been going to late game so much, says, why don't we just pick a couple of hyper carries?
Yep.
Well, because the other team has a 5,000 range mage that can kill them both. We'll see.
We see Crumbs going straight for that Haunting Guy second. We heard Dexter previously talking about that, giving the health you want and the penetration you'd get from rushing the Sword Pen Boots. So getting that in there for a little bit of his safety, but these guys still very squishy, as we were saying before, throughout their current builds. 42 seconds on Dragon. This is going to be great pressure from Dignitas. Hoping to blow a few summoners or ults here to make that a better contest for the objective.
Hit that pink ward. This is very important for Dig. How they can set up around this Dragon, how much split push pressure Zion can create, and whether or not Dignitas can land poke as Curse funnels towards the Dragon Pit. This next Dragon will have a substantial impact on the overall gold value of this game. Dignitas not getting any poke down while Curse is clearing wards is a small loss in time. This Vision battlefield is something Dignitas can only hold through poke, because if something can sneak past them and get initiation, they're done for.
And they have it everywhere. Usually you'd be waiting for your Nidalee here, and then the other team wouldn't do Dragon because you can just keep throwing spears, but they can throw everything they want. Cocoons, dark bindings. And
Getting a siege team
throwing
prepped
it
to
out.
Dragon is the easiest way to get collapsed on. However, Zion is trying to create a 5v4. This is a dangerous take by Dig.
Yeah.
They do not want to corner themselves in the Dragon Pit. They're trying to collapse in on Curse here. If they can land enough poke, it'll be an advantage. This has got to be a fight.
Cop and Void in the buddy system right now. That's going to be a lot of damage if they can start opening up. They are going to start on Crumbs. He gets hit a few times. Zion Spartan dives in, but he misses everything and gets an instant exhaust. Very well played.
Whoa.
There's Void going aggressive. A few shots, not a crit come off though. Where's Zap with the vision? He gets it repelled, and it also goes past Zion Spartan in the bottom lane. Void now is going to hit up too much. The flash attack coming in from Shifter, but he misses. Summoner heals are still up on both sides to be used now. Shifter's holding on to his, but it looks like both teams back up, and Dominate grabs the Dragon.
I gotta say, I would hate to be our camera operator in this game with all the monstrous 2,000 or 3,000 range skill shots shooting around. It's so difficult to follow. Nobody dies in that fight because both teams are very long range and squishy. A missed initiation by X Special, a dodged rocket by Crumbs to prevent the resets. If that thing hits, all hell would have broken loose for Dignitas because they would have gotten chased down. But Curse gets the Dragon at the end of the day and a small edge.
Curse picking themselves up, putting themselves in the lead after such an even game throughout the lanes. The rotation down from Zion Spartan there was thwarted by the teleport in from Quas. So we'll see if Dig can make a play off of that now behind in gold. We said once Dig falls behind, that recuperation process becomes very difficult.
It is a tricky thing for Dignitas. They are not the type of team to come from behind. However, Curse's weakness as a team as well has been making those
going for a little
critical mistakes and then just falling downhill after that. But this is kind of the game you would expect from Curse versus Dignitas. Even though Dig is a team at the higher end of the standings, we mentioned before the game, it's not a good matchup for them. Because Curse is a type of team that gets a lot of first bloods, creates a lot of early game edges, and Dignitas is usually the team that needs to be winning the whole game in order to win the game.
Such a big Lulu now. The Morello Namicon and the Athene's finish. It's going to be shutting down the Primal Surge that Zion's going to be healing his team with. Very nice play there, as well as keeping Quas a nice split push controller against Zion Spartan. Level 14 to 13 in those lanes, but they'll probably stay quite even as they trade CS back and forth. And the pink ward of pink wards. That's all right.
It's not very
That one
helpful
just fell out of his pocket. There was a hole. He didn't mean to place that.
It will be tricky for these guys to be getting farm in this game because we're in one of those very rare situations where every outer turret in the game is down, but no one actually holds a pressure advantage on the map.
Right. Gotta get forward wards in.
So you gotta be very cautious about where you go, and the warding becomes even more important. Look at all the unspent wards in the inventory of Dignitas. A lot of site wards built up. They're trying to get their position in, but because they are that poke comp, it has to be very slowly and carefully. If they walk in to a brush that is not warded, immediately Curse closes into combat range and would be able to capitalize.
Looks like Dignitas is trying to get something out of this forward push. They're not going to leave here without at least getting a siege. Turret. Yeah.
Zion is split pushing very well against Quas. You can see in those side lanes he has been slowly whittling down the battles. It doesn't show in CS, but just on the average position of where Zion is in the lane, he has a lot more pressure on the map. And this is exactly what Dig wants to do with the rest of their siege comp, is land some Xerath shots, get some Bioarcane barrages in. And if a Dark Binding lands on a low target, it should mean death.
Wouldn't be
Exactly
surprised.
stuff like that. A few more of those and Dig gets that mid turret.
They play this perfectly. Both AD carries are waiting out just the same amount of time for their summer heal. Cop would love to have that, but without an engage, he can safely walk back to the turret. He'll be able to come back. No home guards for anybody just yet, so these attacks do buy Dignitas a little bit of time, but they just don't have the wave yet to pursue that turret. Zion Spartan giving Quas hell in the bottom lane rather. Neither of them are getting anywhere.
Trying to take little small chunks of the turret. Dignitas trying to take bigger chunks of this mid turret.
There we go.
Curse just can't get healthy. Look at all this stuff that Voyboy has to dodge around. They're trying to engage, but they're pretty low for this.
Oh, it did not seem like everybody was on the same page for that one, but it did also seem like Dominate just wanted them to disengage with the way that Curse did follow up then.
Rule 1A of playing against a poke comp, though, is never let them set up a siege.
Right.
Because as soon as they get one person low, you're always in this constant catch-up of someone being in base and a 3v4. While you're waiting in base, another person gets chucked down, and you get another 3v4. And that's what we saw right there. They came back, Voyboy was at half health, which meant the follow-up of the initiation would have been fatal. And the turret goes to Dig.
Little damage onto Cop. They take the turret down. Zion Spartan has proved useful in the bottom lane. He's only about 10 CS behind Quas right now. Those two would love to start participating in these fights. We'll see if they get there once the AD carries start getting their finalized items. Still quite far behind here at 26 minutes. It seems like it's been a bit of a fast game in map movement, but things that players are gaining and going back and buying. Usually we see 2 or 3 items per carry. Not this game. Very slow and weighted.
Not the kills you would be used to seeing.
Right.
But it's these long-range artillery shots that Dignitas has, as well as just a really close fight at Dragon that very easily could have turned bloody. Speaking of which, 40 seconds and the ward control begins once again. Very eerie river for these guys.
Yeah.
Any corner they go around could be a Dark Binding and death.
Summoners are up on both sides. Oh,
Fancy feet.
The amount of stun that comes out of both Shifter and then Kiwi Kid, and then you can hit like Cocoon is absolutely amazing. Man, I could really, if you didn't get a TF, or Xerath, I figure you could get a TF in this as well and just keep it going. Start initiating with that. So many possibilities for the comp with this much long range.
Curse looking to force. They're hoping that they don't get poked down during this, because if they get hit by a few too many shots, they will be done for. But if they get a clean initiation now, they might have an edge.
Oh, nothing from Xpecial. Not even the exhaust is there to be used. This is going to be Dignitas getting a catch that they wanted, and you can see what the consecutive crowd control looks like when they lock it down. This, all right, goes over.
Death cap onto Shifter and not a shred of magic resist on Xpecial. That's what happens against this super long range comp from Dig. Die before you can do a thing if you get caught out. They need a lock into there on Solari from probably I Will Dominate on this team.
Be a great idea. Could definitely thwart off a Xerath ultimate or even the finalizing Living Artillery. Curse trying to gain back a bit of their jungle. Dignitas doing what they needed to pull themselves back into the lead. Both teams wavering a bit, so really not in anybody's favor all just at this time. Got the first outer set of turrets down, and then it seems like they can't get past it. Dignitas very patient on being able to set up that kind of siege poke we just saw, even though they Curse let them do it. Let's see if they can get that back towards the top side of Baron.
It's just going to be so tricky for Curse.
How do you beat that composition?
You have to find flanks at this point. You either have to split push them, which is hard because Zion Spartan is probably the best split pusher. But you need I Will Dominate to find sneaky areas and Xpecial to somehow land an ultimate on anyone. Really, if it's Kog'Maw or Xerath, you're pretty much okay with it because of how quickly they would die. As far as defensive itemization goes, Dignitas can't build defensive itemization. They're all trying to do damage from their glass cannons.
Yeah. Gonna make for very interesting fights when a few shots will kill everybody on the map from these AD carries. Not quite to that point just yet. When these teams have played, the times have been 32-48 and 32-30. 18 seconds apart for these game wins. Curse has taken one and Dig has taken one.
Couple of fast games. This one will probably be a little longer.
Yeah.
The way this game is unfolded in front of us. Still thinking about how fast Xpecial died there. That's gonna make Curse very, very scared of where
they're wary.
Look where Dominate is. He's hoping that he's in position. He actually is right now to get it close.
That's one. Can they get the Buster shot out? Is the flash coming in? The Fisher misses everything. Xpecial's now caught up in the Soul Shackle. Voyboy is able to take down Kiwi Kid, but the AD and the AP are still on the move. Cutie Pie tries to fire back. Kathy in surprise comes out. Shifter again using the close range ultimate of his on Xerath because everybody's in his face. Comp fires into Zion Spartan, but he's got enough to take it.
They have a double AD carry right now, but they are very low. Zion
gonna try to turn the game around. Oh my god.
Oh man, this is scary.
They have about 1,000 HP between themselves, or just a bit more. Zion Spartan can definitely get food for dinner on this one if he can start going hard. He hits one. A great chompers right across the entryway towards the blue buff of Curse, and it looks like Baron is stopped. Zion Spartan coming up big on the solo objective.
Yeah, that fight was exactly what Curse wanted. It wasn't perfect in execution, but it's exactly the type of play.
In the end, absolutely.
In the end, and you saw it. As soon as they could close onto Dignitas, Dignitas immediately tried to run away and couldn't deal damage while running away. Therefore, just had no tank presence, and the reset started to come in for Voyboy and Cop, which was deadly for Dig.
What an awesome game coming in for everybody to go Soul Glass Cannon, pretty much Quas and Dominate here, trying to put a little bit of defense on themselves, but that's just in their natural build. We also see Kiwi Kid coming out with the Zanyas, trying to make plays as well. Void Staff completed by Crumbs, even more Glass Cannon, trying to get the kills immediately. And it looks like it's going to be time for that Baron. 2 minutes on Dragon, they're going to be here dancing for a while. Looks like Quas is going to have to go down and consider Zion Spartan in the bottom lane. None of them have teleport though, so this could be a 4v4.
Absolutely. It's the fear of Owl Dominate. It's really if he can get the flanks on. Like right now, Dig is actually caught in a pretty dangerous spot.
They're so
They're
pinched.
trying to get the initiation on Dom, but they're getting flanked in.
Oh!
Kiwi burns everything.
Kicked in the mouth. That's not good.
Oh,
They got
get
vision. He
away.
pulls the vision over. Can shift her the stun. He got the stun. That's the max range, which means it's the longest time. Dominate goes down. He had no idea. He couldn't move.
The chase continues too. Oh, man.
Down the living artillery.
Blue buff
Give me a
call.
fourth one. He's not in range. Oh my God, they get locked up even more. Still trying to go for the fight. You see the repel come up, but Crumbs couldn't match anything, and he couldn't fall back down on an opponent, which really stopped the engage coming in there from Dignitas. But they are picking up so much ground. Little catches here. Now turning towards Baron, 32 minutes in.
Yeah, and they're so low. Curse is so low for this, despite not having jungle pressure. Initiation is going to be tough. Where's Xpecial's ultimate? Let's watch.
Whoa! He has to jump it out. Zion Spartan's going for Boy Boy. He flashes over the wall. That leaves Zion now apart from the fight. They're trying to spread Curse thin, and all of the commotion now. A real struggle here for Curse as they regain control of what's going on and stop Baron. But they need to make a move after this.
What a stressful game. All of Dignitas going back to base. They took a little bit too much. And the double 80 carries plus Lulu are pushing them in.
Man.
Try and get some objectives
The
fast.
attack speed increase, just passive, coming from Jinx, and then the rapid fire from Boy Boy. Turrets don't stand a chance.
No, that's pretty much the two best attack speed boosts in the game for 80 carries. Those guys are the ultimate turret killers. And guess what? Gold's even. Let's play the Baron game again.
Back to even Stevens. What a game. I like it. Week 9 starting off very well.
Dragon is up. There is an edge here because Voyboy could hop in the back of the Dragon Pit, take it down without too much risk, but that would open up Curse for a little bit of poke. It's just a matter of whether vision control is bluffed out by Curse. If they pretend like they have 5 people behind them, control will be much higher.
Shifter once again picking up the blue. Attack range increase coming into play here for Voyboy. Level 16 on Tristana. And Curse is going to safely move away from Dragon. More gold in their favor, a bit of a lead, but we've seen those leads quickly just turn back in Dignitas' favor with a quick fight.
Yeah. This game is very interesting. You can see teleports down in top laners. They're actually doing the split push game again. Full magic pen build from Crumbs. So
yeah,
he honestly
still
has
going.
a lot of burst for himself if he can catch the right target. He hasn't cared about being tanky at all because a one-man spider tank doesn't do too much for them. But honestly, that's like 2 or 3 shots from 80 carry at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, before he was repelling out things. Now it's not gonna. Oh, Special gets locked up just in the end. That's the dark binding as well.
He's out of the
Special
fight.
could get hit. They hit Braum again. One of the biggest safety members for these 80 carries. If they can get him, they can pretty much walk anywhere.
It's just too much artillery for Curse to deal with. They got that one fight because Dominate made it into a clever spot, but if we're looking at advantages, Dignitas has so many of them. Again though, that squishy team at Baron, a lot of damage to alive for Curse. It's a matter of if Dignitas can catch them as they come in.
Gonna be shots still coming in. They're kind of stuck inside the pit. They have to be there for Dominate right away. The Summoner Heal comes off. They're still trying to take down Baron. 5,200 HP on it, 4,300 now. It's going down quite quickly, but now Baron's starting to heal 1 for 1 on each side, and Kiwi Kid limps away.
And oh, by the way, Quas just killed Zion Spartan while all that was happening, so that's kind of cool. Curse did hold that off because the poke of them was still enough. The zap by Cop got them low enough. The Kiwi Kid had to back away, and they weren't willing to risk the get it sighted / rocket jump resets. There's so many squishy things in this game that the fights are just remarkably swingy. Notice how neither 80 carry went last Whisper because they know nobody on Dignitas is going to be building armor.
You quickly hit tab and you figured, I love that ward, by the way, that you hit tab and you see the fact that nobody has armor in this game. And you're going to be able to pretty much change it with 1 or 2 shots. If it's a crit, make it 2 shots.
Jeez, look at the damage Voyboy takes as the teleport gets burned. That's huge. Zion still has his teleport. Quas does not. That could very well swing this game. That exact interaction right there.
Cutie Pie low on mana isn't the worst thing in the world, but definitely hurts a lot of potential of Kog'Maw, so we'll see if they can get him all healed up before they push on to anything. Home guard's still not coming out yet. All the money in the game, no matter what, is going into damage right now. These guys are full force, balls to the wall. Bloodthirster picked up by Voyboy so he can keep a bit of safety, because these fights, they are going a little bit longer than usual.
Yeah, Voyboy's been the one getting poked down the most.
Yeah.
So trying to get that little bit of pre-shield. As long as he remains in combat. Uh-oh. All right. They're rushing it down. They got to see that one.
Oh my gosh.
They're just daring Crumbs to come in for a steal. That's not really a game they want to be playing against a poke comp like this.
They don't even have to enter pit. Look how much damage they can do from the outside.
They're trying to force the teleport from Zion, and I imagine
2,500
poke in doing so.
2,600 on Baron, and they back off. Curse teasing Dignitas now, trying to dispute this Baron.
This is just the most dangerous game that Curse could be playing, all to get Zion Spartans teleport out. They succeeded. I feel like Zion actually came in a little preemptively, but yeah, the Baron was at 2,600. Crumbs could have stolen. He's on Elise. That's a very real possibility.
Oh, that's one shot. That was almost a bad spot to be in, but you see the shield help. Whoa, Cutie Pie coming in with late game Kog'Maw. 2 shots, half health Voyboy. He can still sustain himself back up. He's going to be the one to take it. He said, let me shoot these. I need to live. Dignitas is going to back up. They're going to give Curse a little bit of breathing room, but we're just going right back to Baron. It's not going to be any waiting.
You do not want to tango without Cutie Pie's Kog'Maw in close quarters. He's a scary, scary man right there. Voyboy thought to take him on. Quickly thought better of it. Really, as soon as one of these teams gets a couple kills, the Baron is maybe not even taken, if I'm thinking about it. If Curse can get 3 or 4 kills, they would just win the game with how quickly they can push with Jinx and Trist if they're alive at the end of this.
Yeah. Interesting to see how Dominate will be able to find ways into these fights. Dignitas, they're not the ones really trying to push that Baron down. We saw them doing on Dragon, but like you said, putting themselves in such a tight spot is really bad news bears, because they're going to get jumped on. Level 15 for Dominate, same as Crumbs, but he's also starting to get a bit more tank on his build, so he can make those impact plays. They may catch Dignitas in a bad spot here.
Yeah, shifter off. No teleport for Zion. They see exactly where he is, which makes them want to rush this Baron. It does still open them up for a whole bunch of poke. This Baron goes down remarkably quickly, though. How quickly can Dignitas make it? And Shifter's not even in range. It's got to be a steal attempt for Crumbs. He's going in.
He already going into Spider Form. He does not get it. Quas throws a glitter lance right through Baron. They say spike it right now, so he cannot. 7 to 5 in 40 minutes.
Oh, they got Shifter.
It's starting to move through. The red buff hits. He flashes. Oh, the rocket hits over the shoulder of Voyboy. They're going to keep going. Kiwi Kid's going down. They're going to have eyes on the Nexus after this chase. There's so much health on Zion Spartan. They need to turn around and go for the base.
They
so
could
much
just
chase
win
coming out right now.
If they
Curse
just push
stops it.
The mid lane. They spend about 5 seconds too long in that bottom lane. Let's see if they can still push this up right now. 40 seconds, 25 seconds, 30 seconds on the death timers. How much damage can they do to these turrets?
They have Quas and they have Void, or rather they have Cop moving in with Voyboy. All the attack speed.
This is just a wrecking crew of turret destruction. Curse might take down Dig.
This is going to be very hard. Cutie Pie can make the right shots. They're not trying to shut him down. A lot of damage going on to Dominate and Special. Eyes on the Nexus turrets. 3 seconds for Crumbs. It's not going to be enough. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Curse drops Dignitas at 40 minutes.
What an unusual game right there. Curse, the mid lane AD Tristana, the team of 80 carries and range damage and resets, gets a couple of them against Dignitas of all teams. Dig tried the poke comp, they tried to change things up, but they got collapsed on a few too many times. They got rushed down at the end. Zion did not have his teleport. And that makes it 5 games in a row where Dignitas has been on the losing side.
Curse doing a very good job of keeping their jungle clear. Dignitas, we saw what happened when they had the chance to set up that engage right in mid lane on the 2nd tier turret. It looked bad for Curse. It's like if they do this at every turret, Dignitas is going to walk on through to the win. But Curse was in their jungle, clearing those wards, so the fear of Dominate coming from anywhere was there. They never were able to execute it, but that pressure they created just off the ball was really what helped them to continue pushing out to Baron. And then the one time you catch the team out, like you said, are they going to go for Baron or are they going to go for the win?
Well, they had the Baron, and they just went for the win.
Right.
But you could see how easily it was accomplished by all their AD carries.
Yeah.
I think the most remarkable thing for me in this game is despite how many close escapes we saw with Xerath bombs lobbing down on Voyboy the whole time, is that both of their AD carries were deathless. It was 105 on Voyboy, 205 on the Cop. And they come away with the victory. Huge way to bounce back from that last week where they lost to both EG and Complexity.
Great safety from Quas on that Lulu and special on Braum. Very good play protecting your AD carries across the map. So to hear what the pros thought of that match, let's send it down to Kobe.
All right, thank you, Riv. I'm here with Voyboy after their win. Of course, we first have to ask you about this Tristana pick. You guys have been practicing it a lot. What is your favorite part about AD Tristana in the mid lane?
I really like Tristana just because it's a champion that can be really aggressive and you can just like go full out and just like carry a team fight really hard. Like originally when I was watching Vasily play Tristana, I would just see him like rocket jump into like 5 people and I was like, wow, that's like exactly how I like to play AD. And I was like, maybe I could pull it off mid. And I just started trying in solo queue. It worked out really well. Started playing it in scrims and stuff and just brought it to LCS and I think it worked out quite well for us. So happy with the pick.
Yeah, it definitely worked out this game. How crucial is the Braum pick, or how much do you have to build the whole rest of the team around a double AD pick if you want to run Tristana in mid?
So Tristana is pretty versatile. I think building a team comp like the one we had can open up the abilities of, like, for example, a double AD comp is really good at kiting. Like you're not gonna go out full engage. Like you're not trying to wombo. You're just trying to kill the same targets. Try to kill people in the front. And if people ever get in range, in your range of aggression, in both AD carries auto attack range, you can just melt them. So I think our picks just help facilitate the strength of our comp.
And playing against Xerath, we're probably going to be seeing a lot more Xerath nowadays. Pretty popular all over the world. How does it change your game when you guys are facing all these champions with increased range? And how does it change it when there's so much increased importance on these skill shots that are going to be landing?
Yeah, so their poke was really strong. Xerath is a really good pick now. I would expect to see him constantly throughout this week. But we were getting poked down for a bit. Once we got some MR, once we started getting some sustain, it became easier to deal with. Once me and Cop had a decent amount of lifesteal, even though Shifter was hitting a bunch of Qs and he was trying to like ult for harass and stuff like that, we would just lifesteal it back up and then we'd look to fight while those cooldowns were down. So it ended up being fine. It was a little shaky in the mid game, but once it got late, we just took over.
All right, and our last question is about the Nidalee in the top lane because we haven't seen that in North America yet. What was Quas's communication with you guys about handling that Nidalee in the top lane? Because so many top laners have been complaining about how much of a bully she is, but Quas handled her very, very well.
Yeah, so people have been playing a lot in Nidalee and NA mostly. I think it's just a champion we should expect to see a lot more. And it's something that we actually got a decent amount of practice against. So originally, it was like, man, this champion is just crazy. Like, what do we do? But then as Quas played against him more, I think he learned how to deal with it. So I think we've got it on lock now.
Well, he's definitely a boon for your team then. Thank you, Voyboy, and congratulations once again. We are now going to send it over to the analyst desk for another discussion on the game.
Thanks, Kobe. Now we want to welcome Aiden Zyrene Moon to the desk to help us break down Curse's win. Now that's a win for Curse after a pretty underwhelming showing last weekend. Is this us kind of watching them take the reins back and get back into their groove going into the end of the season, I guess?
Yeah, I think they have. It's been the season for Curse the entire time. Like, they're always almost good enough to be a top team. They've had so many games, even at the very beginning, where they would almost beat all the guys in the top 4. Their losses last week is just sort of more of Curse being Curse. It's like, hey, sometimes they just don't show up quite right. Sometimes they just kind of screw things up. But like, I expect to see more of that 3-1 super weak Curse. Like, they have the players to do that. They have the shot calling to do that. They have the right sort of teamwork and mindset to do that. And it's just kind of like which one shows up, and it's really up to them. Like, you can't predict their week-to-week results. It's up to how they play in a given day.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. It's how they play on that given day, and they innovated today. They brought that AD carry Tristana in the mid lane. Voyboy had been playing it a little bit on his stream, got a little glimpse of how good it was in that mid lane. And Quas, he played at AP top, so it's kind of one of those things where you don't know where it's going to go if they are innovating. Turns out it's mid lane, and they crushed with it. And it's on the other team to react to that and come up with a battle plan mid-champion select.
All right, well, to that point of innovation, we saw a couple other champions make their first showing. Whereas Nidalee, I wouldn't consider being her first showing, but the reworked Nidalee, as well as the Xerath, Freak, talk to me a little bit about those choices by Dig.
Sure. So I really liked what Dignitas had set up here because Nidalee is like the premier lane bully right now. She's like the new Renekton basically, and that fits Dig's style really well, where they can say, Zion, go do things by yourself, go create pressure. He did have a couple of misplays. That solo death to Lulu was really bad, but by and large, this is a good thing for teams like Dignitas who can rely on the individual play on one side. The Xerath also, and I know Jack talked about this as well, fits Shifter perfectly. I expect to see him play more of this champion. Xerath is sort of like the new Nidalee as far as mid laners are concerned, where it's like, do you like playing poke champs? Great, here's a poke champ who attacks from very, very far away. The difficulty being that he doesn't have the same escape tools in Nidalee, so you can actually punish this.
All right, Zyrene, so when we have a bunch of these poke champions in the game like this, we saw some early bullying going on with the Tristana against the Xerath, but then when we got to team fights, it was just like a basic standoff. So what is the cause of that, and what's the solution to actually getting into a battle?
Well, I told you it's on the other team to counter it at Champion Select. They had no hard engage. Xpecial was really their only ticket into that fight for Curse. And they end up getting it a couple times, and those were very key points. But another thing that I actually want to jump back a little bit to Freak's answer there, because you talked about the Nidalee. I didn't like the Nidalee in this game. I felt like Zion Spartan was playing a split push game, and against double AD carries, Tristana, Jinx, they will fast push a base faster than you can split push because of their Qs and their attack speed increases. Also, Zion Spartan built fully split push, Blade of the Ruined King, Trinity Force, not a single armor item on him. He didn't want to be involved in these fights against AD carries, which made it so that he couldn't show up. He couldn't be a force to be reckoned with, and he would have just been destroyed. We saw it in the very last fight, too, where he was a non-factor and just ran away and gave up the base.
Absolutely. And we'll take another look at a replay, the final Baron fight, where we'll watch those two AD carries burn down that Baron. Doesn't give any time to respond. Freak, go ahead and walk me through this one.
Yeah, so the cool thing about this is Curse have actually done this, and they had no wards in this, but somehow this was the exact time that Shifter is taking his blue buff on the other side of the map. So Dig has no way to contest this fight whatsoever. They shouldn't even try once they realize it's this low. The steal attempt, I understand, it's a fine, it's a 50-50 for Crumbs, and if he gets it, it's great, but the rest shouldn't be limping in. So if we play this fight out, it's Crumbs dying for free, obviously, and then like Kiwi Kid's like there by himself waiting for his team to show up, but they have a guaranteed 4-on-5, and the problem is you have a team with a bunch of resets, 3 of them actually on every assist, and so they just jump in for kill after kill after kill. And again, it's another situation where just Dig shouldn't be here.
Yeah, there's a ton of chase potential here on the side of Curse. So is the solution here, obviously, like you said, the steal is fine. You give up the Baron. Keep Zion in that bot lane, because that's one of the impetuses for them going for the Baron to start, was they saw Zion in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's really difficult to sort of play around this. Like, both teams have this weird, like, if you lose vision, you're super screwed. Because we saw things in the random mid game. There was the 4th dragon that went down. Xpecial didn't see a cocoon come out, and he just dropped. He can't, his stun, so he can't put the Unbreakable up. He just dies to all the siege, all the poke damage. He will just immediately drop as the main tank on the team. Same thing for Dignitas, though. If you don't see the enemy team, double AD carry, Baron dies in 4 seconds. And you, out of nowhere, like, you've just lost your entire way to play this game. Or if you don't see Evelynn, she flanks you, and your entirely squishy siege-based team falls apart. And, well, Curse had the situation where they didn't see him go for Baron, and suddenly it's gone.
All right, another question regarding the Xerath, because it's such a new champion. We've seen it a few times in EU and NA. We're watching the middle lane evolve. We're watching the top lane evolve with Lulu and Kale and Nidalee coming out in the top lane, things like that. What do the other lanes need to do now to kind of catch up in evolution? How are we going to see those lanes change the other lanes? Zyrene?
Oh, we just saw a little bit of that here with the Tristana. Against this double AD composition, like I said, you can't split push. It's going to force you to pick something that's a better team fighter, better hard engage type champion that can deal with this heavy damage. And man, the builds from Dignitas is something I want to touch on too, because, oh man, no real stacking of defensive stats at all. When you see one fed Tristana, you're kind of like, all right, we need armor. Even if it's just one armor threat. They went with Crumb's full magic penetration build there. He didn't have a single defensive item in his inventory. And then Zion Spartan, same thing. So these types of roles, you need to adapt your build, and then that will sometimes affect what is a good build on this champion, and can we take that build to a different champion. When Sightstone was something that was seen in the jungle, it was like, oh, Nunu's really good with that item. Let's start playing Nunu jungle. So these things are types of evolutions that change the dynamic. And you talked about top lane. Gragas top, huge bully in the top lane. You can win it, and then that causes spillover into other lanes. And then how do you deal with that? Because this thing right here with the Tristana, you're not going to roam. We saw no roams to side lanes, which means you can play bigger lane bullies bottom and just win the lane solo if you're just going to have somebody pushing mid. So there's a whole big dynamic, and each lane isn't really its own microcosm, but if it is, it affects other lanes at the same time.
Yeah, I actually want to get off on the back of that one because you mentioned the Tristana not being able to roam point. This is one of the things that actually got Dig an early lead, was the fact that they got to push aggressively against an Evelynn of all champions. Like, they killed the bottom outer turret because, so one, Morgana's a counterpick to Braum. Braum can no longer do anything in the lane as long as Kiwi Kid's playing properly. You block everything, he's just useless. So it lets basically Cog Morgana 2v1 Jinx, which is now an advantageous lane, despite being a Kog'Maw lane. So they took the turret down. They only got punished by one gank. They know Voyboy's not coming. You know, same thing's happening in the top lane as well. Zion Spartan's always pushing. And you talk about the champions spilling over and the fact that they're not microcosms. Well, here you go. You see 2 turrets going down just in the laning phase for Dignitas because of things like Tristana mid.
All right, well, there's clearly a ton to discuss regarding the new changes, things like that, and the way that these games will evolve. Luckily, we have a ton of games coming our way to watch that evolution. Guys, thank you for the input. We'll be back later. Now, there are still more explosive action coming your way. After a brief break, Evil Geniuses will be taking to the Rift to battle it out with Counter Logic Gaming in our second game of the day. The NALCS continues after this.
Ready for it?
I mean, I'm ready for it. I don't think the people are ready for it.
Some dips. Some dips.
Wait, no. No. Don't do it, God.
Crumbs tries to get out on that one. Dominate goes in. The lockup from Shifter. Dominate's going hard on this, and he just gets dropped down. Special's now caught up in the Soul Shackle. Voyboy is able to take down Kiwi Kid, but the AD and the AP are still on the move. Cutie Pie tries to fire back. Kathy in surprise comes out. 7-5 in 40 minutes. Oh, Trent is starting to move through. The red buff hits. He flashes. Oh, the rocket hits over the shoulder of Voyboy. They're going to keep going. Kiwi Kid's going down.
about it being more effective for a team to take steps to pull ahead instead of working to not fall behind.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way CLG plays. It seems to be working for them. They survived that four-way tie for first, and now they're just sharing the top spot with LMQ. And last week they had a 2-0 week with wins against Dig and TSM, who were both very strong teams. And they're also pretty convincing in their win through. So CLG does not seem overconfident, which is a huge thing. They're on top, but they're still focused on making improvements to do better, which is a big key.
Right, and looking at this match, CLG say Evil Geniuses perform well in the early game, but it's when they transition to the late game where they find trouble.
CLG, very strong team now. Our record against CLG hasn't been the best, even like scrims and LCS.
I think EG is just not a top-tier material team at the moment. They're very inconsistent, they lose a lot of games.
I think EG tends to make a lot of basic mistakes when they play versus us, and there are times when they actually do well in the early game, but then they just kind of mess up in the late game.
I think Link plays really safe. If I can get out of like the slump or whatever I'm in right now because I didn't play that well last weekend, then I think I'll do fine against him.
I think it's hard to pinpoint like what you need to attack on CLG. You just need to stop anything from becoming too big. You got a lot of respect going for Rush Hour. Aftermoo and Doublelift are both really good players and they have really good synergy. But at the same time, you want to look at shutting down Seraph because that's probably where their weak link is.
I think they need another split or something to actually bond together and be good as a team. So yeah, they're not a bad team, they're pretty good, but I think we are just upper class right now, so it's hard for them to beat us.
I love how there's actually so much social media thought that these guys give out about each other too, and that CLG actually feels that they're very good at scrims, EG is, but it's just one of those can't perform it off and on the playing field type of situations.
And specifically, EG not doing well in scrims against CLG, even if they do well against the other teams.
Right, exactly. So let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be Evil Geniuses. That means Inox in the top lane. We're going to get Helios in the jungle, Pobelter in mid lane, Alltech at AD carry trying to get some pentas today, and Crepo on support.
And on the red side, it is CLG. Seraph in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid lane, Doublelift and Afro as well. Really the carries of the team right there.
That's right, and that takes us right into our featured matchup. See if you guessed it right. Alltech versus Doublelift.
Yeah, and either one of these 80 carries could just completely go off in this game. Alltech has actually had 3 games where he's had a double-digit kill score. So in games EG wins, oftentimes Alltech just destroys. He's the big reason they stopped their losing streak with an 11-1-3 performance. And then also we have Doublelift. He's just as lethal. Last week he was 17-2-6 in their 2-0, but he's more consistent, which is the big thing because he's been around a lot longer. Both these guys carried a victory, so one of them could single-handedly tip the game in their team's favor.
And I'm really excited since we've seen it everywhere really, but in Europe, Vayne kind of resurfaced. So we may see Doublelift on Vayne. We've heard Monty in the past say, you know, with Doublelift is on Vayne, we can kind of get a composition that maybe not we wanted out of picks and bans, but we can always rely on Doublelift to just carry the game.
Yeah, I think Reckless's Vayne was something like 18-0.
Crazy.
They did a
play.
lane swap early on, which is something that CLG isn't averse to doing. But honestly, they had so much success last week with just Lucian and Kog'Maw. I think they can just keep going with those for CLG success.
Especially the versatility of the rest of the team as well. We look at, and as well, we're going to talk about what Crepo said, is if we focus Seraph. There's been a lot of debate around that if teams focus Seraph, it leaves the map pretty much open for CLG to run amok on, because while you're focusing Seraph, they're taking all the important stuff.
Well, it's something CLG's gotten very good at.
Yeah,
Every time
true.
Seraph was killed last week, you would see bottom lane for CLG taking an edge.
Yeah.
Getting some kills.
We'll see what edges they can grab here. Champion Select is live, and we are going to dive right into some bans. Looks like mid lane's getting a heck of a lot of focus right off. We're going to see a Twisted Fate coming in as well, but Gragas will find himself banned out again, causing some trouble now in the scene.
Yeah, last week Yasuo was picked 4 games and banned 4 games. He's pretty much respected now for being a total beast in that mid lane. Really the best assassin you can play there, so a lot of times teams will just ban it out to block that strategy from happening. And the Gragas ban is smart, especially to keep Inox down, who's been struggling for a while.
So what is the first priority? An AD carry. Since you just got to figure how much things have changed. Never pick the least safe AD carry first as a priority.
Yeah, that opens up a lot of opportunity here for CLG to kill him. Twisted Fate is neither picked nor banned so far. That could be a very likely choice for Link to jump on top of Kog'Maw.
Still have the Elise for Dexter.
Dexter's got all junglers available.
I think this might be one of the first games we do not have a jungler-focused ban. It's for a long time, at least.
Decent available and not first picked.
Yeah.
It's got to be really attractive.
Twilight Zone Week 9.
There's just too much. Bad right.
Lulu and Braum. Those are the priorities. And that's something that they've had great results with.
Oh!
These are fast.
Really? Nunu above all else.
Above all else.
Help protect that Kog'Maw. Want to dive in? Big Yeti in the way.
So they do have
jumping through Ziggs.
They have poke when they approach the turret, living artillery, and they got the Ziggs bombs. Doesn't seem like Pobelter is going to waver to Xerath just yet, with the Ziggs still open. And we now have Link and Doublelift to choose. Link, like most mids, will leave that to round out the composition and figure out what he's playing against.
I would expect...
he doesn't have to choose anything with Ziggs on the map.
I've seen Monte Cristo doing a lot of railing against how he hates the Ziggs wave clear and how it's almost impossible to end games against Ziggs. You would expect CLG to value that pick more highly, especially against a team who they're probably going to want to end quickly. They end up banning Tristana while Kog'Maw is still available and letting the Ziggs through. A little bit of a curious choice there for CLG.
Doublelift Twitch is going to be locked in for this game. And it does seem like they will be, as you were saying, okay with that wave clear. They're going to set up a game themselves right now that says protect Doublelift towards the late game as well. See if he can make any sneaky moves. Doublelift is one of those AD carries that is not afraid to get into the 1v1 situation, and Twitch will allow him to do that a little bit more. Get him to Doublelift and back in his comfort zone.
Not the strongest early laner, that's for sure. But they have the Twitch Braum, and with their coordination and team fights with Doublelift and Aframu, it is a lethal combination. But I do wonder, this composition they're picking into has a lot of things that COG may struggle with.
EG definitely slowing down after the second and third pick. Those came instantly. Now we're waiting all the way. In consideration, Crepo was probably going to take his Morgana. Yep.
Just have to.
It's going to be the Mundo for Inox in the top lane. So
yeah, they're going late game. They're going so late game right now. The Nunu for the attack speed, the Kog'Maw, Ziggs for the wave clear, and then Mundo for a late game monster. Meaning that if CLG doesn't take enough damage in the mid lane here, they'll have trouble killing. Mundo especially good late game against double AP compositions, and with the Yasuo banned out and the Lulu already picked, unless CLG is willing to switch Lulu to the mid lane, they're stuck with double AP. With all that being said, CLG is the huge favorite in this game, and there's a very good chance they would just be able to execute and take down EG.
That's what CLG's feeling they can do in the first place. 2-0 coming into this matchup from red and blue. They're going to be back on red side for this game, so they've had it from both sides of the map, and they figured out how to pick EG apart, take them down systematically. What will be the last pick so they can try to do it again this time? Already looking at something they can possibly dive in the top lane. That's going to be Link's Twisted Fate. So that actually, as I was just saying, that dive in the top lane becomes more prevalent with Inox being on Mundo. They might try to find him early, and they might just try to find him if they can hit fast sixes.
And I'd say Link's the best Twisted Fate in North America as well. So being able to get that with the final pick is a bit of a steal. However, there's still a lot of stuff to get through. Jumping in, if EG is protecting right in team fights, would be very difficult for Link to do. But EG is not the type of team that has coordinated spectacularly in the past few weeks. They were on that 6-game losing streak before their cursed victory last week.
It looks like Pobelter's actually going to be running the Flash Ghost on his Ziggs as well.
He does that on almost all of his champions.
Flash Ghost, yeah.
Needing the defensive summoners. It's strange. He's like one of the most aggressive players that brings defensive summoners because he gets himself into some sticky situations.
I remember. It's only been like 3 years since I ran that on Ashe in the mid lane or something. So the teams are loading, and you've been voting. Let's head over to lolesports.com and see how it went. 84% of you. Chat, you did say they were favorite. I think CLG are going to come out on top.
Well, the closer you get to 90, the closer you are to getting hugely upset. But showing
that's true
by these team comps as well, tweet the hashtag EGWin or the hashtag CLGWin for this upcoming LCS game. So not as much uniqueness as we saw in the last set of team compositions.
Right.
CLG kind of throwing back a little bit to the standard traditional stuff. TF and Lulu with Braum Twitch. I mean, you look at CLG, they got pretty much everything they're experts at. Lulu in the top lane, power picking Korea, pretty much 100% banned. Twisted Fate as well, maybe Link's best champion. Twitch, Braum, the two favorite things they can have in the bottom lane. It's just the things that that composition wants to do are fairly well countered by what EG's composition does well.
Yeah.
So a lot of it will just be about how well EG executes.
Well, let's see what they get into this game with. NACS not able to play his Nidalee as we come into this one, unfortunately. Hoping to see him on that. But as EG faces off against CLG here, week 9, our second game of the day, there will be fear to be had. Let's see what they can do to start off this matchup. Expecting to see Helios play the Helios way. We may see some early game aggression towards Dexter on that new name.
Yeah, both junglers starting with a green ward. Meaning the early game invading may happen. They also want to get knowledge of the jungle starts. Still not sure if Doublelift and Afro will choose to lane swap. They can still get pretty aggressive because they know Altec brought Cleanse.
Yeah.
They also went with some unique summoner spell choices. Check this out. Heal on Afromu and Barrier on Doublelift, which is more single target protection than they could otherwise get for Doublelift.
Oh, the ghost already. The ghost already. Oh, he dodges it. Pie to the face of Dexter. That's actually the cocoon they needed. If he were to hit anybody, that was the best one to dark bind. Wow.
Well, they burn a flash for a ghost, so I'd say Link gets ahead of it. And Dexter had actually already skilled his W. I saw a little spiderling fly out after he got dark bound. Scary times for Krepo, though. The ghost from the Fog of War allows them to get some deep ward positions.
Pobelter's messing with fire here.
COG is sticking around, despite not having Dexter.
Well, they got their ward in. Seraph got that long ward down, and they saw that Morgana was going to be in the bottom lane.
Got double a fan in the audience.
It looks like they're going to get the lane matchup that they want. Krepo in the bumper said they gave a lot of respect to the Rush Hour bottom lane, so they're going to be doing their best to shut that down as well. Friends outside, but it's all business when you're on the Rift.
Helios, you can see plotting his jungle right there. Says they saw Dexter starting at red. Helios says going here next. Going to his own red. Standard jungle starts. They would technically be on a collision course.
Good auto attacked him there, but he didn't.
Very interested in this bottom lane now. Twitch Braum against Cog Morgana. How well can Altec use his range advantage with his W on to deal with Doublelift's trading? Because Doublelift got the early edge right there.
Yeah, that was an awesome trade. Afromu waited for the minion to instantly go down, and then he threw a Winter's Bite through it. So really cheeky play in the bottom lane so far. But if they can keep doing that, it's going to be very hard for Altec and Krepo to make moves. Dexter looks like he's going to be hovering the bottom side of the map for now.
Helios might want to try and bait this. He did a quick 2-buff so he could come around. But he's actually just getting an early ward out. He pinged to say where Dexter was, not to invade.
Right, watch out. 3 minutes on the clock. That means the lanes have to be very wary of what's going on around them right now. Junglers are going to be peeking out of the Fog of War, and it looks like Dexter wants to make a move out of the woodwork here. And it is going to be to the bottom lane. Double buff onto him. Patience now. See if they can get Krepo wanting to go ward here for this 3 minute. He was able to quickly, I believe he was seen a little bit by the upper ward.
I wonder, because EG's not pinging around like they have seen him. They may burn a flash here. Where's the black shield? Oh, man.
Nice. Altec having to stay there, but he did force a flash. That could be a repeat now up to about 8 minutes. They're going to be able to work with that again on Altec. You can see Helios. Are they really?
Pretty clever
chase
move
him
there.
around? No, they're not.
Pretty clever move there by Krepo, Riv. He black shielded himself and then blocked in front of Altec for the cocoon. The only risk that was running was that Altec was about an auto attack away from getting stunned by the Braum passive. But they lose the flash of Altec. Still would have had cleanse to get away if he needed it.
Doesn't seem like any of this pressure has really affected too many of the lanes. Only 4 or 5 CS either way, but the junglers, knowing that the lane's not affected, they want to get each other now. Helios steals out. Dodges the Ice Blast, not a problem there, as Dexter makes a loop-de-loop on the backside. Can he get the satchel out? Doesn't even try for it, goes for the damage and cannot connect.
Failed counter jungle attempt right
Ooh.
there. Oh, Belter is doing
Oh!
that mid lane.
Link didn't think it would hit. Gotta trust.
Plus he's so low. I mean,
Yeah,
he's a
that too.
bouncing bomb away from death.
Bouncing bomb auto attack. Oops.
These
Couldn't
junglers
follow that.
really trying to get into each other's jungle. 10 CS for Dexter, 16 for Helios. Very low farm jungle game.
And great vision play by Helios. He knows the top side is being inhabited by Dexter. He goes ahead, takes the bottom. He's gonna go back and have free jungle for himself. Even leaves it too, so he's trying to make sure the harass sticks on these. Still, and he actually wants to fight. Or he's looking
Great
for Link.
ward.
Yeah.
Great trinket ward. He knows how
Link just plays
vulnerable
that.
he is, so he's gonna have to give up some of these CS at his turret.
What do you... He's trying to hold him. They're trying to fake mid. The blood boil. Oh, he gets it frosted over, but the blood boil sticks a little harder. Yeah, he's got it. That was close. A lot of slows, but we'll see Helios can break out of that.
Helios definitely winning on the map pressure front right now. Even if he's not creating any kills or
That's what
assists.
we expected.
Link has been scared of him. He drew double lift and Aframo up there. Did not even have to burn his summoner spell. And is slightly more farmed than Dexter.
A lot more movement towards mid once again. Helios making himself present. I like the fact that it's not sneaky. He knows he just needs to get in. He's ahead of the game. He can take a little time here. And looks like he's going to try to once again thwart off Dexter inside of his jungle. Gets the ward out. The consume is there, so he may just be able to grab it off that. And they either have a smite, so yeah, it should be his.
Well,
maybe.
He needs a smite.
Nope, it's his. Dexter pushed off on his favorite jungler as well. Helios really making an impact this game to shut that aspect down. It's got to stick around the map though. You can do all this work, but if Rush Hour starts getting going, if top lane Seraph keeps shutting down Inox, so only one CS lead there, but Inox has been at his turret.
And if Dexter can get a few ganks in, that is swinging right back in his favor.
They got the
big
position.
thing you have to be able to do as Nunu when you counter jungle is somehow disrupt the next rotation of his red and blue buff, because there is catch-up experience in those. Whereas if Dexter is behind, killing those buffs based on the level of the game will give him more experience. Helios is not in position to do that right now, so all this counter jungling could actually be just for slight lane edges.
Got that Quill Coat build going. Go around, just keep nomming on whatever he can. Top lane should be grouped up here. Nope, teleports up by Inox. Helios won't have to cover it. It's going to be blue give to Pro Belter. So this will be called in probably as well on the side of CLG. That will be going over soon.
Yeah, it's an okay job by Helios, but no actual buff denial as of yet. The same timings as the initial buffs. They knew exactly where Dexter started, so they should be able to time his blue if they wanted that. But based on where their bottom lane is, kind of getting shoved in, their only window would have been to try and take Dexter's red buff with the aid of Inox's teleport on Mundo. And they missed that gap, meaning Dexter is completely fine in this matchup.
Almost would have been a perfect opportunity as well with that teleport to be hitting up the dragon. See what happens here. We're getting 8 minutes in, especially with Dexter on Elise. He's going for that Wraith, or Spectral as well, so he'll be getting himself into some damage area. Double lift and Afro move, really freezing this one out, almost denying it. Altec grabbing the siege with the ooze. Very nicely played. Keeping
Great
it calm.
laning by Double Lift and Afro, quite honestly.
So setting him up for this.
Really punishing Altec for taking Cleanse.
That's true.
Cleanse is not a great laning summoner. Dangerous dragon here, though. Potential collapse. Ziggs bomb is very lethal around the dragon pit.
What a binding. Like, I hit something. I know I did.
I swear, the binding broke.
He's got it. Very nicely played. Helios just flexing his muscles, walks in, and pushes him off a dragon. Blue buff gets picked up by Link. He probably would have wanted that for the engagement anyways, so we'll be happy to have that in the mid lane now. Destiny's still waiting to be used. No real moves to bring out first blood in the game. We had quite a long one in Europe. I don't think we'll reach that, but these guys are quite patient right now.
They set a record for longest first blood in the game. Was it 27 minutes?
Yeah,
I believe?
yeah, right up 20. I think it hit 28.
Unbelievable. The game was over a few minutes later.
It's one of those one and done. Coming up on 10 minutes here. Helios still on the aggression of Dexter. Dexter's at 34 CS. Helios really hasn't made a giant impact with this. Yeah, he was kind of on his red that one time, but everything's still... Dexter's getting what he needs.
Dexter actually has more gold than Julio right now as well.
That's him staying focused. You can't just be flustered because somebody took a few of your camps. Nobody's died in lane. Dexter's not really having to get anything back just yet.
Avoiding counter jungling is an art in itself. And
Yeah.
Dexter's done a very good job of it this game.
Absolutely.
He tries to build up to a damaging Elise build. Something I kind of wanted to talk about.
Let's do that.
Well, the damage Elise build existed long before last patch. The item that got changed was Spirit of the Ancient Golem, which everyone was using on Elise for the tankiness. The immediate tankiness of that item got nerfed, but the eventual tankiness was increased because of the percentage health that it would have on it. But people just remembered that damage Elise was actually still pretty good, and they're now using it for its objective control and its quick assassinations when they come into lane. And it's actually what the majority of junglers have went back to, just because their other item was changed or nerfed in comparison to what they wanted it from Elise.
Loving that change. And you can see the aggressive junglers who love to make an impact taking hold right away. And that's most of them here. We definitely have been seeing it a lot more in the recent patches with side lanes wanting the ganks more to get them going. The long laning phase where everybody needs to have a little bit more damage in the end game. It's been proving useful, especially if you can be ahead. Right now, we've had 2 very even games today, so nothing's really shown that it's the better build. It's all about the mechanics and the strategy of what team can put out that W first. Altec Crepo getting a little bit of breathing room in the bottom lane, but still being alone. He's 10 CS behind, so you can see the work that Double Lift and Aftermove have been putting on down here. They're going to have a nice fat wave pushing into the turret that'll keep him separated in CS.
I've talked to a lot of AD carries though about what makes Kog'Maw strong, and the point at which he gets his ultimate in lane, he just becomes so incredibly dangerous. The amount of damage amplification that happens because he can shoot those ultimates in the midst of the rest of his attacks.
It's like it's
One Dark
double
Binding
tap.
would land and Double Lift would be
Yeah.
really, really low. And as you can see now that the lane is at level 7, Altec is getting a little more aggressive. That lands though, and it's a bit dangerous.
They stack the slows. What a soul shackle as well to shut down Double Lift from coming back in. There's the disengage, but do they have the re-engage? Here comes Twisted Fate. They get the expunge and they drop down Crepo. The turn goes on to Double Lift. Helios is very big right now, and what a turn in the counter. Aframu's forced to jump. Here comes the Mega Inferno. It shouldn't be enough. A sliver of health onto Aframu, but it's not over. The teleport comes in, and Seraph gets locked up on a few minions in the feet of Double Lift and can't reach the fight.
A lot happened there, is one thing. Both AD carries walk away with the kill, but because Seraph was the one to get the successful teleport down bottom, they're trying to pressure this dragon. Pobelter, though, wants to disrupt it.
Looks like we got to stop on Inox's teleport unless he did it.
Now Seraph
going to be running down. Right. Very unfortunate for them.
Trying to
They
peel
do
off the
seem to have
dragon.
it. Dexter takes a few hits that he does not want to now. Seeing 2 CLG members with a combined 600 HP, and Seraph with the better of that. They're going to have to move out of this one. It looks like EG may have just roamed across the map to get themselves a dragon.
Inox all the way down. Now an EG dragon. So when all is said and done, EG gets the upper hand here. CLG is also a team that historically has kind of given the dragons up 4 turrets, but right now they give the dragon up for nothing.
I'm not going to say he meant to, because I'm pretty sure he didn't mean to, but Aframu just did left base without a trinket. We'll forget that happened.
Yeah, that happened. He would have wanted to switch it out for a sweeper because his Sightstone was completed.
Right.
Uh-oh.
He's
just
gonna
sweep things.
Use the feeler method, put his hands in the grass and just feel around. Figure out where it is. He has the Sightstone, so they can at least get the coverage out. They'll definitely be without removing that coverage here in the bottom lane and being pushed up. You're gonna have to be a little careful. Double Lift glow on mana. Looks like he's in a situation to back anyways. Aframu may just say, I'm coming with you. Dexter getting his buffs again. They have not been able to get to Helios' buffs, but Helios also still is not pressuring those buffs anymore. So Dexter has made it through the early game of the Nunu Morass. Still up in CS, has that item finished. See what the lanes can now do, because we're pretty much over ganks unless they go for Inox in the top lane.
I wonder how the rest of Dexter's build will progress as well, because there is a heavy amount of magic damage on EG right now, and you would expect the jungler to pick up the Locket of the Iron Solari. But because he's went Spectre Wraith, that is in line with the damage build.
So close.
Unable to give the blue buff there to Link, because Link had taken away that of EG, so they now have double blue buff. Double farming up a storm.
As always, he's in the perfect environment. Leaving that turret up is definitely a good thing for at least who's ahead, which is Doublelift right now. It'd be a damn good thing for a Kog'Maw as well, because you just want to farm to late game safely. Doublelift and Alphamoo have been making that laning phase very difficult to get easy farm in. Sightstone coming out for Helios as well. Another one of those junglers we see that can bring out that utility for their team. But are they going to be able to use it? All these wards now are placed kind of towards the blue buff and the dragon. That dragon they were able to get. The blue buff, however, is what they're missing.
Heavy ward control by EG as well because of the Sightstone on Nuke.
Yeah.
As well as the Sightstone on Krepo. Triple sweeper and a scrying orb actually from Altec.
I'll be right under the noses.
Try for something.
Trying to zone him off CS.
That was a really nice instant behavior for EG.
One of the best things that COG does as a bottom lane is knowing when they can deny the enemy CS, not just getting CS for themselves. That's what Doublelift did there with the stealth, because the scrying orb generally told them where Dexter was, which is why they backed away.
A bit of focus towards mid lane. Dexter trying for the counter. Super safe play here. Pobal just trying to bait this one in a little bit.
Something big might be happening here. Dexter is behind.
Oh, wow. It's a big collapse here in the mid lane. Be a frenzy going on right now. A great bomb coming out of the hands of Pobelter. He gets 3 on the spread damage there. The area of effect taken down a good chunk of HP. And we're going to have a 17-minute push here on the mid turret. A quick change in everything. But this leaves Doublelift down to the bottom lane now. CLG may have just got a rotation that they wanted.
Dexter did get caught right there by getting counter-ganked, but much like his other games on Elise, even when he gets caught, he is the slipperiest dude to try and catch. He gets away so efficiently. He did have to burn Flash, and it did give Doublelift some time in the bottom lane, so not too much went wrong there. Oh man, they want this.
They've broken the black shield. The Flash over, it goes to Helios. They're going to be getting a red buff refresh, but they do not get any kills. They do blow up a few flashes that are going to help for another engagement.
Yeah, a near miss right there. So 2 flashes down. They will be down for the next dragon.
Oh, it's tiny. Seraph ducked that one.
Mundo is fantastic in the top lane against Lulu, especially around this stage of the game, where he can build that early Spirit Visage and then tank up what Seraph does. Well, there was that minion wave and half of everyone's health.
Wow. What a play. Super helpful there to stop CLG from opening up the map, having even more buff pressure on Evil Geniuses. That would also pretty much deny Inox really anything in the lane if he's got CLG coming in from the backside and he knows it. Good play. Both teams still hold the outer 3 turrets. 18 minutes in. Definitely not a problem with teams wanting to fight, but it's the problem of the kills going down in the fights. Everybody's disengaging really well in these, or just flashing to get themselves to safety.
This game is going to be blown up pretty soon.
Oh yeah.
It feels like.
Almost like these long game waits better. It's like taking traffic on the 405 early and waiting all day, or you wait and then take it and you get everything instantly. So 19 minutes coming up.
Joke.
Right. LA joke, sorry.
Look at this,
little
though.
inside.
2 turrets going down.
Whoa, whoa. Like you said, chat, when it opens up, it's going to open right up. Can Doublelift get away? Altec fires the living artillery. It's all about trying to find him now. The pink ward is just out of range.
Jeez.
What a run from Doublelift, but what a push there from EG. Now 2 turrets and a 2,000 gold lead.
Once Kog'Maw gets that Trinity Force, that bottom lane becomes a lot scarier, and EG may have just opened this game up. They've taken 2 of the outer turrets right before the dragon is to be spawning. The question will be, if they are out of resources or haven't shopped, whereas everyone on CLG just got pushed back to base, so they will have items. But the dragon's up right now, and Doublelift is not in range.
I don't know if they'll have the items to do the same amount of damage. Pobelter with the needlessly large rod is a huge spike. Like you said, the Triforce, and they came back with a bit more pen and a bit of resistances on the side of CLG, so they cannot despite the damage that EG has right now at the 19-minute mark of the game. Another dragging over the Evil Geniuses, 2 of 2 here versus CLG.
Fight come in though, no flash on Cog.
Looking for the cards. Oh, he gets instant cleanse, but he walks right into a Lulu. You're not gonna be able to cleanse everything. You can only get so clean. Kathy and Surprise going down, but the team does not follow.
Riv, that's not the way CLG wins games though. 5 people down bottom and a TFL for a kill when they've just lost 2 turrets and a dragon, potentially a third one. They are down about 3,000 gold at nearing the 20-minute mark right now. The only game this split where CLG has had a larger gold deficit at 20 minutes and still won was against Complexity, and that was off of Miracle Baron. Also, EG has never had a lead this large at 20 minutes this split and ended up losing the game. So a lot of good things happening for EG right now.
We just went from little to nothing to a lot of something instantly. Again for the try on the blue buff, trying to harass out a little bit. Doublelift's going to pick up a turret here. This will be the first opening of the map for Evil Geniuses, or I should say for CLG. And they'll look to get a little bit more here. That doesn't really even open up the buffs as much as EG has them opened up now. You can see the freedom they have with the top tier, or the outer tier of turrets being down. The Sight Stone's going to work right now.
That'll be the question here. CLG clearly in a big deficit, Riv. But they need to find the catches. Doublelift has his Brutalizer. He wants to get to his Ghostblade so that even though Altec would be better in a sustained fight, that snap instant when Twitch comes out of ambush, he would want to take Kog'Maw down. I saw a Kog'Maw in the OGN quarterfinals in Korea against a Twitch, actually doing the Blade of the Ruined King Ghostblade build on Kog'Maw when he was against a Twitch, just so that if Twitch opened up on it, Kog'Maw could fight back with the exact same actives, and then he outscaled them when he went to late game anyway. Not the case here. They're going for it.
Uh-oh, Void Puppy, no! Oh, he gets it! The Black Shield coming out! What a beautiful job by Evil Geniuses to bait that attack in. CLG going a little hard without the vision on the map, and it looks like they're going to be able to force this one back onto CLG. The pink ward goes down, they see Doublelift, they get the lockdown, they try to shut him down. Helios, he's just trying to walk wherever he thinks Doublelift would be. They're able to get the kill onto that one, and EG is just running rampant right now. Seraph tries to pick up something in mid lane, and even with the Destiny, CLG decided that was still a good idea.
It was still a spectacular counter there by EG. Krepo with the timed gold card right there.
Oh no!
Run, Pobelter, run!
Flash and Ghost! Keep going!
No. All right, CLG trying to fight back a little bit as well. Desperately trying to get kills, but this is not the way CLG wins. They're losing turrets, getting kills on the outside. Oh man, Dexter though, how many kills?
Another one goes in. Altec, don't put yourself in a bad situation here. He does have double buff. It's going to be very nice for continuous living artilleries. Helios left on the low road as the rest of the team takes the high road, and it looks like a final disengage from this party we had in the bottom lane. We'll see Link not going to be able to put too many items under his belt, and already trying to make kind of Zanya initiation plays without a Zanya. Very scary.
This one was kind of crazy because Link goes in here knowing full well the Black Shield can block.
Yeah.
He goes straight into a binding and then gets countered by a teleport. So actually, if you were to reanalyze that fight, it wasn't a good idea by Link to go in the first place. And then it's not like CLG didn't know where EG was on the map when Link used his ultimate. EG just collapsed faster, better. They had more move speed overall. Seraph was ended up pushing mid because his teleport was down from earlier. And Ox beat him to the spot.
All right, Jad, here we go. CLG communication. Now they're making moves. Do they continue with this? Because look, across the map they're getting kills, but mid-tier second is going down the mid lane. A huge wave.
Outer tier top turret for the just heart and soul of your base, the middle turrets right here. As long as they can make it back for the Nexus turret, it's okay, because it would be a kill in a turret for a kill in a turret, and maybe if Doublelift is choosing to stay. This is a ballsy hold though right now, because EG has a very tanky Nunu, and they're willing to die.
Doublelift's going to be the only one that's left. This is what EG loves, and it's what a team loves. When you have a Nunu, you can be at that turret a little bit longer, you can make the dives happen. Living artillery down on the Link. He does not have that Zanyas yet. He's only working with the Seekers. He does have a bit of the armor, which keeps him alive for the push, but summoners are blown on both sides for that safety of the inhibitor going down. Inhibitor turret, I should say. Inhibitor still up.
Yeah. All right, so gold-wise, that trade favored CLG because they got the kill. But the importance of those turrets relative to the game means EG will win that one. And Doublelift, you're not getting back, buddy.
Oh, he dodges.
Go
Dodges
back.
one. Oh,
That'll tell him where he is.
Good guy Crepo giving Helios the lock-in for an assist, and the rest of the team. Altec picks up another kill, 4-1-0, getting a very scary Kog'Maw going.
Going and then some. Look at the move speed he's picking up
The
as well.
Alacrity boots, yeah.
Alacrity boots on Kog'Maw, plus the cleanse, plus the black shield, plus the blood boil. It's a
Good
speedy
synergy.
little bugger. Also, remember, we mentioned before the game, in our feature matchup, Doublelift versus Altec.
Yep.
One of these guys could end up going off and decide the fate of the game here. 3 double-digit kill games on an AD carry by Altec, more than any other AD carry in the NALCS this split. He is prone to destroying these games. And they're so powerful right now, they can just take objectives on spawn.
And they have the timer to do it. And the position as well. They moved here well before the Dragon was even going to be up. Counterlogic Gaming is all in base, since they're not too worried about it. The Zanyas is finally finished from Link. EG had about 5, 6, 7 minutes with 2 items on the majority of their champions, on their players, that they have been able to get this lead with. See if they can keep pushing it up. Got a 4,000 gold lead exactly right now on CLG, 6-4. CLG is now going to start pressuring the top side of the map with that Dragon being down. They can start working this top tier inhibitor turret, or even middle. They need to get these wards up.
Thinking about this game, this is the moment where CLG has to just prove that they are the better team communication-wise. EG has had a lot of issues in the past taking their early game advantages into late game wins, and CLG prides themselves on their map strategy and rotations. So even though they're down in gold, they should be able to manufacture a victory against EG right here. EG is not as coordinated of a team as CLG is, and it's all about whether CLG can find the catches they want and end up winning this game.
I think the thing that got EG ahead in this game to this point, whether they can close it out or not, is one of the things they said in the pregame is that maybe we should focus Seraph, but they didn't. And not focusing Seraph has given them a lot of control on the map, but do they have enough to close it out? Now that they're at the goal line, can they keep pushing on? They look very scattered right now, and they're going to get dodged out on the Glacial Fissure. Altec's in a great spot. Link from the backside gets a good Zanyas, but I think he's got the focus of death, and he does go down to the hands of Pobelter. This is kind of where it's scattered. CLG now sets up the lines, both teams staring into the white of each other's eyes. Aframu goes down. No way, EG dances it out, and they get the lead on this one.
Rip, nobody died on EG right now. Just Doublelift and Seraph trying to heal up desperately on base. They are on the Nexus turrets.
What amazing games we've had today. For nothing to happen for so long, and then an instant, a catalyst to create the end of the game and victory for one team. This time it's Evil Geniuses. 27-27 on the clock as they start battering down to the Nexus. And EG will take down Counterlogic Gaming.
This is the most excited I have ever seen EG after a regular season victory. Their rivals, who they could not beat in scrims, they just crushed in 27 minutes and 43 seconds.
What a definitive amount of gameplay. Dragon after dragon, not letting Counterlogic Gaming even look at the direction of an objective. And continuously making off-the-ball plays that made CLG put their entire team in a section of the map and then lose a turret, lose another turret, and then even more of the domino effect came into play.
And if there was a game that EG had to win to turn their season around and potentially avoid relegation, it would be this one. We talked about how down you can get on yourself as a team when you lose week after week after week. And for EG to be the last place team in the LCS, to take down CLG, who was tied for first, as far as morale goes and being able to practice and prepare for games tomorrow and for the next 2 weeks of the LCS, this is it. This could potentially reignite EG into a run.
What a just shock and awe matchup of back and forth. So competitive from Helios and Dexter in the jungle, always stepping on each other's toes in the mid lane, trying to help out either Pobelter or Link. And then I think we saw the desperation from CLG on the Destiny initiations that I'm sure the whole team were behind, but they weren't close enough behind on the map to really follow up.
Well, let's be fair. CLG is not a team that will sit around and let you beat them slowly.
No.
So that was
They
a fight where they realized they were behind in the game.
Right.
They went for the initiation. That was a close fight. But at the end of the day, their double AP couldn't kill the Mundo, and then the dive didn't work, so EG was able to push in for a win. It ended a little bit faster because CLG tried to take action. But man, 27-minute victory for EG, a team that hadn't been able to close out advantages. They finally do against a team who's great at playing from behind.
The first time these teams played, it was 27 minutes. And then the next game went to 47, both in favor of CLG.
Yeah.
EG was able to find that 27 for themselves this time. Great play from the bottom lane. Krepo's Black Shields.
Perfect.
More than once, combined with a followed-up cleanse, or one before the other, and just a strategy played there between the two to not just throw out, oh my gosh, I'm crowd-controlled, because that could easily lock down a fight for CLG, but they were on point every time in the disengage.
And even just looking at the team compositions, Rib, we saw it with the first pick, Kog'Maw. Immediately in your head, you're thinking, all right, CLG wants to pick Twisted Fate to dive, and EG knew that was coming. That's why they picked the Nunu and the Morgana, so that if Link did teleport in on Twisted Fate, he wouldn't be able to do anything.
Right.
How many times did we see him going on Kog'Maw, land a gold card into a Black Shield and die? That was what he could do on options.
Yeah.
He didn't have the ability to outplay the composition that EG picked there. And it was really, obviously, a good performance by EG, but an even better pick and ban phase.
Yeah, I was just going to mention picks and bans, not focusing any of the junglers. So it was kind of cream of the crop that everybody had to pick, and Helios went back to his Nunu.
Yeah, Nunu above all other
menace.
junglers.
Something he could be a menace on. All right, for now, we're going to throw it over to Freak and Dash for more on EG's big win.
Thanks, Riv. We're joined at the desk by Altec and Pobelter. After another win, this brings you to 2 wins in a row here. Now, Pobelter, does this mean EG's turnaround, going full throttle into the end of the season?
I hope so, because we're going to need like all the wins we can get if we want to make playoffs.
Absolutely. So speaking of which, you guys are now sitting at 6-15, puts you a few games behind Curse. What exactly are you guys looking to do in terms of wins and strategies to get up to that mark?
We're just going to keep doing what we've been doing, and we've been practicing a lot more, looking over our own game. So we've just pretty much upped the time that we've put into preparing for LCS, and I think that's made a marked improvement.
Yeah, you guys look actually really, really strong right now. You mentioned kind of keep doing what you've been doing, Altec to you. We've seen a couple of new things come out. We saw Rammus and Maokai in the EU LCS yesterday. We saw some new stuff come out as well. Xerath making kind of a reappearance in North America, for example. Are you guys sticking to the old stuff that's working for you guys? Are you branching out as well? We haven't seen it yet. What's the deal with kind of new pools?
We're branching out, kind of. We've been practicing a lot of other stuff in scrims, but for this specific game, the pick and ban was like as we expected. So like everything went well in our favor, and we got a really good comp.
I want to actually ask you about then playing new things in scrimmages because, of course, the scrim is both, it's practice for your team as well as the team you're against. Is it sometimes weird when they're like, we're going to try out something new that you probably don't have any like reason to practice against? Is that sometimes like painful and like, man, we got to practice against Jungle Rengar, but we're not playing Curse for a while? Like, is that sometimes disruptive?
Yeah, it is very disruptive because we're like, oh, this champion might never see play in LCS, so it's kind of weird. But as we've seen today, Voyboy brought out the Tristana mid.
Yeah, looked great.
Another new thing that we saw, or that we're seeing change, is some of the summoner spells in the bottom lane. A lot of AD carries are now going cleanse, like you did there, as well as Doublelift taking the barrier. So as an AD carry, what are your thoughts in terms of the evolution of the summoner spells in the bot lane?
Since this meta is like all hyper carry, you build around the hyper carry like Lulu, top, and all that. You don't really need the kill pressure, so you can run barrier and heal, and just play passive and just go late game.
Was it difficult then playing against this team though, where they actually do have like, you have like nothing to cleanse? Like you literally don't have a summoner spell for the laning phase, basically. Is that more difficult? I think you were down in CS a little bit.
Yeah, I was down in CS, but our comp, we were able to siege really well, and whenever TF ports on me, we have Black Shield and cleanse, so like I basically couldn't die if I was grouped with the team.
So it didn't seem to actually pose much threat to you. Then Pobelter, I noticed you also went Ghost in the mid lane. We see that on TF only so far, so are we going to see more stuff branch out mid as well?
Yeah, I think a lot of the current like meta, things that are becoming meta mid laners like Xerath, Ghost is good to pick up on them because they already have enough damage. They just need to survive in a fight and keep their range. So Flash Ghost is really nice for that. And if you can get to the point where you pick up Distortion Boots, it's really difficult to die.
Cool. Now we talk about mobility and the new summoner spells and things like that, and we see a pretty good example. We're going to pull up the last fight of the game onto your screen where CLG actually chooses to initiate this one, but it's you guys who are kind of causing the chaos and coming out with the win. So Pobelter, if you could walk us through this final engagement.
Okay, so we see Elise from the side right here, and we're just trying to get hits on the in-hit when we can. And then Braum goes in for a flash engage, but misses. We see TF port behind us, and so we instantly move all our focus to him. And all the while, Mundo is soaking up all of Twitch's damage, which is huge. They tried to kill me, but I managed to survive, and so I'm still throwing out damage right here. And then Twitch has already like used his ult and everything on Mundo, and now he has nothing. And then from here, it's just clean up.
So you guys seem to crush really well, and of course you guys just took down the #1 team. I guess now they're #2 in the LCS. You guys dropped it down CLG. You guys face another top dog next week, or tomorrow I should say as well, Dignitas. First of all, did you actually get to see the Dig vs Curse game, and do you get any notes from that?
Yeah, I feel like they kind of got cheesed a little by the mid Tristana. Like they weren't expecting it and didn't know how to play against it. But I think they still looked strong in some parts, so we're just going to have to prepare like we would any other week. And then they've been on a losing streak recently, so hopefully that will work a little in our favor, and maybe they'll be a little demoralized.
So you're hoping you're coming in with just like your picks and bans already. I mean, you do, of course, prep for both opponents coming into the week. Right. So just business as usual. You're just like, yeah, we still know Dig's good. We're just going to hope you do our best.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, maybe we'll see some of those unconventional picks, the Xerath or Nidalee, come out in the top lane.
I don't want to reveal anything.
All right. I tried. You can't
said there was
fault me
something.
for trying, exactly. Well, we'll see. Anyway, guys, thanks so much for joining us here on the desk. Good luck in your game tomorrow. Congratulations on your win. All right, we've got to take a quick break, but we've still got more LCS action coming your way when Team SoloMid faces off against LMQ. Keep that browser where it's at.
Happy birthday, dear Peter. Happy birthday to you.
They're going for it.
Oh, Void Puppy, no! Oh, he gets it! The black shield coming out! What a beautiful job by Evil Geniuses!
They're flashing in. I'm on Twitch. I'm on Twitch right now.
Brown, Jab in the back, jab.
Okay. Twitch is burning everything on me. I'm still alive. I'm regenning back up.
Front line.
Primo on Afro.
Okay,
Dexter. Good job.
Good job. Good night.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the North American LCS. Now, to help me wade through the flood of Twitter responses, that's why I need help.
It's okay, you read for a living. Good job.
Freak Turley. Now, to remind you all, we asked which NALCS player would you like making the calls on your ranked team and why? And here are just a few of our favorite responses. At Brutal Omega, Bjergsen. He knows so much and plays so well, I'll follow him into battle any day.
Yeah, I gotta say, Bjergsen is a great player. And just the fact that he's gonna like win his lane all the time anyway, he's used to killing everybody in front of him. Like, yes, please kill their front line for me so I can just follow you and just, you know, be brain dead. It'll be great. I'd love to play with Bjergsen.
Yeah, I'd be pretty confident following the Spring Split MVP.
I feel like you'd do well.
Yeah, exactly. All right, our next one we got at Fuzzy Pink Koalas. I would want Vasily making the calls. Why? Because I want to go full Lomo.
Who doesn't want to go full Lomo? That's like one of the best ways to play League of Legends. In fact, I might be rock jumping in front of him.
There you go.
I already go full Lomo.
It'll just be leapfrog.
Yeah.
Who can
Dude, that'd be so fun. One for all Tristana. Just go. Google Psalms for days.
Absolutely. All right. And then our next one is at Lord William V. High. Definitely high. He's intelligent and decisive, and everyone knows what to do when he's in charge.
Yeah, I got to say, I think Cloud9 have probably the best comms of any of the teams in the North American LCS, and it's just everyone respecting High, saying, you know, we trust his judgment, he's going to make the calls, and we'll go for it. And I mean, largely C9 is an incredibly good team, and I got a lot of faith in High as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw it in the video feature earlier where everyone was silent except for High on those comms, which is quite impressive. And then our final tweet is at Total Reach Voyboy because he's always positioning positive, even in bad situations, and that's what I would want to keep morale high.
Yeah, I really like that as well, and it's one of the things that you have to be able to embrace as a professional player is you're going to have upsides and downsides to your season, to your team overall. There's going to be things that go well, things that go poorly. And Voyboy's been around forever. Curse, unfortunately, has never, or even with his older teams as well, he's never necessarily been like the #1 team. So he's used to taking losses, and he's done a very good job to be an awesome player and an awesome person throughout that. And hey, Cursor may be surging up at the end here.
Yeah, being positive, staying positive is very important when looking for those wins going into the postseason. Now that's it for the tweets. We've got to thank you, and we're going to send it over to Riv and Kobe for our next match.
Mucho gracias, El Rapido. Hello, everyone. Taking over the co-caster chair for the back half of our broadcast is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, this guy right here. And we're going to be jumping into the action with Team SoloMid versus LMQ. With CLG's loss in our last game, LMQ are poised to take sole possession of first place with a win right here.
The thing is, TSM are 0-2 against LMQ, but they've shown a lot of improvement since they last faced off in Week 6. The whole team has improved in their vision control. Locodoco has specifically been focusing on this with the team, and all of the players have made this a priority. As well, their individual play has improved. The last time that these two teams met, Darius played that Gragas for the first time. He did end up missing a lot of those ults and skill shots, but since he's gone back to the champion and had way more success in those subsequent games. Amazing as well, he has gone from a jungler out to make individual moves to playing more in step with the rest of the team. And he's developed trust with his laners and has definitely made him a much more selfless jungler.
And for Vasily, he's had some huge games for LMQ and is currently undefeated on his Tristana.
Yeah, and so far, he actually hasn't drawn any bans for that champion either. I mean, LMQ are definitely a team that focus heavily on that early game, and Vasily can use Tristana to shove early and create pressure in the laning phase, but also use her as a good insurance policy in case of a late game.
That's right. And in the art of war, Sun Tzu says, you have to know thy enemy. But in the case of Vasily and Wild Turtle, what do you do if your enemy plays just like you?
我觉得 TSM 现在已经比赛季初更难打，因为他们在有了教练都可来了之后，就整体的战术就部署有完美的很多。
LMQ is a kind of a weird team to play against. They have a really smart jungler, really good solo lanes, and they have a reckless AD carry. Like Vasily will just go ham.
There's not that much to really contrast between Vasily and Turtle. They play almost the same. They're both mechanically really good. They like to win really hard and be aggressive in team fights. Sometimes they can walk a bit too far forward and get punished for their positioning.
Turtle and Vasily against each other is just who can jump in and die the most. And the team that dies the least will probably win the game.
The only consistent member that I consider on that team are like Moore, who's amongst the top 4 supports in the game right now. He is really good at skill shots. He may actually be mechanically the best support in NA. I just think that his roaming is also strong and he kind of keeps Vasily in check.
我觉得就打 TSM 一定要就注意他们打野的动向，几乎 TSM 就是依靠就打野的gank来建立起优势，然后滚去学球了。我觉得做好视野，就防止好gank的话，就比较打得会比较轻松。
So I hope they're right in the fact that everybody's just going to jump in and die for the 80 carries because that makes it a really fun game, and it'd probably be a little less close than these ones have been, but we get a lot more action. So I don't know what the trade-off is. What do we want?
I am definitely excited to see because both these teams are very early game oriented and they like to fight early.
I like it. So let's check out the starting lineups and get to this early. On the blue side, it's Team SoloMid. That's going to be Dyrus in the top lane. Amazing in the jungle. Bjergsen in mid lane. Wild Turtle at AD and Glebe on support.
And on the red side, it's LMQ. Up top, Ackerman. In the jungle, No Name. Mid, Xiao Xiao. AD carry Vasily, and support more.
And just to cast your minds back, as D-Man would say, both of these games now go to LMQ that they faced off. Obviously, one red, one blue, now being back on the red side for this matchup. We'll have to see if they, with all that respect that they do give to the lanes, if they decide to, you know, strategically focus that respect that they give to the mid lane, that they give to the bottom lane, that they know Amazing can do things, or then does TSM, you know, focus out more, not give him any skill shot champions? Are they really going to stick with what they said, or do things change on the fly? Because we've seen that hurt LMQ and Champion Select when they try to change on the fly.
I think there is going to be a lot of emphasis on the junglers' early moves in this game because TSM really like to leverage Amazing to get the lanes ahead now in the early game. And that laning phase is going to be extremely important for both of these teams. Probably will shake out into standard lanes because neither Turtle or Vasily will shy away from that 2v2 matchup.
Now, that's kind of what we want to see. We want to see the fight, but hopefully they keep with it. And the Tristana is definitely going to be an overall pick here, at least a ban for Vasily. We've seen Turtle back and forth on the 80 carries he plays, a lot of results on Corki, a lot of results on everything that he's played, and also had a few of his own double-digit games. So
yeah, Turtle has also
there.
Used that Tristana too, so TSM could easily take that away if they really valued it that highly.
Nunu getting banned out right away. They see the pressure that Nunu can bring, and No Name was one of the first ones to do it here in the North American LCS in the summer split. So they'll stop that right there.
Yeah, so far though, no top lane bans. There's a lot of very strong top laners available right now.
Yeah.
Gragas and Nidalee are probably the two strongest as far as lane bullies are concerned right now, and Gragas definitely one of Dyrus' favorites, but Nidalee as well stepping into the scene. Quash showed that he could handle her fairly well though, so if you get enough practice in, then maybe she's not all she's hyped up to be.
That's going to ban out this game. A lot of the jungle has been left to the wayside in focus of bans today. Nunu does, as we said, find out the first one. But Kog'Maw is going to be the last ban with more mid and that one top focused in Italy. Does he lock in the Gragas now?
They ban out Nunu, but they leave up Lee Sin and Elise. So those will probably be our two junglers in this game. And they don't have to early pick one of those junglers since both of them are up.
You say they have to take Tristana if they're going to leave it up. That's their takeaway from Vasily. And then the Kog'Maw's banned, so he's forced to go on to something else now. Very good play at least there. I don't think Vasily will be thrown off too much though. LMQ's champion pool is quite big in every lane.
Yeah, Twitch still up, Caitlyn's still up.
Right.
Definitely some options that Vasily is still comfortable with. Taking up the lane partner though with Braum. And Gragas is a really big takeaway from Dyrus. As we said, Dyrus has really fallen in love with that champion up in the top lane.
Actually hasn't reverted much to Lulu this season either. He only has 2 Lulu games coming out in that top lane. Ones that have been quite well. 1 win, 1 loss.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how the top lane kind of turned into champions that are rejected mid laners. Like Ryze got kicked up there, Kale got kicked up there, Lulu, Gragas. All these people that can't really hack it anymore in mid lane. Nidalee's now up there all the time.
Soon Xerath, man.
Hey, Soaz played Ziggs up there, so.
Yep. Some Cassidans, some Gragases.
There's your Lulu, though.
Let's see where it goes. I'm not so sure we saw a mid-lane Tristana already, so. No, just Wild Turtle probably
Yeah, that is, I'm pretty sure that's a specific Voy strategy there. Not a lot of the other North American mids, at least, have been practicing the Tristana mid. Definitely a Voy special.
Okay, amazing. Pulling out the Rango Knife Cat. It looks like they're going to put together a composition that seems like it would kind of zero you out, but also want to keep the fight going for a while.
Yeah, so the thing is, if you're picking Rengar over Lee Sin and Elise here, then you really need to make something happen with those ultimates. Whoa. The Ezreal. Now,
like
Ezreal's an interesting AD carry that's been blind picked over in Korea above all other options in some of the games. And Vasily has always been a guy who really likes that champion as well, so opting for that instead of the Twitch or Caitlyn this time around. Ezreal's a very tricky champion. Depends all on if you hit those skill shots in lane phase. If you miss a couple in a row, then you can easily just lose out that entire lane.
That whole team is skill shot dependent. LMQ is bringing out the skills on this one. We'll see if they can get everything to hit. They are a very mechanically enhanced team. Still, they go with the Xiao Twisted Fate. Looking back, he has.
I'm wondering about that
played
mid
it a
lane
few
because anytime you're facing a Rengar jungle, your mid lane has to be real careful. TF is definitely a prime target for Rengar as soon as he does hit that level 6. And Xerath can easily follow up on any Rengar gank without giving away the Rengar gank because the range on Xerath is so long. Bjergsen doesn't have to play differently at all.
Right.
Doesn't have to give anything away. And all of a sudden, you're getting rooted by Amazing as soon as he jumps in with a 5 Ferocity Bola strike.
Also something that can stick on an Ezreal, which works. You are going to have a little bit of that kite, but if, like you said, you can hit those Bola strikes, you're going to be back on your target in a matter of no time. So as we lock in these ones, we do see Twisted Fate was picked by Xiao. I believe it was in Week 7 against Counterlogic Gaming. They did get a win there, so it has been a tested Twisted Fate. See if you can keep making the plays. Before the game gets underway, let's see how you have been voting over at LOLesports.com. And you voted 65% that it's going to be Team SoloMid leading LMQ coming into this match.
Yeah, and keep on tweeting your votes to @LOLesports. Use the hashtag either TSMWin or LMQWin. This game, after seeing the Champions League, I think a lot is actually going to rely on Xiao. That TF. If Xiao can have a good early game and a good start, get LMQ off aggressive, and start teleporting around the map, then he can actually increase the chances of the side lane, exert his will on the other side of the map. But if he gets targeted early by TSM, then this LMQ team could very easily collapse.
We'll have to watch what Bjergsen can do in the mid lane. He's been kind of making some social media tweets and, you know, these champions are back, these are not. We haven't seen him yet, but maybe that's when TSM really needs to pull out all the hard straws and make sure they get the win that they want. Coming up towards the end of the season here, these are going to be big ones. We see LMQ trying to shoot for first place. Now that is actually happening because Counterlogic Gaming lost earlier today versus Evil Geniuses. So LMQ is really looking to get a top spot within the North American LCS. A lot of teams, as they came into the season, said LMQ would, in the end, be a middle-of-the-pack team, and they're trying to prove that.
Yeah, especially with, CLG losing earlier today. It is LMQ's time to shine. Can they take it?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Cruising around, the Nami pick on Glebe. Get some Surfle safeness for Wild Turtle. And we're actually going to get a quick listen in with how Glebe felt about Champion Select. Let's take it here.
We know this comp, we got our picks, now we just gotta play the game.
Last time TSM said they knew the comp and they got their picks was against CLG and they lost the game. See if they can actually execute this time around with LMQ. This LMQ team is a very mobile LMQ squad here.
Yeah.
Almost everybody having their own dashes built in, and then Xiao with the very popular Ghost Flash now. It's funny how it was kind of pioneered by Dade in Korea a long time ago. The only guy was doing it for a long time. Now everybody's hopped on the train.
It's Taster's choice in the mid lane, man. You got to take it.
Well, with the arms race that's going on in the mid lane, with everybody wanting more wave clear and more range, who can bring out the bigger guns, it's definitely turned more towards mobility.
Still waiting for the Lux in North America, man.
Yeah.
Still waiting. It's getting love everywhere else.
LPL and GPL, get a little taste.
Every time someone plays it, though, they're like, that guy's crazy, or he was amazing to hit all those skill shots. Because it is. It's very hard to hit all of them. But it's becoming a skill shot game. It's eventually going to happen.
Yeah, especially with Ziggs and Xerath, though. Might be a while till we see Lux come up.
I know. Wishful thinking. We start off the game here, just a mere 2 minutes in. Red buff's being stolen up, so standard starts by both junglers. We'll see how this lane in the mid goes. Xiao, does he keep his farm up? And does he keep Bjergsen down?
A couple of defensive wards here early on from TSM as well. Lee Sin can get the advantage on Rengar if he finds him in the jungle. No funny business, though. We do get the standard lanes we expected, and it is going to be about who can make that first early move. Already, Dyrus is shoving up very quickly with Lulu to get the wave advantage on Ackerman, and we'll see if No Name would make his way all the way back up there. Because he started red, which is further away from his duo lane, a little bit slower jungle, and it means he will end his route further away from that top lane.
Yep. Like you said, I like what TSM's doing, Kobe. Pushing all the lanes in right now and trying to get a nice little bit of a lead, so No Name has a lot more things to think about just one lane here.
It's always a good idea to coordinate your strategy among all your lanes because Tristana actually has no option but to push unless you decide not to level up your explosive shot, which would mean you have no early trading. So Tristana, obviously, always going to push up. Easy target for many junglers. No Name goes around the back. No ward here. And this is the first successful gank already able to get in here.
It's all about the Glebe bubble. Can he hit it? Doesn't throw it out just yet. Goes for the sustain first. They do hit the rest of what they want. 2 flashes blown in the bottom lane. The commotion has started. So Xiao with an immediate look on that bolo. Dodges 2 out.
Both
what a
summoners,
fast
though.
flash. Yeah,
Man.
Very quick.
Both junglers at the first ganks get 2 summoners each. Well played by both.
From both sides.
Targeting different lanes, though. As we said, TSM are going to look at this mid lane. They don't want to let TF get out of control. Meanwhile, Tristana is such a beast late game. LMQ wanted to prey on her obvious early pushing.
Right.
And both of them are rewarded. We'll see if they return to the lanes, though, or decide to actually go for counter ganks.
It would always be good to get Bjergsen going on Xerath. First time here, bringing it out in the LCS would not hurt. Get a bit of a lead on a champion the first time you're bringing it out in this high priority or high skilled play.
Yeah, and look at what this does to the lane. Xiao has to play so ridiculously safe now, having burned both summoners.
Yeah.
Amazing with the early return to lane. What a good call by Xiao to realize there's no option for him. He cannot extend up into this lane without wards, so he goes back immediately to buy some more vision for himself. No Name also going to help him out, buy some extra vision as well.
That little push by Amazing as well. They didn't see that Xiao was still there and perfectly pushed the lane in. He does miss a good amount of CS, so everything, even the smallest things, being coordinated nicely by Team SoloMid. Gold is still even. Xiao reapproaches the lane 33-24. We'll see if he can get himself back into a position to shut down Bjergsen, who, like we said, had a chance to buy that Chalice now. Coming back to lane. Turtle, a little too close. He's getting shots on a very pushed wave. You can see the explosive shot's going to push it even more for him, so it's getting hard here.
A similar thing happened to this bottom lane as what went on in mid here. You know, Tristana loves to push early, especially against the Braum lane, but it's so dangerous for them now because Lee Sin and Braum are such a great tag team for lane ganks because they can both dash to allied units, and they can easily just, even if you ward up perfectly, Lee Sin can come through lane and punish you. So Glebe specifically has to play further back. Turtle at least does have his rocket jump to rely on.
And the Scrying Orb coming out of the return mid. That was a very close lockdown. The Bolo after that as well. No Name comes in for a bit of help, and he is going to be able to thwart the attack. Xiao playing very aggressive for a Zero Summoners play, but they knew they had some control there.
Yeah, and some extra harass on the exit there. Now, we're about to see Bjergsen hit level 6, and Xiao is dangerously low. Xerath is definitely capable of finishing off that
TF out instantly.
Who has no summoner spells. Let's see if Bjergsen can rush this level 6.
No Name.
There it is, but Xiao immediately backs off to his turret.
He has the mana for it too.
He's going to have to land more harass before to set this up, though.
I really like the way No Name's been playing, always staying in the mid lane. He'll probably do it until these summoners are up for Xiao, and he's also getting in the face of Amazing to make sure he can't gank mid lane.
The thing is, with all these ganks mid lane, Amazing is delaying his level 6. He's only level 4 here at 645. So it's going to be a while before he does get his level 6. Needs that extra comeback experience from farming the jungle. Probably just going to wait until his buff comes back up. You get a lot of bonus experience being that low level and killing the buff monsters.
We saw this previously when Kez was on Elise and Dominate was on Rengar. Kez didn't really put too much pressure onto that Dominate Rengar, but now that we see No Name is, we're not seeing the
level
same
6 way
early
down.
game
Here we go,
results.
Ghosts!
Can he get it? Oh, he goes down the red card. It's gonna be enough though. It's gonna be enough.
So
Bringing in
even
first
though,
blood.
even though he pulls the red, it's plenty because
Said you're out of the game.
early gank by Nogan. Yeah.
Wee! Save. Catches that one on the backside. He'll clean up and get back into the fight. Amazing. Now hitting 6. Now going to be able to create some opportunities, and he might even go double turrets here onto Xiao, but they don't have knowledge of where No Name is. So.
They should definitely be calling that Xiao just uses Ghost down bottom too, so he's a prime target here for Amazing. But he knows it, and they have a ward on the red side jungle. Xiao Amazing get into this position. So you will not see him get away from his turret right now. Amazing out of luck.
It's like Vasily has had enough of farming in lane, and they're going to go ahead back and get some purchases in. 73 CS to 49 CS in that lane. It's okay to be behind a bit with Tristana, but that's a good amount.
Yeah, it was about the lane, the early lane ganks for the junglers. Like we thought, you can see the same discrepancy mid lane as far as CS is concerned.
Right.
The jungler impact on both of these lanes, you can really see the choices by both teams and which area they want to focus. Thing is, for TSM, even though they focused mid, Xiao still got off a successful first TF ultimate.
Very good plays, and always making them count when they get the chance. LMQ rarely goes into a situation where you'll see them completely come out on the wrong end. Pushing up still from Bjergsen here. He tries to get the wave continuously cleared into the turret to keep eyes on Xiao, and no more cheeky Destiny plays. Setting up for a bit of dragon control here. We'll see if LMQ can get this with a ward being just in the back of Dragon Pit. They got it. No
so
pressure.
what happened is TSM stuck around to shove that last lane, preying on the bottom lane's back timers. Very good job by LMQ. That's the communication that we're talking about really early in the day, about communicating what time your lane opponents are going to want to return to base. You can keep track very easily just of the gold and estimate when your opponent is going to want to go buy their next item. Tristana goes back, having not purchased at all in the game, and they get the dragon for it.
Not a lot of commotion is coming out of the top lane just yet. Ackerman's definitely been able to provide a very scary Gragas play, providing a tank utility for the team in the late game, and we know Dyrus to play quite a good Lulu in his utility, so much to see from them as this game goes on. 82 to 75 in that lane. Ackerman just off being able to complete his Rod of Ages for now. Dyrus has been happy to keep farming up. He says it's time to buy, Dyrus.
Top lane back to their own devices because there's so much focus mid for TSM and bottom for LMQ. And again, you know, the bonus of focusing bottom lane is that you get that dragon control. Translates into a nice global gold lead for LMQ.
Great harass in the top lane. Ackerman on the mini-map keeping Dyrus from backing there, being a little nuisance. We'll see if Amazing can get any movement out of this. Go ahead, plays a deeper ward on Wraiths. They'll have some good control here of the map as TSM trying to make some moves after knowing they lost that dragon. They might want a little bit of something.
All right, let's see what he can do here. Ultimate not used yet for Amazing. And Ackerman is going super aggressive.
Oh, what a perfect time to get him using his ultimate. Dyrus is going to sit there and say, oh no, I can't fight this. But yes, I can. Here comes Amazing on the backside. And they bait in an Ackerman.
So with Dragon already gone, that's the open time to go for those top lane ganks.
Yeah.
We'll see what they can do with that on the top lane pressure, though.
Fast feet, Xiao dodging out Bjergsen's skill shots on that one. They're able to turn this around and trade back a bit of damage as Moore throws up the shield. Now settling into mid lane, Amazing's going to be able to push top. TSM looks to get mid, and LMQ adapts to the strategy.
What a roam mid from the bottom lane of TSM. The turret's not down. There's no... The wave was just shoved up, so they took the opportunity to go mid, and it's a good thing they did. Because Bjergsen going aggressive at the same time, LMQ were looking to make him pay for it. Lane swap here called for by TSM. Because we are getting to that mid game where Tristana really wants to farm to a completed Infinity Edge for her next item, Switching up Turtle to get a little bit easier of a farm lane here. This Ezreal, one of the things that he still has is a great build path. Trinity Force into Blade of the Ruined King is very popular and gives you a lot of skirmish ability. And with the focus from jungler down bottom, it's very easy for Ezreal to capitalize on any gank, whether it be from Lee Sin or TF.
Ooh.
Another red card.
Speedy Whimsy. Xiao, another Destiny down to the bottom lane. That one wasn't dangerous, but it also didn't work. So we're going to get a push on the lane. We'll be waiting a little bit of time before LMQ really tries to make another push.
And Vasily shoving out this bottom lane, they may be looking to answer the swap here from TSM. LMQ probably want to counter that swap. They've already sent support up top.
Ooh.
Not able to pull an ulti.
Nope,
or,
trying to reel in that
summoner
fight.
with that ult. They still have so many resources up here, though.
Amazing on full stacks, tries to get in. Will he have to blow flash here? The Dragon's Rage into the Sonic Wave. Resonating strike finish. Nobody follows up for Amazing. The team's going down, but they take down Braum as well. 2 for 1 so far in the fight. Dyrus teleports right into the middle of the fight. He's probably regretting that decision right now. A double kill for Xiao, while Turtle is forced to put on the full shell and head out.
That was a good plan from TSM and very bad execution. TSM could have had the easy numbers advantage because Ezreal is down bottom with Lulu, and Lulu's got teleport, but nobody comes at the same time here. Turtle is in the lane still. Gragas makes the early roam mid, and because Amazing starts this off without the rest of his team, he basically started off 2 versus 1. He's out of the fight so early. Even though Bjergsen goes deep to try and answer the kill, he's out of position, and TSM all trickle in one by one. Just poor communication and execution from TSM there in a situation that could easily have gone in their favor with a 5 versus 4. They just were not grouped up all at the same time to make that play happen.
Definitely pushing themselves into a dangerous situation to get back. Just that Dragon, very, very on the edge of their seat. Gain back a little, and it seems like they've fallen off.
Yeah, plus they use their teleport to try and salvage that play, and it's 50 seconds until this Dragon comes up. It won't be available. Now TSM are the ones at the disadvantage. If a 4 versus 4 fight breaks out around Dragon, Ackerman will join, and Dyrus won't be able to. So that action from TSM will have later repercussions as soon as this Dragon does spawn.
Dyrus trying to keep Ackerman in his vision. He can still polymorph the teleport out of that and make the fight a little bit more in favor of Team SoloMid here. But they don't have all the poke we actually saw coming out of the first composition of the day. Having more Nidalee, having a little bit more poke even from the bottom lane, and Morgana. With this Xerath, TSM can't put the same amount of pressure down onto an objective, so it seems like they're trying to find out if LMQ will make a mistake anytime soon. Mid lane is a possibility. You just saw the health on that turret, very, very low. So maybe Team SoloMid can kind of dance out that Dragon fight and then pressure mid as LMQ rotates to the Dragon.
I think that TSM might end up having to give up the Dragon because not only do LMQ have a teleport, but they also have several key items here. Trinity Force on Ezreal is really big for them. And also, Ackerman is shoving in up top. So even if he leaves lane, Dyrus won't be able to answer with that top turret.
Dragon's alive. You see most of TSM keeping those members in mid lane as No Name starts to get a lockdown on it.
Yeah,
if Xiao can hold this mid turret, this will be huge for LMQ and they can still get the Dragon.
It's gonna work on it. So Ackerman's gonna shove Dyrus into his turret as quickly as he can, and then get away from Dyrus. If he wanted to join, he would have to still get out of range of Dyrus. Amazing heads up top, so TSM make the call. They're giving it up. 100% giving it up. They do not want to fight it.
No pressure on the mid lane either. TSM is spread thin across the map, and they get nothing out of that Dragon. Mid lane being a definite possibility as well.
Yeah, they made the call for Amazing to head up top, but he's walking right through a ward, so TSM literally cannot get anything out of that. And again, this is because of the early move that TSM made on this red side jungle. Ends up making them lose lose out on a dragon.
Uh-oh. You can see the priority. Oh, the gold card comes out this time. Third time's a charm. Gonna be locking this one down. He says, where are you going? Stay and have a drink. Dyrus goes down 30 seconds on the clock.
LMQ are just dismantling TSM, making them pay for that mistake. Whenever you're facing a TF team, especially, if you make one small mistake with your globals, then it snowballs very quickly.
Xiao knows what he's facing. That's his main right there in Tristana. And he's going to be able to play against it very accordingly. 174 to 130. We saw that CS advantage coming, as we said, from the jungle pressure in the early game. And Vasily's been able to hold it very nicely. Heading to the mid lane, we can see priority on the boot selection. Alacrity for Xiao for playmaking. As little playmaking with his speed on the cards, but still there's playmaking in the distortion as well from Bjergsen.
Yeah, the thing is, you would expect a distortion on Xiao too, because he also has the Flash Ghost, but he just wants permanent move speed.
Yep, get those cards locked in.
Not when he's blowing his summoners. Very interesting choice. Especially if you're running Flash Ghost. The value of a distortion enchantment just seems like it's so high.
If it was for one person, it'd be Dyrus. I mean, they're bringing their teleports to Dyrus on the off chance that he's made it out on Whimsy every time. You know, Xiao's able to connect it. But that's a big buy for one dude. 5-2 here, 18 minutes on the clock. We're just going to get some ward wars.
Looks like they're jumping on Dyrus here, and they burn his flash for just the ultimate.
Yeah.
Now, the thing about the Alacrity upgrade for Xiao, the only bonus it has over Distortion is that in lane, it makes it easier for him to dodge Xerath harass.
Yeah.
So that is actually really important for him. And I'm pretty sure the only reason he is doing it this game is because they're facing the Xerath and he wants to dodge those long-range skill shots.
We did actually see him using Ghost earlier in that situation to get out, so maybe saving a Ghost, he'll be a lot more happy. You're right. Slow pushes on the top. Then they finally get it. 2-2 and turrets on the map. Bjergsen, they're finally looking to set up a little bit of this poke, and he can put out the damage.
Yeah, half-life right there.
No Name looking to get in from the side and make some moves. You can see this actually wants to be a very big move for Team SoloMid. Bjergsen with the Brilliance Elixir in his inventory to get that extra damage out. These guys are putting some extra money into the stat.
Whoa, they need to teleport early from Dyrus if they're going to get caught here. LMQ does not pull the trigger, though. I guess it was a defensive TF ultimate to save their blue buff. Good call by TSM, leaving Dyrus up top. They don't panic teleport down there, and they at least get a minion wave into the turret.
Dyrus getting a really nice ward and a great minion wave in the top side to keep pushing, but he's starting to rotate over. Is he going to really try to steal out Red? They can still see Red is trying to run about. Amazing. Ooh. Taken out. Nicely done by No Name to steal it back. Wait, the rest of LMQ is kind of filtered in on the backside, and they didn't realize TSM was ready for a fight. TSM is going very low. The area of effect damage coming in huge from Ackerman. And they're going to continue this one on. The flash body slam into Glebe. They're serving up sushi tonight with a double kill from Braum. Continuing now, Wild Turtle. No jump, no reset. The artillery. Oh, Xiao's forced to turn tail there. Turns on the Ghost. And he says, that was close.
Bjergsen laying down the cover fire there for Turtle. Scares off Xiao, and they don't chase down the extra kill, which was a very real possibility using those Alacrity boots. So here, even though they catch Vasily, and Bjergsen plus Amazing, crazy burst onto Vasily to take him out of the fight. They used everything at that point. Everybody's on the run now. This was actually a very high value red card from Xiao. He wanted the AoE damage and the AoE slow to go along with his wild cards. So much area of effect damage from the LMQ to answer just the one kill that TSM caught. Pretty big play, and it does increase the global gold lead for LMQ.
LMQ making a real good fight for 3 in a row versus Team SoloMid here in the summer split. TSM looking to right now stop that losing streak against LMQ, and they could make it even if they can grab this one here with 2 more games left in the season versus these guys.
TSM trying to hold on, and you can see how little information they have. The pings from TSM on Dragon a minute early because they don't know what time it's coming up. They want to get down some vision inside that pit. One of the easiest ways on this patch to snowball games from an early lead is just control every single dragon. And LMQ can easily do that, so TSM Gonna try and get back some more information for the team to give them hopes of countering. So much vision control from LMQ.
Yeah.
Though. If you try and go anywhere near that Dragon Pit, you're going through LMQ vision.
Security system.
And they can easily pick you off. They've got such a mobile team and a TF to start it off who's already rushed his Zanyas.
They're going to have a second one, too, coming out on Ackerman, so even more plays to be made when you're trying to focus down the wrong guy, which at the time will be right, but LMQ is ready to strategize around whatever you think you have planned. Dragon's going again, Kobe. 7,000 gold lead, 8,000 as they start this.
TSM in a very, very scary spot here. They just go to try and steal it.
No Name gets it. Amazing. He's going to be the first one in the fight. Even if he throws his ultimate on, he's going down immediately. That's the ultimate of Destiny coming out. Does he go in the middle of the fight? No, he goes towards the backside. Dyrus gets locked down. The late wild growth only stops LMQ for so long, and we can't even see Bjergsen on the screen. All of TSM has already left the fight. That's trying to fight from the outside.
That's why that fight is so dangerous to go look at. Not only do LMQ control all that vision, but if you even get near LMQ, they will hard engage on you. All the champions are so mobile, and they have the early Zanya's TF. There's no way you're getting away from it. Going to contest a Dragon snowballs that one fight into not only a Dragon, but a Baron, which is ridiculously hard to come back from. Ginormous mid-game lead here from LMQ.
That is huge. Junglers don't even have second items completed, and we're looking at Barons here 23 minutes into the game. We'll check this fight out one more time.
Yeah, Amazing goes in for the steal, but he literally doesn't get a single, well, he got one spell off before he died, trying to get his heal, and it didn't matter at all. And then you can see, they just cut everybody off. They've got Ackerman, very mobile Gragas with teleport as well. Xiao, there's no way you're getting away from him.
I was wondering why Glebe held that tidal wave so long, and then I felt his pain when I watched Moore block it with a shield.
Yeah, exactly. That's why people get so frustrated in the Nami versus Braum matchup, and that's why pretty much everybody, if you see the Braum first, go with the Morgana pick.
It's those intense moments in a fight when you know exactly what your job is, but you're waiting for the other guy to make that one move. Held off for a long enough time, and they were able to take down Amazing. The fight in LMQ's favor, now leading to them pushing down mid lane. Looking at a 12,000 gold lead right now, Kobe. That's very hard to stop, especially when you're the one dictating all the moves. TSM is forced to adapt to everything now. It's a good thing their side lanes are pushed because they can deal with this in mid, but I don't think they're going to be able to deal with it for very long.
No, they have no chance of saving that turret. Not only is the Trinity Force Bork build on Ezreal extremely good for skirmishes and spread out teams like this, but it's also great at taking down turrets pretty early on.
Right.
Those Trinity Force procs.
You get attack speed, you give attack speed.
There's such a huge spike here in skirmish power for Vasily. And he's almost finished his last Whisper on top of it, even though not much armor on the board for TSM. It's a preemptive last Whisper, I guess.
I like the rush by Amazing on the Locket, helping with a bit of the burst they find, and all this, it's really wild AoE that they're trying to dodge. Once the cards go out, then you have a barrel, a sonic wave, all these skill shots. Oh, just tucked into the wall. Dyrus saves himself with the outside of his base.
That was very good for TSM. He almost negated that entire ult with just the shield on himself.
See, the sustain coming in ever so slowly on the side of Team SoloMid, but it hasn't seemed to help too much. You can see Vasily sustaining just as well with the Blade of the Rune King on his side. He was taken down to half health just now, but able to keep him safe.
This is really the test for TSM though, because LMQ, they're running such a heavy mid-game power spike team. If TSM if they somehow hold out in this last ring of inhibitor turrets, then they will have a chance later if they can turtle it out long enough and defend the Alamo here. But man, the odds are really not in their favor.
Well, here we go. Xiao definitely getting some calls from No Name, captain of the team, to say, we still have this, Baron's down, map is objective free, let's start to spread Team SoloMid thin. Xiao now in the split push towards mid, while Baron still ticking on LMQ. They're gonna force themselves into base.
They make the swing down the bottom, even calling Xiao ult.
Yeah.
TF ultimate is available, by the way. He could stay mid.
Yep.
And just TF ultimate as soon as there's a hard engage at this turret. Every time, though, TSM's actually sent 2 members up there.
Quite a bit of wave to play with here. They're waiting on that one. 1 minute and 40 seconds on to Dragon. Really be the only thing LMQ would say. This is too much of a stalemate. We're getting nothing. Let's go get Dragon. So far, a good hold on Baron by Team SoloMid. Only a bit of time left, maybe under a minute now left on Baron for LMQ to work this. Good shot. LMQ gets caught. There's the tidal wave as they ride it. Huge damage coming in. Gleam has forced to flash Dyrus as well, and LMQ can trade back.
Yeah, see, even with that pick, TSM cannot chase. Even if you take somebody out with no answer, there's no way that you can chase down.
14,000 gold behind fight.
Plus, the Baron buff was still on LMQ, so it's a really strong defense for TSM, though. And that's one step in many that they will have to take, but it's one step in the right direction for them. On the road to a comeback here for TSM. It's going to be a very long and arduous journey, though.
There's that spike coming in from Wild Turtle. About 600 gold if he can lock it down. Let's see pack it right now. He has it, so he has the Infinity Edge. Looks like he'll go back and get that right now.
Yeah.
If they can protect him, there might be a chance coming in here, because you're still not looking at that much armor on the side of LMQ.
And you got to keep your eyes on Bjergsen here, too. Xerath is a very good substitute for Ziggs in these situations, trying to defend. Also has extremely strong wave clear that can be used as harass at the same time. If you if you can aim true. That shot didn't mean anything, though. He didn't even need to hit that.
He was calibrating.
Couple minions. He still got them. Exactly.
28-28 on the clock. That means LMQ is going to be getting himself a bit of Dragon Gold here. Dragon quite leveled up throughout the game. Almost there to that full average, but full gold you would be able to experience to get out of him. Dyrus. Let's just say he's playing a little dangerous here without any wards, but he should be able to stay safe with his whimsies.
I mean, TSM need to scavenge any gold they can find on the map here.
He's probably excited to find that.
LMQ just have these giant money bags. Their war chest is huge right now, and they're bringing all of it to TSM's front door. Looks like the Ackerman split push will be answered by 2 members of TSM. That seems like a risky play there. See if LMQ can get some more damage down here on bottom. 3 members of TSM heading up top. 4 members! That's a large commitment, but LMQ not shoving heavily.
I'm interested to see if LMQ starts working a few of their teleports. Obviously, it's not going to be Xiao in the bottom lane for this Baron. Maybe it will, but it's going to be hard to get all the way up there. He's got to make a quick jaunt before he does it.
They want to at least secure everything on the map so that if LMQ make another mistake and TSM get a couple kills, then at least there won't be anything on the map for TSM to take in retaliation. So LMQ just biding their time, keeping up the pressure until Baron spawns, at which point they can just start up the Baron, and if TSM come, then that's great for them too, because they can bait him in through all the vision that they will have around Baron. But if TSM don't come, then they also just get the buff, and then we'll turn towards the turrets once again.
I'm interested to see if some kind of crazy teleport comes out of Dyrus. He's got captain boots. So if he gets somewhere in place for the team to keep catching up, very interesting buy from him on the Acidity captain.
Yeah. Right now, since Dyrus is always on the back line, the captain boots are mainly for retreating.
Right. No, yeah,
anybody on TSM who gets too far ahead.
Follow me.
Let's see what happens here. TF ulti does spot them coming in, and TSM do not make the call to go rush in, which would be definitely detrimental to their health. See if they can hold on here. This last outer turret should probably be given up by TSM. That is a very dangerous turret to defend, and nobody's in position. Dyrus, though, has to be real careful. Dyrus is trying to get that last outer from LMQ down before returning. That could cost them inhibitor.
He's got a lot of damage to do on that turret.
Okay, he's got his teleport. He's actually teleporting, not recalling. Might get there in time.
Yeah, she teleports right back to the mid lane inhibitor turret. Still goes down. You're right, Kobe, and we're going to see the inhibitor now taking too much damage to be stopped. LMQ is not even pushed off. That's the Ackerman ultimate coming out. They still hold theirs, however, on the side of Team SoloMid. Nothing too big was used. Just the teleport in.
You cannot mess around with your inhibitor turrets. We've seen this so many times, especially in the North American LCS. Teams trying to answer some sort of little split push to grab a tiny bit of gold for their team. That outer turret of LMQ will not be the difference in the game. But holding onto every inhibitor turret is basically the only hope of these teams that are so far behind. Once that inhibitor turret line gets cracked, it's so easy for the team that's up over 15K gold to just rush right in. Right, it was his 18K gold even. LMQ are up right now.
And history is really repeating itself in this game, Kobe. Previously, as we've seen in these games, it was 43 minutes and 54 minutes.
Yeah, they got the turret. They lost out the local gold though, so it's only half.
Always trying
well, a little
to.
bit more than that.
But as soon as LMQ was able to get those inhibitors, it was less than a minute, then the game ended. So as soon as they break that open, it's very quick to the end. We'll see if they can do that once again here versus Team SoloMid, a team that has not been able to get the number of LMQ. It's been very much the other way around in every game.
Yeah, massive mid-game LMQ here, looking like the #1 team in North America right now.
Oh my gosh, they're not even past the turret and they can still just shoot out damage.
Deep again.
Turret goes down. They may still have control over this fight though, as chaotic as it looks. Still sending TSM into a frenzy. 2 are down. No Name is the only one that has fallen right now, and they still have the crowd control to continue the fight. Xiao gets shot back a bit, but they are going to be able to return to another inhibitor. Looks like they want the bottom now. They're going for everything. Actually, that was just going to be amazing going down. LMQ, very textbook play all throughout the match. If they needed the Baron, they took the Baron. If they needed a Dragon, it was theirs as well. And when they wanted it, they got the Nexus. 33 minutes in, LMQ takes down Team SoloMid.
Great game by LMQ. They were able to take that one mistake from TSM, where TSM used up their global teleport. Dyra's teleport going up to the top lane or to the red buff, and TSM not getting anything out of it, pretty much snowballed the entire game against them. LMQ were able to make use of their mid-game power spike very effectively and steamroll their way to victory.
GG's, handshakes, and camaraderie from both teams. Very well played coming out of LMQ. We saw the Xerath from Bjergsen as he tried to bring something new into the NA scene. Did not work out with the control that was actually given in the mid lane by Xiao himself. At first, No Name was focusing on bottom, so Xiao fended off gank after gank, blowing Ghost and Flash, and then coming out on top of that lane. Bjergsen was one of the players we were to OP5 to watch this weekend. Had a little bit of a struggle there in the game. But
yeah,
Team SoloMid definitely didn't play up to par there as a whole, though.
You definitely do have to give the props to that guy right there, Xiao, for playing that TF versus Xerath Rengar. As soon as he burned both of his summoner spells, had to play extremely passive, never got killed by the Rengar ultimate gank, and he still was able to get his TF roam down bottom and get that guy Vasily ahead, which was really where LMQ got a lot of that early game power, getting Vasily buffed up in that lane and pretty much using that to start off pretty much all of LMQ's plays.
LMQ really getting a lot of solid picks in the Gragas, the Lee Sin here, the Twisted Fate, and a Braum for Moore. Braum's Thresh Moore's Thresh or Braum are just scary things to play against. So to see Team SoloMid come in, I thought it felt very good for them to get the Tristana in the beginning. They stopped Vasily from getting that, but we saw a just kind of different side of LMQ that we have seen before, where they say, it doesn't matter if you try to take things away from us. Our champion pools are that deep that this is still comfort level play, and they showed it on the champions that Ezreal and back on the Twisted Fate for a second play. It just seemed like they'd play in them every day. It's like riding a bike.
Yeah, these picks are no surprise from LMQ. They love that early game. They love the strong mid-game champions. And TSM knew. Everybody knows this about them, and they thought that they could have that counter. But maybe that misuse of globals was just too much.
Right, all right. So LMQ grabbing first to break down LMQ's win. Let's send it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thanks, Riv. Now, guys, that was a commanding win by LMQ, and they now have first place all to themselves. Zyrene, are they there to stay?
Man, you asked me this back at Super Week. I think LMQ is the #1 team right now. Big thing about them, and I don't know if you guys knew this, but 8 out of the 9 weeks, they have been tied or in first place so far this split. They have always been there, except for week 2, where they had a little bit of a slump. They're very consistent in their play, and people actually don't realize how good they are. Xiao has been 3-time weekly MVP this split, and nobody else in the NALCS has gotten more than 1 this split. They are a huge team that has a ton of aggression and individual skill that transitions into a lack of hesitation in team fights, and they come out on top consistently against every team.
So is that coordination and teamwork, Freak, the reason that they're able to stick with kind of more conservative is the wrong word, more usual picks when going into Champ Select? Is that what's allowing them to do that and then still come out with these wins?
Yeah, when I kind of first came in, I thought, okay, a lot of LMQ's early success is because they have the undisturbed roster. They're just on the same page with anyone else. And the rest of the teams, the CLGs, the TSMs, they'll just level up throughout the season and do fine. Turns out the other teams are leveling up, but LMQ continues to improve. They find new ways to get better, which is incredibly impressive to me. And yes, they can keep playing the same style. We're going to play aggressively over and over again, and that works. What I like about that, though, is they're actually finding these small ways to tweak it. Ezreal is not the most common AD carry. I know it's a Vasili's champion pool, guys. I realize Vasili plays some Ezreal, but just the fact that, like, Ezreal TF is not a combo we see very often, but it's so good because he's one of the few AD carries, basically like him and Graves, who can actually reach the target of a TF ult, right? The fact that everyone on that team, Lee Sin, Braum, Gragas, they can all reach that guy that Xiao goes and finds, and Xiao went off that team. He found so many kills for his team, and the fact that they're finding more ways to express their old play style is awesome.
Yeah, and I absolutely love that about LMQ. I was talking to some challenger players, and they were saying my favorite person to have on my team in solo queue is either Vasili or Xiao. Because even if I go in and I'm being really dumb, they follow me, and it turns out to be a really great play, even though I didn't set it up appropriately.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were talking about that earlier, for you and I, just about the fact that they follow the calls. They're 100% committed to being and committing as a team. The next thing I want to touch on, though, is we look at this TF pick. However, there was a lot of focus on the mid lane by both junglers early in the game. TF got behind. So what was the turnaround there that kind of spurred them ahead so that they could take advantage of those global pick potential?
Well, I mean, that's the thing with TF is he has a reasonable fallback pattern of, I'm going to go with Fiends, I'll spam Qs in my lane, I will get some last hits, I'll pick up scraps, I'm down 20 CS at 10, whatever, I'll manage, right? Like, whatever you can go through. He played far enough back that Rengar can't force the kills, you know, that's all going to work fine. And it's still TF. Just go roam to another lane. Go get Ezreal ahead. You had a gigantic lead in the bottom lane, something like a plus 30 CS lead at some point over, you know, Ezreal over Tristana, which more than compensates for TF's deficit. And it's like, look, if your lane's losing, get out of your lane. It's the same thing with the jungler. You don't gank a losing lane. You gank a winning lane and snowball that ahead, and you just shift your priorities.
Yeah, that's
go for it. No,
I was about to say, that's exactly what we saw happen, too. Bjergsen actually hit 6 first and had about 96 CS at 10 minutes. Hit level 6, didn't use his Rite of the Arcane to just try and destroy Xiao in the mid. Xiao backs, uses his Destiny Gate, goes bottom, gets himself an assist, sets up that lane. Amazing continues to push the mid lane, and then he starts roaming up top, gives them dragons, gives them all this control. So I think LMQ had complete control of that game from start to finish off of these champion picks and their coordination.
And this matchup brings Vasili to 3-0 against Bjergsen, who was our spring split MVP. So my next question is, what's the deal there, right? Is this Bjergsen falling off? Are we watching him, you know, deteriorate or fall from grace? Or is it instead that, hey, Xiao, this new guy, the meta's fitting him? What's going on there?
I definitely think Bjergsen is still incredibly skilled, right? You still consider him top 3 mid laners in North America. In fact, we're seeing him like build the gap over guys like Shifter, where I think it's increasingly apparent that Bjergsen's a better player there. Where I was like, I don't know, maybe Shifter's number 1, maybe it's Bjergsen, maybe it's Xiao. But I think it's very apparent that Bjergsen's still like top 2 right now. I think he's number 2 just behind Xiao. Xiao actually impressed me so far this split. I knew he was good, but he is clearly incredibly dominant. He's been getting 1v1 kills earlier on. There was like a Ziggs or a like the Yasuo versus Kha'Zix fight like in like week 2 or something, and just time and again, Xiao is obviously an incredible player, and hey, he's great. That's all I can say.
Yeah, so it just speaks to Xiao's dominance then, his success as a player. Zyrene, we're going to pull up a little replay here about 13 minutes in around the red buff, the northern red buff. If you could just walk me through this as a 3-for-1 trade here.
Yeah, and what ends up happening is amazing. He goes in, and he goes in a little too soon without his team. LMQ, they pull an LMQ. TSM tries to pull that strategy where everybody comes in to make it a better play. We're going to start rolling it right now. And Dyrus, he TPs in late. And it's a huge part. If he had TP'd in about 5 seconds sooner, it would have been a fantastic play. He ends up getting picked off there. Amazing, he's no longer involved in this fight. And Xiao just roams. He walks over, doesn't need a Destiny Gate, and it was on cooldown. And they fight in this horrible passageway and trickle in. Wild Turtle, he started top, looped all the way through the river, and wasn't even a part of that fight till the very end, and just added on a little bit of damage.
So this is them taking advantage of their mobility as a team, having that TF, but then as you said, their commitment to whatever call's made. We're going in, we're going hard.
Yeah, and what Freak said on the team comp, everybody can follow it up with those picks.
And it's the one difficulty, though, because occasionally you'll see LMQ slip up. Their loss against Cloud9 a few weeks back was the key example of that, where just sometimes they go a little bit too hard, the call is wrong, and about 85% of their calls are correct. But that 15%, if they're wrong and the other team is actually there to defend, they can toss a game away. And that happens every once in a while. That's part of the reason LMQ has a few more losses on the record than maybe they would like. But they're right so darn often that in a regular season situation, it's going to work out more often than not. They're in first place. In a best of 3 or a best of 5 is typically going to pay out as well, and they'll win, I think, really well in the playoffs on top of that. Because, look, they might lose that one game they shouldn't have lost, but they're going to keep winning the ones they're supposed to.
All right, well, let's jump into another replay, Freak, that arguably won them the game with those calls right there. The 22-minute Dragon fight where they go 3-for-0 and take the Baron off the backside.
Yes, this one's weird for TSM because they've got Amazing trying to go for a steal, and he just basically face checks a pink ward. So roll the clip out, and we're going to see LMQ set this up, right? They can see Amazing. He's ready to kind of walk forward, and it's just so easy to be like, hey, you know what? Just hit the spells on him and kill him, right? Glacial Fissure. They just all go in right away. More even go, not, No Name goes in, just kick him back to guarantee the one kill, and then it's just a 5-on-4, and they just simply say go, right? Xiao TPs into the far back lines knowing that no one's going to jump onto him. And this is a team comp where they just can keep chasing, keep picking up kills, right? Blow the quote on the first guy, that's fine. I mean, they Glacial Fissured and Lee Sin ulted for one person and said, okay, 5v4, just keep going without ults.
What I love about the way that LMQ team fights is that they just create chaos, right? So often, we saw it in the first game of the day, both teams posture 5 against 5, and they kind of trade skills back and forth, things like that. LMQ is like, we're fighting, and we're going to fight everywhere, and I'm going to duel you one-on-one on the side. I'm going to, we'll have a 3v3 over here, and then Xiao is going to go through the back. Like, it's just like, they create this chaos, but they work so well within that chaos.
Yeah, and LMQ is never going to run a comp like Curse or Dignitas, in my opinion. It's not their style, because that was kind of, if you imagine a medieval battle where both sides only has archers and they're just slinging arrows at each other, just hoping the other side would just completely fall down, they're never going to play that. Their archers have swords. They're going to run up. Vasily rocket jumps in all of the time, and even if Xiao is playing a ranged mid laner like TF, he's going to dive you. Right now, he's been practicing a lot of Lucian in solo queue mid lane. I think if he whips that out later on in 4.12, he's just going to be right up in your face, dashing all over the team. That is their style, and they love to go in and make no apologies for their actions either.
And there's actually one extra bit to LMQ as well, which I really like. It kind of rounds them out a little bit, is they actually do have the ability to play still aggressive but not divey teams. Like, the old standby for this team was like Nidalee Lucian.
Yes.
Was like, that was their Challenger Series bread and butter as they made it into the LCS, was like, that's not a dive team by any stretch of the imagination. Well, maybe new Nidalee is now, but like, by any stretch is that not a dive team. But it was still an aggressive team. It was, we're going to show up at 1 or 2 items, and we're just going mid lane. And you're not going to deal with it because we're better than you and we're going to make better calls in this. But like, they always pick aggressive strategies, whether they're going for turrets or champions. And again, those work out. So you might see a different style of play in terms of champions, right? You might see the pokers, but it is still a team full of aggression and making offensive moves.
All right, Freak. Well, talking about team fights, they play CLG tomorrow. Arguably one of the better team fighting teams. They have great map rotations, things like that. This is to hold on to first place. What do they need to do specifically against CLG to come out with that win?
To me, it's basically make sure the double F train doesn't get rolling. Like, CLG right now, they looked really weird in that loss they had earlier today, right? And losing to EG is very strange for a team. Like, it's only happened 6 times, right? Like, that's it causes you to really look at that when that happens. And I think you keep the double F train from rolling down the station, and then you're just like, well, Xiao's going to crush Link. And like, down the line, like, I just feel like it should just be a match of the LMQ wins.
Anything to add there, Zareen?
No, that's pretty much, I'm going to go pink Pokemon on that one and say ditto.
Yeah. That was great.
All I got for that.
That was so awesome. All right, well, thank you guys for all the insight. We'll see how LMQ does tomorrow. We've got a first-place team for the first time, if only for a day.
Sure.
We'll see. Now, we've got to take a break while we set up for our final LCS game of the day, Cloud9 versus Complexity. Don't go anywhere.
I got so much life flying through my veins. La 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 la. And it's going nowhere.
Amazing on full stacks, tries to get in. Will he have to blow flash here? The Dragon's Rage into the Sonic Wave. Resonating strike finish. Nice nicely done by No Name to steal it back.
Oh!
The rest of LMQ is kind of filtered in on the backside, and they didn't realize TSM was ready for a fight. They're not even past the turret, and they can still just shoot out damage.
Deep again.
Turret goes down. They may still have control over this fight, though, as chaotic as it looks.
We haven't beat Complexity yet. I don't know if they necessarily do anything to beat us. I feel like we just haven't played that well against them. I remember the first game we had like a triple kill bot and a 3 vs 3 play, which was misplay from us and I guess good play from them too.
Lemon Nation's gonna pick up a retribution kill there, but the kill is there!
I don't think we play as well as we can against Complexity. I don't know whether it's like overconfidence or whatever, but we're definitely going to take them seriously next time we play against them because they've proven they can compete in the LCS. I think going in, teams sort of thought they'd be one of the lower teams, but I think they're proving everyone wrong.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. We are heading right back onto the Rift for Cloud9 versus Complexity. This has been a one-sided matchup with Complexity taking both wins.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, but this is a real test for Cloud9. We've talked a lot about Cloud9 improving. They're playing better. They are warding better. They've shown better team play. But complexity has always been their kryptonite this split. I mean, for some reason, Cloud9 just make so many mistakes against complexity. They've lost 2 games to complexity, and they started today 2 games back from first place. So you can do the math there. Cloud9 cannot afford to keep giving up wins if they want to finish in the top spot.
That's right, but complexity have a lot on the line themselves and are just 2 games back from a playoff spot.
Yes. Complexity have started the split like the bad news bears of the LCS, so to say. They were playing with nothing to lose, and they would happily try all of these low percentage plays that looked really cool, you know, even if they had a very small chance of getting a win. Right. But now that they've got something to lose, and they fear that they'll be, they will let that early game lead slip away, it's causing them to play much more conservatively, even when they do get an early lead, and it draws these games out, you know, that they could otherwise maybe use that early lead to actually close out. Still, though, they have shown that they can beat anyone in the entire league, and they've had this dogged determination to keep on fighting.
That's right. We'll see how far that determination goes here against Cloud9. So let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's them. Cloud9. Balls in the top lane. Meteos in the jungle. High in the mid lane. Sneaky at AD carry. Lemonation on support.
And on the red side, it's Complexity. Up top is West Rice. In the jungle, Kez. Mid Prawley. AD carry Robert X. Lee. And support Bubba Dub.
So do they have what it takes to beat them again? Does it become a mental thing for Cloud9 where they kind of just give Complexity too much and they kind of play everything scared?
Well, now they're definitely going to be focused on this because it was not even just one time that Complexity beat Cloud9. Having beat them 2 times in a row, it actually has caused Cloud9 to focus more on this matchup than they would usually. Like, they put a lot of planning time actually into Complexity. We'll see if it pays off because Complexity actually feel pretty good in this matchup.
We'll see what they have for picks and bans.
Yeah, immediate Tristana ban.
Tristana goes out. These teams, in their plays, it has been 43.5 minutes and 37 minutes. So we should expect to see an over 30-minute game, but it's been Complexity. Both games at 28 minutes, they took out the inhibitor. So they have the consistency there. But after they take out the inhibitor, will it again take 10, 15 minutes to close out the game? It's one thing we're seeing if Complexity can fix. The picks and bans showing that the late game is being taken out. Is that the move to really put a crutch on Complexity if they can't get to that late game?
Well, really, it's just a whole bunch of AD carry bans being taken out here. So more focus in this game banning out AD carries than any other that we have seen in the last couple weeks. And it's because in the games where Complexity have been beating a lot of the top teams, it often stems from the bottom lane. Robert has gotten multiple pre-10-minute triple kills in the bottom lane when something, either Cloud9 or Dignitas have also made this mistake down in the bottom lane. And Complexity can take that and run with it very quickly. Robert is a guy, once he gets a lead, he roams all over the map. You know, even as the AD carry, they'll happily switch him up to mid lane.
Cloud9 locks in the Lulu for balls in the top lane. Most likely what he's going to try his hand at coming into this one. We've seen a lot of Mundo Rise play from him. Neither banned out here, but they do choose the Lulu.
Corky's still up, Twitch still up. A lot of AD carries just wafting around. Even though there were 3 AD carry bans, not a lot of early priority spent on them. Lulu traded for the Morgana plus Elise. This is a combo that Cloud9 pioneered and loved so much. Complexity going to use it against them, though.
Yep. And Bubba Dub has been loving that Morgana. With the chance to get it in the past 2 games, he'll make it 3 in a row with this selection. It's something they really control the bottom lane with. I think Bubba Dub, more than not, really focuses on that brush control, and he's always hitting dark bindings left and right in that bottom lane to get a bit of an advantage.
Yeah.
Quick pickups coming in for Evelynn. Well, I should say quick pickups, but locked in at the same time there, Evelynn and Jinx for Cloud9.
Now, Morgana's also a really, really safe early pick, especially for this Complexity team, because when Robert does go aggressive, if he gets that early lead, having as many shields to back him up as possible will enable him to make those plays. And with Corky, you really want to be making the early and mid-game plays where you really have a lot of power. Corky still dumps out so much mixed damage in the mid-game that he can really turn the tide of team fights around Dragon especially.
Well, Complexity's looking at a lot of ability power right now across the map.
Yeah, pretty heavy on that, especially since Elise builds have changed.
Yeah.
With a lot of junglers not liking the switch of the new Ancient Golem and going with the sustain of the Spirit of the Elder Wraith instead, or Spectral Wraith instead. Makes Elise, yes, more squishy, but also she's a strong duelist, just as she always used to be played when she built the Spectral Wraith. And she also has great objective control because it brings back more damage to her and her percentage health scaling abilities with ability power.
Wow. Support Lulu. All right.
Yeah.
Locking in the Syndra and the Nidalee. At least one lane bully, and what a lot of people are considering high priority right now in Nidalee and her control and what she can do, but we haven't seen that result in the LCS.
It's such an interesting matchup here because these are pretty much the two premier lane bullies up top now.
Yeah.
Renekton's probably the only other guy who could even be considered up there to hang with Gragas and Nidalee. It'll be fun to see this play out. This does boil down a lot to not only individual player skill, but also jungler intervention. Because Gragas can actually set up jungle ganks pretty well, even on Nidalee. But with the changes to Nidalee, where she gets Cougar form level 1, it's really hard, even early on, to convert ganks against her.
Oriana's a tough pick here versus Syndra. A lot of tough picks. The Yasuo being banned out, such a great ban that would equalize a little bit of AD and
yeah, Prolly's classic Yasuo feed strategy.
Yep, but he gets the Ziggs. Not going to be bad, but it does continue to put AP on the side of Complexity.
It's definitely very AP heavy, but this is something Prawl is extremely comfortable on.
Yes.
Probably his favorite champion actually in the game with Ziggs, and one of the best champions in the entire game right now. So much wave clear from Complexity. They can easily, either offensively or defensively, siege up around a turret and clear waves infinitely, but also still have threat because they have the Morgana Elise combo. They'll be killing all the minions very quickly, and they'll have so much space to throw their bindings and their cocoon combos in. They just have to play the waiting game until one of these lands.
Another game of skill shots. Gotta love it, all coming out. Let's pull up the voting on LOLesports.com now to see who's ahead in the poll. And with 70% of the vote, you're saying third time's a charm for Cloud9.
All right, keep sending those votes in to Twitter by sending your hashtag either C9win or COLwin to @LOL Esports.
And with that, Ziggs being picked up by Prolly, we were saying, yeah, he loves to play it. Has been banned out 3 out of the last 5 games he's played. So getting that is a comfort pick for him. Ones to watch, we were saying, is Wes Rice. So definitely keep an eye on him as he's one of our, not OP5 to watch, but one of those players that hopefully can make an impact. He did start to have a few good solo plays versus NACS, if we can remember from Super Week or last week, but can he continue that play? A lot of Complexity has been growing singularly, but as a team, there's still a few of those mistakes.
Yeah, I think this time around it's going to be very interesting because even though we're so used to seeing Complexity go super late, their team has a lot of mid-game potential for pulling off some big plays here.
Going down to the Rift. Cloud9 versus Complexity. Final game here in the LCS. Week 9, day 1. Be sure to stay tuned for the Challenger Series after best of 3. It's always fun and always exciting to watch. We'll see if Cloud9 can get their first win, which would make them quite excited over Complexity here in the summer split.
Yeah, and Cloud9 with the Nidalee top is actually a pretty big change to their play style. Ball's going to be a very strong split pushing force, but unlike Jax, who was the previous top split pushing champion, Nidalee actually starts off very high on her power curve. She has a very strong early game. So Balls is pretty much going to spend the entire game trying to bully Wes Rice and draw resources from Complexity up to the top lane so that Meteos and the rest of Cloud9 can create plays on the bottom side. If Balls gets a lead up top and pressures Wes Rice enough, then Cloud9 can gain control of the all-important bottom lane and get those early dragons that they value so highly.
The audible tweets have been activated by the crowd. You can see the favor of Cloud9, 53%. It's going back and forth, though. The tug of war begins on social media to back your team.
Yeah, let's see what Midas can do on this Evelyn, because you need to take advantage of her passive, get a lot of ward control down early to see where the ganks from Kez are coming from. If left alone, the lanes should be okay, though. See about that bottom lane. I bet Meteos is going to make a pretty early visit bottom. One binding on Jinx can be very, very bad news for this C9 bot combo.
Easy peasy for junglers to start.
So he is starting off on his blue, so he will at least end his route down on the bottom side
route, yep.
if he wants to go for that level 3 double buff. Kez is doing the same thing though, so Meteos will see this. I really like that early ward from Meteos to gain intelligence on where Kez is going to be starting and ending his round. Evelyn does not like to be counter-ganked, especially by Elise, because Evelyn showing up in lane and revealing herself is a very easy target for a full Elise combo. If Elise lands Cocoon onto Eve, then Eve is toast, and there is no coming back from that. So since Meteos knows that Evelyn is, or that Elise is going to end down bottom, maybe he just hard farms this. It looks like already he's going with a hard farming jungle route here.
Ooh.
Doesn't want to risk getting counter ganked by Elise.
Right.
And since his bottom lane is pushed in, maybe Kez will waste some time down there, he's thinking. Oh, looks to go head him off.
We'll see what happens. We know Meteos was the one to be vocal about if you have nothing else to do, then you should be in the face of your opponent in their jungle. That's what Kez was trying to do. He puts a ward in, but that ward is a little late for what it wants to see. Meteos is already in position.
Meteos is going to see Kez, though.
Yep.
Oh, now he's forced into it. Kez is on the backside. Oh, he didn't see him into the bush.
Oh, me oh my. So close. Meteos just squeaks out of that one without giving away his position. So now he kind of has the upper hand here. C9 knows that Kez is floating around the bottom side. Everybody can play a little safer.
All right,
Very
so
close,
we
though.
did have, as expected, both junglers heading down bottom, but because Kez was able to swing around, Meteos had to abandon the early gank attempt.
The crowd favoring balls.
Yeah. Oh, wow!
Oh dear! Oh, so close! There's the flip! The swipe! Oh, he takes a bite out of the backside of Westrice.
And the crowd gets what they want here.
Yeah, they do.
Ball's going to do the new Nidalee justice and take advantage of the early game. That was actually just a misstep by Westrice, though.
Look at that. Marking his position in the book before he gets back. Before he gets back. He's like, this is mine. My territory. So we'll see if he can continue that. A 1v1. Not something we get to see in the early part of the game, but top lane, Cloud9. Balls makes it happen. He gets the kill onto Westrice.
It always has been the type of game that Balls likes to play, to actually just have isolated 1v1s.
It's like
and
put him back
destroy his enemy. The other thing that's classic, oh, whoa! Probably gets comboed.
Oh, I go close, the heal, the last hit, the burn! Oh, it's too hot, Probably goes down.
So Probably tries to Satchel Charge high into the turret and go for answer damage instead of Satchel Charging himself out of there.
He takes more
and he takes another auto attack, which causes him to die here. Solo laners for Cloud9, each getting their own kills here. That is an amazingly good sign for Cloud9. But really terrible news for Complexity. Meteos hasn't even been a part of either of those kills. It's the best feeling as a jungler when all you have to do is ward up for your solo lanes.
He said he's going to want to farm.
They're taking care of their own business here.
But Kobe, there's the flip side of that. Kez is almost in panic mode already seeing this happen to his side. Knowing they have, probably to sit back with Ziggs. Don't know if this is going to be enough. They need to start getting a lead. They're the team that controls the snowball, not coming from behind.
So since the solo lanes, both for Cloud9, are off to a good start, Meteos might try and return bottom here and save this Jinx. Because, again, we said, as soon as one of those bindings lands, they're already half health, both these guys. Summoner spells could easily be blown. Probably, though, already burned his heal, so that's where he's going next. You can see the positioning and posturing around the spheres here. It's an interesting little merry-go-round. But Hyde not quite able to pull off the range there. of the Syndra stun. You know, interesting little fact about the Syndra stun, if the ball is right next to you, then it doesn't go the full length. It has to be a couple hundred units away from Syndra to actually get the full range on that stun.
Did you learn that in Doombots?
I learned that from Hotshot, actually.
Oh,
history.
There you go.
Hotshot did some testing.
Oh, Bubba Dub, a hook shot over the shoulder, taking Sneaky for a little bit of a 200 HP of his health there after a shot from the Tormented Soil as well. And they have a nice push on the turret. They're at least not letting Sneaky get going here. 53 to 44, he gets knocked out. Has a quick drink with Westrice, but he'll be back for more.
We'll see here. Kez was just up there, but
so is
early.
Meteos.
Yeah, the early ult's got to tip balls off to something, and he calls Meteos up here to back him up. Level 6 Eve, and also High is starting to roam, so Complexity knows something's up. Red buff steal in the process here. It's just outside of the bush. Kez can still see it. Can he find it? He got it! Meteos! That's just lazy, man.
Malarkey.
Come on. Meteos, all you gotta do is step back one more step. He could have had that easily, but he leaves it there. Still in vision. A little bit of laziness does cost him the red buff steal.
See, Kez says thank you very much. It's like they're gonna go back to their ways. 32 to 32 in that jungle. Kez has boost, but really not anything has been created from the jungler's pathing on either side just yet. 500 gold lead just about in favor of Cloud9. They give High that blue buff in mid lane, which he's actually stayed quite controlled. Still should be harassing out Prolly here a little bit more. They're even in CS as opposed, or just off of that turret wave, High's a little bit stronger.
Yeah, solo lanes for Cloud9 with their minuscule leads, but bottom lane for Complexity sort of answering. So big difference coming from those kills. I like the defensive pink wards here for Cloud9 though. Trying to make sure that there's no action bottom from Kez to really... Uh-oh!
What a trade. You can see just the peace of mind Sneaky had sitting right in the Phosphorus. He's level 6 to level 5. He's out damaging far and beyond Robert Exley right now and was going to go toe-to-toe easily there. Still leading the charge on this one. Great wards, like you said, from Cloud9, really allowing themselves to push up quite far here as they start to pressure even harder.
Yeah, the key ward there was Lemon's ward in the side bush. Right. Making sure there's no lane gank from Kez. Kez has not had an impact on this game at all here. He is going with that Sight Stone very early on, as we saw him already do for a couple weeks now on this Elise. But that Sight Stone less effective against Eve. If he wants to make use, he's going to have to venture into Cloud9 territory, which is a dangerous prospect right now for Kez. He's going to have to ward up actually at the camps to get information on Meteos.
It's actually the first time we're seeing, today at least, an Elise not go for that full damage build that we've been seeing. So he'll be a little bit more utility to this AP team that he's combined with.
Korea really loves this Sight Stone build with Elise, but I have to give credit to Kez because he was doing it super early on. He did it even before they did.
Little hay to the nobody followed Kez. Kez went on a mission all by himself. They do finally pick up High, but Balls has already teleported down. What a move by him. He had walked back to lane after he reset it. His lane's still in a good spot, and he's down here to help with the dragon now. Cloud9 with the moves.
Drawback there of the Elise going all in with the repel. Meteos sitting there for the counter gank, and it's crowd favorite Balls who's able to come out on top and take down the dragon.
He's a pleaser. He's a pleaser. See what he can produce here. Did have to blow flash in that as well, so
he's also got blue Balls now.
Oh dear. 10.5 minutes into the game, he's recharged and charging up, and he's going to be in the face of everybody.
I mean, blue buff on the new Nidalee is not as frightening as it was on the old Nidalee, but it's still a very, very, very bad thing for Westrice. He's already behind in the top lane.
Yeah.
There's no way that he can push Balls out of the top lane now. Nidalee maxing that heal first in lane will have enough sustain to keep pressure up in the top.
Dead even in that mid lane as they break the dead evenness. 88 to 89 now. Just Just 2K gold lead in favor of Cloud9. That's something that Complexity can close easily if they get the fight they want. Probably sitting with 2K in his pocket and 1.1 on Robert X Lee. Not going to get the same thing out of a late game Corki, so these guys might want to try to push whatever lead they have in a lane.
Yeah, I mean, whoa, aggression from high here. He doesn't have that much mana though.
Right, or enough spheres on the ground here.
Yeah, he would want to get another combo on probably to get him low enough for the ult, so not quite enough mana to pull it off. The thing is, for Complexity, when you're losing all of your lanes here in standard lanes, and you're facing Evelynn, so there's no way that you can even get vision control back to make sure it doesn't get worse, for Complexity, you kind of just have to throw caution to the wind and switch something up, because currently, it's not working. You have to change the status quo. You have to go group up somewhere. Try and make Cloud9 switch their game plan, because as of right now, it will just get worse and worse.
But soon Complexity are going to put into motion the unpredictable mode. Then you'd have no idea what's going on, and you're probably going to see a Shyvana jump on the screen.
Bottom turret, if they can get that down, it might be the thing that they need to kick Complexity into a mid-game switch here.
Right.
And actually start grouping up, maybe try and make some roam game happen.
In all honesty, this definitely needs to continue to be a domino effect for Complexity. You can see how much they're trying to freeze this lane and stop Sneaky from getting any more. They've done well so far, 115 to 84 there. Let's see if they
all right, there we go. He got it all the way in the bush this time.
Heck yeah. Good movement.
I'm surprised
well,
that
they got it. They got 3 wards plus on it that time, too.
I'm actually surprised Midos has not gone for the classic top lane dive with balls, because he's got pressure on Westrise, and Midos has his ultimate ready, so they could tank up that top turret, and he's got red buff, full vision of this bottom side jungle. I mean, all the stage has been set.
What were you talking about, Kobe? A gank in the top lane?
I can't hear it. I can't hear it.
Oh, wait, it's an Eve! It's an Eve too! Throws down the cast, gets the party in the top lane. Westrice is gonna go down. Bomb trying to exit. Mega Inferno bomb.
That's not even going to be hurtful. Meteos is able to get out alive. Great coordination by Meteos and Balls, taking down Westrice again. Kobe, it's going to be so hard for Complexity now. He's trying to build a Rod of Ages, and by 15 minutes, that's not even going to be finished.
Well, yeah, the charge-up time on that is going to be delayed a bit. We'll see, though. Complexity trying to make moves. They trying to answer the top move for mid-aggression, but High gets back for the key minion there.
One-man army
Cannon
here.
minion still does go down for him. This 3-kill Nidalee is going to be a very strong split push threat for Cloud9. Complexity will have to use one of their APs for the wave clear to try and keep her in check. Westrice has already had trouble there, though, and we've seen how susceptible he is still to being dove under a turret.
14-minute Triforce coming in for Balls. Very, very nice. He's going to be able to start wreaking havoc in that top lane. Even more ability to split push. Nobody really has the ability to out-split push them at the power they're at in the side of Complexity, so no worries for him. And Cloud9's really getting all the map pressure and control that they want. Coming out of picks and bans, it did seem like they gave Complexity a little what for with those last few picks of Syndra and Nidalee. Definitely working out for him.
Down bottom to Sneaky's then. Trying to farm, keep back in this, even without turret.
Yeah.
Lemon's been doing his darndest to keep up the vision control at least. They don't have a turret to fall back on, so they need that early alert system. It's been a tough battle for the bottom lane here. But Sneaky will be going for the early Infinity Edge.
Yeah. Get that. You're going to be cleaning up a lot of kills. If you think about it, when a fight happens, Meteos is going to be in there and High will have somebody low. The resets are going to be coming right as you get that person. And if they can keep following up, Complexity is not going to have much more time.
Pink ward down, Meteos slips in.
Whoa.
Whoa! Whoa! Straight under the turret, tries to 1v1 again. Gonna throw it on his shoulder. Oh! He gets the Oswald back and it just floats along.
Well, they can no longer have Westrice hold the split push.
So this is what that new Nidalee looks like, huh?
Well...
Man, he really got to take an advantage of all his options in that lane with that first kill of his own.
Yeah, like we said, it is a lot about the practice and playing against the champion.
Absolutely.
So,
this is a solo man game up here.
Yeah, we'll see.
Great work. Meteos giving a little bit to Balls so he can keep himself going and keep that snowball.
All right. 5 seconds on Dragon, though. Complexity, they still have a teleport from Westrise. We'll see if they actually are feeling dangerous enough to go for one of those risky plays that they've been known for. They are behind, so it's kind of the point of the game where they get shoved into that point where they make a real risky call. It looks like they don't do it this time, and since they just had Bubba or wait, never mind, canceled the recall. Cloud9 are going to slip right in. No teleport from Westrise means no.
Bam! Bang, bang, boom.
Nothing to say about it for Complexity. Bubba does recall, just in a safer area.
It's kind of just walking around and getting the dances that they want. Complexity is not really participating in those dances just yet.
Yeah.
Kind of biding their time before they can find the waltz they really want to enter into here. Westrise going to be hitting up the top lane. I think he, again, is just going to be met and probably taken down if we see Meteos going back to the top of Balls here.
He really needs to get it to answer, but he's got to exit very quickly after he does. So they get that answer. That's pretty good for Complexity. And this is kind of the change that we've seen, talking about how Complexity have stopped making those super risky comeback plays. Oh, I get destroyed.
But you
Probably with the dunks.
You give them a little window and they'll find those kills. Unfortunately, they don't have the wave to push mid, but that's the way Complexity causes chaos and gets themselves back in millimeter by millimeter.
And this is that combo that we're talking about for Champ Select with you just sit there with your Elise and your Morgana and throw out the bindings constantly while clearing all the minions away. When one of the bindings hits, they've got the range to follow it up.
I like that. Nice job.
Balls does get side of Westrise here.
Looks like he'll be quite safe. He already has Lemon Nation on that bottom side to help him out. He is being a menace right now. Everything on the top side of the map has been his. He owns this, and nobody can say different. 180, farming out pretty much more than the mid lane right now. If he can keep it going, and it looks like he is going to. Taking 2 turrets by himself, 2 solo kills in that lane. And he is really helping turn the tide of this game and the results we've seen in the history of these 2 teams.
Very critical Black Shield there.
Why does High always seem to get himself in a sticky situation right here? Oh my gosh, could they turn this one around? Kaz gets hit for the rock in the bottom lane. That means it's going to be Sneaky getting excited. We should see him in just a few seconds. It's going to be Ball still chasing. He's the one on the front line. He's trying to get the Cougar damage down. And it's going to be Westrise with the Black Shield. Probably answers to try and stop the engage. And he does find it's going to be Lemon Nation's death on the backside of that. Now the return possibly coming in for Complexity.
2
Probably
for
tries
2.
to throw out the bombs.
2 for 2 is
Great
pretty good.
back, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good as far as Complexity are concerned. And take a look. Complexity had been warding up their jungle very effectively. And trying to clear out Cloud9 vision. You see their defensive pink wards still sitting there. Cloud9, though, have not given up on these invades. They return over and over and over. Even if you clear out their vision for a second, they put it right back up. So High, early target here. And Robert, this is one of the comeback plays. He's trying to convert for the team. But Lemonation and High at the same time with the burst damage onto Robert. Take him out. And Sneaky with the snipe from downtown. Good answer there. Right now, you're chasing through Ziggs. This is one of the hardest things to do in League.
Might as well put Teemo Mushrooms down.
Yeah. And the answer there, beautiful shot by Frawley. Not tunneling on the chasing Nidalee right there, but looking to the back line to answer. And that's what that deep vision in their own jungle here for Complexity is doing for them. I mean, they're not able to clear out all this Cloud9 vision because they keep on replenishing all the wards, but at least Complexity are able to put up their own.
Really just an amazing job going from Cloud9 right now. Surgically moving and executing around the map. Now Balls is going to take control of the bottom lane while the rest of the team feels comfortable. Going to be taking down mid. 21 minutes in, just a 4K gold lead. A Dragon and a good fight could really close that gap. So anybody's game. This is versus Complexity.
And you can tell what kind of game Complexity want to play and have to play right now from the boots of Corki. Robert Exley, when you want to go for those skirmishes and that you want the auto attack increase of Berserker Creeps, but when you're being mostly poked, as Robert's going to be right now, it's all about the missiles and the phosphorus bomb. So going with the stealth penetration boots, balls with the juke.
That's crazy. You could see as soon as he was like, I'm a little too far. Wait a minute, I don't see enough. They do have good wards though to keep him healthful, or to keep him safe, keep his knowledge privy. 8-4, and that's 4-2 in turrets as they start to deny that lane vision from Complexity. That means balls can get into these situations. You're not gonna. So dangerous, just playing right in the face of Complexity the entire time. But this chaos, Complexity's always trying to answer this, and Cloud9's moving free.
This is the oldest Nidalee style in the book, pioneered by Hotshot, the long-standing super split push Nidalee. Just draw as many people over to you as you can, and then outplay them, and just walk around, use the increased mobility that Nidalee has to try and waste time of multiple opponents.
That was nice. That was an art.
And during that, the rest of Cloud9 capitalize on this, and they can get objectives other areas on the map. So the new Nidalee is kind of throwback to the super old style of play. They've
trying to be
buffed
a menace.
up, yeah, they've buffed up her skirmishing and her split pushing of prowess.
Well, if you get it going this long, then that means she's also going to have 1v1 fight prowess as well. 4-0-0, 216 coming up in 22 minutes in the game. Two members, really, of Cloud9 almost staying on perfect clip of CS here within the game. Probably doing a great job of keeping himself just ahead, and really a member that can keep this team in carry mode. If he can lock down just a little bit more map pressure, they need to drop this mid turret so they can start getting some more deep wards down. It's too dangerous for them to move in. You can see everything is defensive. Even their pink wards are almost next to their base to stay safe here.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if we do look at those 80 carries, oh, did he steal it? He got it with this combo there. Good snipe from high. The gold here for Sneaky, he's got a large chunk in his bag, 1,400 here. He'll be able to complete that Phantom Dance and get the combo when he returns to base. And you know, Corki's big shining moment may almost be over already. Whoa! C9 going with the dive!
This is really good. The turret's getting taken down right now by Sneaky, and the rest of the team is focusing on a very nice fight. The Mega Inferno Bound comes back, but they're going to be able to take down Robert X Lee from the side. Really? What an interesting little fight. Westrice is now going to be able to execute back onto this execution, or initiation, I should say. The rest of the team trying to push down to the bottom lane. Cloud9 will always try to take a mile if they gain an inch. And it looks like they feel like they lost a little bit on that one, so they want even more.
Yeah, he should be able to get away from this one, though.
Yep.
Let's see what they can do. Yeah, that deep kill onto Robert was surprising. I got him really low with the ulti. Let's take another look at it. So he gets out of the Morgana area. Minos goes in for the dive. Yeah, there's everything.
Oh, the ults.
It's half, though. So yeah, it was balls.
Oh! Really?
Making those long-range Nid spears look good, even though he's got zero. Well, he's got a little AP. Trinity Force.
Wow, 5-0-0. Flawless Nidalee play coming in so far from the top laner at Cloud9. You know his name. 9-4 on the scoreboard. 44 to 37,000 here. 6-3 in turrets. It's only a matter of time before Cloud9 just puts the stranglehold on Complexity and running the base with Baron or without Baron.
Yeah, all they have to do is rely on the split pushing Nidalee, keep him down in the furthest lane away from Baron. Just keep him there all day long because you can't catch him. You can't kill him with anything less than 3 or 4 people. And if you send that many people, Cloud9 will get the Baron. If you don't, then this Jinx will slowly whittle down your turrets. All that Cloud9 really need to do is control the vision a little bit better. See if they get a couple more pink wards up. They've got 2 in inventory right now. A couple pink wards and sweepers would do the trick here around Baron. The saving grace for Complexity could be a Ziggs plus Gragas combo to steal away from a long range the Baron, though. There is that threat. However, if you want to pull that move off, then who's going to be defending this Nidalee? Because those are your two main sources of wave clear as well.
And Westrice has been really forced to just build up the HP so Balls does not just cut through his health. Still trying to force him off of that bottom inhibitor turret. Cloud9 is now able to spread Complexity thin towards the top side of the map. And everything's about Complexity trying to stay as a group with that AoE damage, the Soul Shackle, then the rockets to come in and finish off people. They're a little low. Good control.
Fight over.
Yep.
Push control here. Cloud9 trying to set up for the Baron bait. Whoa!
Gosh.
Yeah, you can't leave one person alone over there with Nidalee.
Not at 5-0, 270 CS, 26 minutes into the game.
Actually, Balls might get that turret by himself right now. It's only got a few hundred HP left. Oh! Can he get out alive, though? Blade of the Ruined King active. Yes, he can.
Oh my gosh, showing his fans why they should have an undying love for Balls. 9-4, 27 minutes in. Glitter lands, not of use, but keeps Bubbed Up at bay.
Ooh, Restrice trying to stop the recall here for Nidalee. Does at least delay it a little bit, but really what play could Complexity make after that? Pretty much nothing.
The Wraiths, Toby.
Well, they've got
Wraiths.
vision control back of their red side jungle, which is a small victory, but it's only that, a very small victory for them. Next up on the plate for Nidalee here will be that inhibitor turret, the actual inhibitor, which will be much easier for Balls to take on.
It's like a one-man army
Now that there's no
this
turret.
game.
The rest of Cloud9 are doing their job, though. All they had to do was sit around Baron, fight the vision control battle around Baron. They didn't even have to start it up one time to try and bait. As long as they can draw out 4 members of Complexity.
Very scared of the play right now coming out of Nidalee. And Ball's showing us the play he used to put
He's not even on screen.
On Cloud9. He used to bring this out of his Rumble. He used to bring this out of Rise that he wouldn't get CS on in the early game. He is really playing well, and he's actually played so well this game that he's given Cloud9 the opportunity to make mistakes and still be on top. That's how well that one player has been doing. 5-0, as we've been saying. 7-4. They only have 4 more turrets on the map that stand on the side of Complexity. And right now it looks like it's going to be champions in the eyes of Cloud9.
And the thing is, for Complexity, not only are they down in gold, but even if they find an opportunity, they don't have a reliable way to force a fight with Cloud9. If they have a numbers advantage, if they catch somebody out of position, it's all reliant on skill shots.
The chant coming in from what has just been made more of the home turf for Cloud9 here at the LCS studio for the last game of the day before Challenger. That's the inhibitor going down. Cloud9 finally break the base. Are they going to break the Complexity curse? They have yet to beat Complexity in this summer split. 3rd time's a charm here. They get the first inhibitor. Will they be able to end the game soon?
Well, the Dragon is up, so they'll probably just look to clean up the map a little bit here. And then return to the vision game, because now that the inhibitor is down, they can easily bait that Baron for Complexity. And while we mentioned so much pick potential for Complexity with the skill shots, Cloud9 have Syndra. So Syndra from Fog of War can easily pick somebody off herself.
Oh, doing what he can. Balls jumps out of the fight. High, goes on to Prowley, puts him down to half HP. Not all the damage he really would have wanted. Not enough combos on the field. Look at the shield for Meteos right now. Throws down his Agony's Embrace along with the Lulu pick. And he's going to the Robert X Lee. Valkyrie's out of the fight. Balls almost goes down, but so does Robert in the Do-Si-Do. They leave each other with no mana or HP.
All this time that they're fighting mid, though, the super minion laying down bottom is building up. So that will eventually cause someone from Complexity to return to base. And Cloud9 will happily take these even fights that just use up Complexity's time. Complexity won't be able to get anything done because of the bottom lane. Robert has to recall now, and it's Cloud9's time to get that vision control around Baron right back.
Oh, he snuck by.
He runs right past
He
him.
snuck by. Look out! Look out! Oh my gosh!
Nexus turret.
What an attack! Woo!
Valiant effort.
Seriously.
Super minion number 1.
That guy needs a raise.
Super minion number 2 did not follow his brother.
Sometimes you just got to go in on a bad call, whether it's like good or bad. Everybody going in on the bad calls better than half on a good.
Super
Come on.
Minion #1 shot. Team, please, I'm on the Nexus turrets. Objective focus. Cloud9 now doing that work for the Vision. We'll see if they can actually make something happen. They're using such a large amount of time here. They might just send balls back to the bottom lane. Nope.
Surrounded by a sphere. Uh-oh, he keeps the Banshees. Plays it smart. Agony's Embrace almost coming back up for Meteos. Summoners down the line except for Ignite for High, and there's quite a few down
Remember,
for
this
Complexity.
is, High gets caught.
That's not looking good right now. He
needs to get his ult off at least before dying.
Blue flash in a situation where he knows he's dead. Tries to pull a little bit of time in for the team. Falls deterred from this fight. Looks like the disengage is there from Cloud9. 40 seconds in for High, and it looks like this is going to be just the Baron dance that won't eventually happen, but they're going to have to get around it to find each other again.
Pretty big play there for Complexity. Catching High, sectioned off from the rest of the team. Not enough vision control for Cloud9. This Complexity, they've been fighting so hard over vision of this red side jungle. Complexity have just fought tooth and nail to keep their vision. And it finally paid it off right there. They were able to catch High in an attempt to swing down. Complexity, you've got to give them at least something there for their valiant ward fight that they've been fighting this entire game.
That was very, very interesting. Westrice was moving away to help the team. He got pinged back. A teleport here from Balls would be detrimental on the base. So he needs to stay in the base because you can still get that teleport in for the back door. Westrice forced to not provide now his utility for the fight, and Cloud9 can start to work with this.
Yeah, the thing is,
his teleport's down too.
I think that Cloud9 should just call to send Balls back to the bottom lane. Just keep him at the bottom lane with, even if he already has super minions.
Right.
He can force pressure on Nexus turrets with super minions easily versus Westrice and still draw members of Cloud9. There's no reason really ever for Cloud9 to call Balls out of the bottom lane. He could just stay there forever. Because we've seen him escape so many times, even if Complexity try and collapse. As long as 4 members of Cloud9 sit on Baron and they keep Nidalee bottom, Complexity have to come up with a miracle. And it's very hard to come up with a miracle when you don't have your teleport.
Yeah, Balls has had his juke shoes on the whole game. And even going Distortion, Westrice has been forced to go home guard. So Balls can continue to create these types of opportunities. Westrice down to half HP. He's working a Warmogs in a fully stacked
Robert comes to the
2v1 situation. How is this going to end? I don't think Balls has enough to get himself out alive. I'm wrong. He's Balls.
What did Cloud9 do, though? They drew away the strongest member. No Corki for Complexity, and Complexity still stopped the Baron. So that was a pretty big win for Complexity, taking the flash away from Balls, who does not give up on his mission.
All right, this is going to be big. If he can do this and get out, I don't even, just stop. Just stop. Not going to get hit by the next barrel. If he fast body slams, that's, he gets it. That's the hit, the slow. Does he have the primal heal? He surges. Yes, he's going to be all right. The next barrel is going to be able to hit Balls. Slows him down. Body slam. He gets the kill finally. Takes down Balls, gets the shutdown. But such a chase. So much priority put on just that chase.
Man. All right, Westrice finally gets his man there, and he takes down Nidalee. The rest of Complexity as well have been doing such a good job in this Vision War. They finally get caught out. Let's see if Cloud9 can capitalize.
We'll see what happens with Balls dropped here. Can Cloud9 win the fight? Pen goes down. They still have the upper hand. Like I said, Balls had created such an advantage. They have the chance to make mistakes and still come out on top of the fight. The struggle, trying to kill High, but he can't get it done. Westrice approaches the fight, but he's also trying to slip right out as fast as he got in. 17 seconds on the Dragon, but eyes are on the victory right now. The W for Cloud9 could be coming quite soon. That is the kill going on to buff it up. Prowly's almost out of mana and HP, but he's still standing strong at the turret. Westrice comes back to help as well. Where's he going? Oh man.
To the Baron.
Let's do it.
So Cloud9 are finally able to capitalize on the fight around Baron over Vision.
See this again.
Yeah, so they get they get the Lulu knockup to keep him here in place. And High, by the way, is screening off the rest of the members of Complexity. Kez gets finished. Watch how High ignores Westrise. This is what you do with the very tanky Gragas who don't build full AP. He just looks straight ahead to Robber and gets the key stun for Meteos to capitalize. High playing so aggressive with such low HP here on Syndra. He ignores Bubba Dub, the lower priority, to zone out Ziggs. Once Ziggs is zoned out, then they can turn their focus and clean up another kill. And that did give them Baron.
It looks clean, Kobe. We heard it in communication. It's only High in these fights. It's only him talking, communicating to the team, letting him know that was going to happen.
And this is why I really don't like the super tanky Gragas builds, because in the late game it falls off so hard, the team could literally just ignore you, as we just saw High do.
Right.
And there's not much of an effect from that super tanky Gragas. The AD carry would have to be shooting him for him to actually have a big effect on the fight. And I was able to get the key stun straight through him. Syndra, a pretty good pickup into that matchup.
Cloud9
stun will go right through.
Looking very powerful.
Giant melee.
Now able to consider the rest of the damage they're taking. Mauve Malmortius built up over on Meteos, so he can stick into these fights with all the AP that Complexity's bringing to the table. They're all down now on Complexity's side. 12,000 gold, and it's across the entire team. Nobody's really able to make an impact. Nobody had a superb game in the lanes. The Chaos Balls was able to create in the top lane, shut down pretty much the entire map. And you can see him now in a 2v1 situation. Hardly even giving a care in the world to Complexity's defense.
Meanwhile, Super Minions inside the base. Meteos flanks around the inhibitor turret.
He's in a 3v1. They don't even get his Banshee's Veil. He gets in and out so fast and shocks them. Guardian Angel onto Balls. He's safe after the binding. They're going to be going on to the inhibitor now. He gets cocooned. They don't even want that initiation. That's 3 or 4 times they've consecutively stopped him. Nothing happens after. He's just too big. The rest of Cloud9 standing tall inside Complexity's base.
So Cloud9, they avoid the early game mistakes, and they play a much safer and more coordinated game this time around against Complexity. Looks like they're gonna get it too.
High could be going down here. Very tricky trade. He still lives it out somehow. What a play coming in from Lemon Nation's security shield there. They're going on to Bubba Dub. It looks like they're going on the Nexus. Robert was forced out of his own house on this one. And Cloud9's looking at the Nexus. They do not lose to Complexity a 3rd time in a row. They're able to stop that. And it is going to be the Rocket that takes down Robert at the end of the game. And Cloud9 take down Complexity at 38 minutes, 40 seconds.
What a shot to end it there. Sneaky with the Rocket. But
great shot.
Cloud9.
That guy, right there.
They've talked about it a lot, how they really wanted to focus on unforced errors. They have been making a lot of unforced errors in their games against Complexity. And that was the main thing they wanted to avoid. Concentrate on the basics. And they went very basic this game. Get a very strong split pushing top laner. Had a great early start, and just play it out by the numbers.
There's the man himself. Smallest member, biggest impact. Balls. Made it happen this game on
let
Italy.
me assure you, he's very well aware of the chance all game long too.
Definitely playing for and to the crowd this time. All of Cloud9 wanting to give back to their fans. It's been a rough road compared to the 2-time champs' previous splits of what Cloud9 was able to produce. It's no 25-3 coming out at the end of the split, and it's a struggle this time. They've seen just what every other team has seen this year in terms of miscommunication and a little bit of team trouble coming through the early part of the season, with High being out for a bit. That caused a lot of kind of breakage for them. But in the past few games, we see them kind of putting balls back on the players where he can control the game, ways that he can pretty much win his lane, and he did just that.
Yeah, he definitely prefers being able to deal damage rather than that tanky meta that was around for so long.
Just kind of be in the top lane.
And then the lane swap as well. Wasn't really a fan of that. Didn't get his 1v1 matchup.
Yeah.
Now he feels much more at home.
All right, well, the crowd has spoken, and we're going to give them what they want. Let's throw it down to Dash, who's on Rift's side with Balls.
Thank you, Riv and Kobe. As you can see, I'm here with Balls, the crowd favorite. My first question to you is, how does that feel to have all that backing and support of your fans?
That's awesome. Holy crap.
All right, there it is. All right, now into some serious business. That's you guys' first win against Complexity this split. So how does that feel to finally best a team that's been giving you trouble this whole split?
Feels great. I mean, we finally beat them, we're improving, and we're just getting better every week now.
All right, now a little bit of a follow-up there. Historically, you guys have always been at the top, right? You were first in summer split, first in spring split. Now you guys are sitting in third and fourth place. How does that change your approach going to the final games of the season now that you're looking at, vying for position going for the playoffs?
I mean, we're not first place anymore, so we don't have a target on our backs. People won't expect us to do that great anymore, but we can all just keep practicing and just study the Korean, study everything, and just get them in the back.
So to that end, not being in first, in other words, having lost more games than you normally do, people say that you learn more from losing than you do from winning. Is there anything specifically that you've learned this split as a product of those losses that you wouldn't have learned in previous splits?
Well, compared to last split, this split is more all about rotations, and the early split of this season, it was all about 1v2, me going to the jungle and farming with Meteos. But now it's all about adapting too, because towards the end of this split, the meta changed, and now it's back to 1v1s and a lot. And I get to practice my 1v1s a lot again. And if I can win my lane a lot, then it could help my team win even more. And also just not dying level 1 like last time, that would help. But other than that, everything's great.
And adapt you have. We have a little bit of a statistic in the first 6 weeks of the split. You played only 3 unique champions, Shyvana, Renekton, and Trundle. Now in the last 2 weeks, and then including today, you've played 5 unique champions. Ryze, Gragas, Nidalee, Kayle, Lulu, things like that. So what has been the impetus for picking up such a diverse champion pool, and how does it feel to finally be back on some more carry-style champions and 1v1 champions?
I actually used to play a lot of AP tops back in the day in Cloud9. But then the meta switched to a lot of tanky champions. And I've been playing top lane for a while, and I was used to Renekton and Trundle Shyvana, so I just pick up those champions and play them. I love farming, so I don't even care if no one gets my lane, I'll just take all the CS. But since they went back to AP top, I'm fine with the carry role too, because I like killing a lot of stuff if I can. And it's just adapting, and it's fun.
All right, for sure. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. We're going to send it back up to Riv and Kobe to close out the day.
Thank you, Dashington IV. Let's check out how the table is set after another day of league action. In first, it's LMQ. Yeah, just LMQ.
Then CLG drops into second, and in third, it is Cloud9 and TSM, and Dignitas holds 5th place.
And in the bottom half, we've got Curse in 6th, followed by Complexity and Evil Geniuses. And we will be back tomorrow with 4 more games, starting with Evil Geniuses taking on Dignitas.
Followed by Complexity versus TSM. After that, LMQ will face off against CLG. Then we'll conclude our LCS coverage with Team Curse versus Cloud9.
But keep it tuned right here for a best-of-3 semifinal between Lowpro and Cognitive Gaming in the North American Challenger Series. And we've got Freak and Zyrene waiting in the wings for tonight's North American Challenger Series quarterfinals. But first, let's take a quick look at a few of today's LCS highlights.
Ready for it?
I mean, I'm ready for it. I don't think the people are ready for it.
Some dips.
Special's now caught up in the Soul Shackle. Boy is able to take down Kiwi Kid, but the AD and the AP are still on the move. Cutie Pie tries to fire back. Kathy in surprise comes out.
Happy birthday, dear Peter.
CLG now sets up the lines. Both teams staring to wipe each other's eyes. Aframu goes down. No way. EG dances it out.
I got so much life running through my veins.
Nicely done by No Name to steal it
Whoa!
back.
Wait, the rest of LMQ is kind of filtered in on the backside, and they didn't realize TSM was ready for a fight.
What time is it?
It's League of Legends time. Could be going down here. Very tricky trade. He still lives it out somehow. What a play coming in from Lemon Nation's security shield there.
Hey, what does the Kool-Aid Man say when he busts through a door?
Oh, yeah.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 2014 North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. David FLICKR alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon, and we got some fun games coming up today.
Oh yeah, we got some really fun games coming up today. Best of 3. Ready for that round of 8.
Best of 3 is going to be a whole bunch of fun, guys. Now, this is the final weekend of the quarterfinals, and today's match is 3rd seed Curse Academy going up against 6th seed Wazabi Gaming.
Curse Academy won 3rd place in Summer 1 series, and 4 of its 5 members are former LCS pros looking to get back into the big show. But the player to watch today is actually AD carry Impactful, who is the man who's yet to compete in the LCS out of that team. He had 28 kills in Summer 1 and is looking to surpass that number in Summer 2.
And now on the other side is Wazabi Gaming, who played as Frank Fang Gaming in Summer 1. Now, the team didn't have any success after their quarterfinals. They went 0-4 after the round of 8, with the final 2 losses actually courtesy of today's opponent, Curse Academy. They're hoping the name change and a couple of new players will actually switch this around and give them a win.
Yeah, and Wazabi no longer has former CLG top laner Nian Tanso on the roster, but those 2 new additions are players in the top 10 of Challenger solo queue. iKennyU, who is sitting at 7th overall, replaces Nian at top, and number 3 is 10Q, who actually is Catrific Rules on the ladder currently, and he takes up the reins at support. If they've had enough time to gel as a team, Wazabi Gaming could see more success this time around than that 0-4 finish that they had in the... Maybe they could go top 3 this time.
Yeah, if they go high enough up, actually, with a win today, Wazabi Gaming will be on the a path to maybe tying Team Coast in points and maybe earning a first-round bye. So getting all the way down to the playoffs and getting that first-round bye really increases their chances. So this is the road here for Wazabi Gaming. So half the quarterfinal matches have been played so far. Here's the Summer 2 bracket shapes up. So Team Coast and Team 8 will square up in the semifinals next week thanks to their quarterfinal wins.
And this weekend, the other semifinal match will be set. Today, it's Curse Academy versus Wazabi Gaming, and tomorrow we'll have Team LOLPro against Cognitive Gaming.
And in the Challenger Series, victories earn points, and at the end of Summer 2, the squads with the 6 highest scores will qualify for the playoffs. 5 of those 6 spots actually are already occupied. Team Coast, Team LOLPro, Curse Academy, Team 8, and Wazabi Gaming have all clinched their spots, and right now they're battling for higher seeds.
And if Cognitive Gaming win their match tomorrow, they will take the final spot in the playoffs. But if they lose, there will be a 3-way tie between COG, Denial Esports, and Zenith Esports for that coveted 6th spot.
We'll see who's going to grab that one, I guess, by the end of the week here. And if you need a little support keeping up in the playoff picture, log on to lolesports.com.
Under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, you'll find scores, schedules, standings, and everything else you need to follow the Challenger Series and the rest of the LCS all season long.
Yeah. Go there, lolesports.com. You might actually be watching from that site right now, so just, close the full screen and just go on over, whichever way you want to do it. So today's best of 3 matchup is about ready to go. It's Curse Academy and Wazabi Gaming, and we're just a few moments away from Champion Select. Now, Curse Academy, we talked about him a little bit before, but Impactful, still a really big player for that roster.
Yeah, and we talked about it. He's the only player on Curse Academy's roster that hasn't played in the LCS, but he's still one of, if not the strongest member on the team currently, with a 3.13 KDA in Summer 1. He carried a lot of their victories, and he was a great linchpin for them. And since the game has become more AD carry-centric since we last saw him, it might be his time to shine.
That's true, actually. It's been a while because of the way the Challenger Series works out. You haven't seen this guy for at least 2 weeks or so. So, yeah, we got to see what this guy can bring up. Actually, sorry, because... For some reason, I thought he was in round of 10, and I'm just like dumb. But yeah, you're right. It's been all the way since the 3rd place match of Summer 1. And this guy has, of course, had a bunch of experience as well. He played on Complexity Red back in spring. So a very storied player as far as Challenger is concerned. Now, on the other side of though is Wazabi Gaming. Their new support player, 10Q, is replacing Baby Eater. And number 3 on ladder, he's a good player.
Oh, yeah, he's a really good player. I'm actually very surprised to see somebody in that top 3 position that's on the support role, because he actually plays a little bit of everything. His most played, I believe, isn't actually a support character. It's something else. I think it might be Lee Sin or something. I don't remember off the top of my head, but he plays everything very well. A very solo queue-oriented player. But if he can gel with the team on Wazabi, he's a great piece to have, because you don't get that high without being at least strategically sound in how to close a game out as a player.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting test for these guys because you've got shot callers already on Wazabi. Yeah. I mean, you've got shot callers there with the roster being around for a while, so you've got people who've got the experience who are making the calls, and I kind of don't expect a player fresh out of solo queue to make the big calls there. We haven't seen him play anything else before. Support, though, the one quick pause is going to give me is the fact that I think support is one of the more different roles in competitive compared to solo queue. I think jungler is the hardest, and AD carry is the easiest transition. Support, I think, is probably top 2. I think it's probably harder than mid and top in terms of transitioning from a solo queue play to competitive play, because you are the primary warder for the team, and those get very different when you're warding for other lanes than just your own.
Yeah, I do agree with most of that. I don't know about top.
Okay.
His top man threw me off pretty bad when it was like, let's play a 5s team. What's this lane swapping nonsense? How do I jungle with this dude? And it gets really difficult.
Okay, that one I'll give you. Thankfully, we don't have as many 2v1s, so the transition to a top lane competitive player can be a bit easier. And speaking of top lane, of course, Curse Academy's Chris versus Wazabi Gaming's iKennyU. 2 guys also very, very high up individually, which means they know each other from solo queue all the time.
Oh, yeah, they run into each other all the time playing lane against one another, so they aren't unfamiliar with this matchup between them. iKennyU a little higher rated. We have also seen a lot of him around.
Yeah.
I think he has 2 accounts in Challenger, top 100. No,
X3 is his other one.
Yeah, he's really high up there and very, very mechanically sound. Wins lane, tries to play to crush it, and just snowball into the other lanes. Like, he loves top Yasuo, he loves Aurelia. I think he's one of the best Aurelia players in North America.
Yeah.
If he can get his hands on it.
I think he's got a really weird personality too, because he wants so badly to carry. I feel like even. I guess you're going to debate me on terms of top lane being a difficult transition into competitive, but I feel like Kenny's transition into competitive is probably one of the hardest, because you see a lot of the teams that I guess I haven't seen a super top team play like purely carry top laners, right? Like, everyone's got to pull the Shyvanas and the Mundos back in occasionally, and I feel like Kenny just wants so badly to kill everyone all the time that you can't hold him down, and he'll just go for the kills anyway.
Yeah, that's why you tell your jungler, you're like, Captain is blocked, play something tanky.
Yep.
You do it for me.
Yeah,
go
exactly.
be a threat.
Exactly. And the Kha'Zix can go top lane.
Boom.
It'll be a bunch of fun. Well, we are in a champ select, guys, though. Curse Academy blue side. Wazabi Gaming on the red. Once again, these guys are playing for seeding. The only way to get a bye is to go top 2 in points, and these were the teams in the 3rd, 4th place match last time. These guys got to move up if they want a good seed.
Yeah, and something that you have to think about with Wazabi Gaming is Nian Tanso, when he joined the team, he talked about shot calling. They lost that guy in the top lane.
True.
But I do have to say that Frank Fang Gaming, the losses that they had, the 0-4, a lot of them were off of base races that were not initiated at the right time.
Yeah.
Splits that were not called correctly. So if they get their shot calling in a better position, they have great players. They just have to get the synergy down.
We'll see if they can get everything together right now with these guys, and if they can win based on solo queue skill or just based on their newfound teamwork with new people in the roster. Aurelia removed from Kenny, Ziggs away from Baby Zeus, Lulu and Rengar dropped out as well.
There's a lot here, because you have to ban out the Aurelia from Kenny. You're going to leave up possibly Gragas, Twisted Fate, Kassadin is most likely going to be a last ban here.
Yeah.
But here's the fun thing, is Wazabi Gaming will sometimes leave Kassadin up, because Baby Zeus is such a good Kassadin player that if you don't first pick it, he will pick it for himself, and if you pick it, he will play Orianna or try to counter it in lane, and they will camp it.
Interesting. Well, it's going to be the competition right here. Lucian banned away from Latman, and there's the Gragas ban, so Kassadin is left open. ManCloud, are you going to play it? That's the first question here.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
They're baiting him into it, and now they're going to try and make a composition around shutting that Kassadin down, and that's part of the game plan from Wazabi coming into this.
All right, well, first 2 picks, you know you didn't pull too many bans. It's 1 per lane, which means largely your strategies are available. Morgana, the first important champion, Elise the other. So, picks already available.
Yeah, they went with the double little route there.
Yeah.
Stun composition, little pick. Don't know, that's just kind of basic stuff. When you're like, it doesn't really show a whole lot of what we're going to do. It's like, we're going to try to pick you off, but of course you can still add Wombo in with Morgana. There's still a lot of options here. As soon as we see AD carry and what iKennyU is going to bring to the top lane and the mid lane, like, these are really kind of the roles that are like, we're going to play it safe and just take priority things.
And they did take priority things so far. The big thing for me, actually, is the fact that one, Saint is not a big Lee Sin player, so you do need to pinch the jungle a little bit. The other one is it allows Wazabi to counter-pick both solo lanes. You've already shown the mid laner. You can leave top for last if you want as Wazabi and get good matchups pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, actually, fun fact is St. Vicious's most played in solo queue right now is actually Lee Sin.
It is Lee Sin.
He's been just playing that so much. I went over to his counter and I'm like, oh wow, he's really spamming Lee Sin. He's been playing Lee Sin a lot.
All right. Well, I haven't seen it work well yet
that's
in
the thing.
competitive. Yeah, so
there's a big difference between solo queue Lee Sin and competitive Lee Sin and what you do on a team. It's a really big difference because if you're solo queuing, you're like, all right, just snowball myself, and game over, GG. Just kick everybody, build full damage. When you transition into a team, you're like, okay, let's get my Tristana ahead, let's get my solo laners ahead, and possibly kick somebody back into the team if I have the mechanical prowess in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they can do that one right here. Wazabi Gaming actually keep pushing in for early game power, though, with their matchups. They do leave top lane for the counter pick. They do pick the Caitlyn here to try to beat up. And, okay, if Saint's going to play the Lee Sin, it'll be, I think, the second time we've seen him play it in the Challenger Series here. First time, had a really, really rough score on it. It was something like horrible, like 1-8 or something. Really
It was a really bad, actually.
Yeah.
Last time we saw him play Lee Sin, he took a bunch of cues that you shouldn't have. That song just pops into my head because, oh man, it was just all game long. I remember that game just being very, very bad for Curse Academy all around. But now they have a Kassadin, so it's like, do we pick a jungler that has early game presence so we can at least have something on the map while the Kassadin is trying to get into late game?
Well, that's exactly what's happening, actually. They were hovering Mundo for a second as well, decided to maybe pull that down one notch and go for Shyvana. But in general, Curse Academy are this team waiting for their comp to come online. And it's like, Saint, can you keep us from all dying as we wait for this kind of point in time to happen there? Because Tristana Braum is reasonable, but not great. Actually, it's going to lose horribly to Caitlyn Morgana, to be completely honest. In isolation, it's a decent lane, but Kate Morgana is going to crush that, in my opinion. Elise still a great early game jungle in itself. Orianna should do well against Kassadin. It's the matchup we typically see as the counter pick here. And now it's like, okay, well, Kenny, can you also crush your lane? Can all these lanes be winning? And can you actually prevent St. Kings from even working here?
Yeah, and actually the hover over Ryze right now could mean that they're going to start playing the late game here too. I'm just going to say, Kenny, he's going to want to play something with a knockup. Yeah, I think he might actually play Yasuo and synergize with Orianna. But I think, Aatrox works very well as well.
Okay,
I do love these picks that he's bringing out here. One of the first Aatrox we've actually seen in North America, both Challenger and in LCS.
Yeah, we see it all the time in Europe, and no one brings it across the pond.
Man, Kenny kind of has a European pool.
Yeah,
he's like,
does.
I'm the best Aurelia player in North American Challenger, and I'm going to bring some Aatrox over here too.
Kenny's champion pool is so European, he measures it in meters.
What?
Meters instead of yards. European.
Okay, I guess that's how his pool is.
Oh, come on, that was awesome.
Okay.
Why are you hating on that one?
I was like, his champion pool is so big, it's so European. I don't.
Champion pool.
I know, but
50-meter pool, 100-meter pool, whatever, man.
And he fills it with liters. There you go.
He is going to be the leader on his team. We can see if he's going to be a KDA leader this game.
That's the first time I've given you a look like,
Death
what?
leader.
What?
It's okay. You're normally on the same page. I'm actually very impressed with your ability to catch most of them. I finally stumped you with the pun. I'm so happy right now. All right, so the game, though, actually more important than my horrible sense of humor. Early game lanes down the line. And because there's not like a complete lack of late game power. Orianna's a great team fighter. Morgana has great follow-up. Like, Caitlyn, people keep calling Caitlyn like this bad late game champion. It's not really true. So she's no Tristana, to be fair. But Caitlyn's one of the few champions you can go six offensive items on because she's so safe. You don't have to buy Banshees. You can just buy another Phantom Dancer. And so you have this late game power available to you as a Kate. Aatrox a great carry as well. If you can get tanky, you can also initiate. So good lanes and a decent team fight fallback for Wazabi. Curse Academy is like, yo dog, if we get late game, we got to cast in Tristana. And like that's like the very obvious focus for them.
Yeah, and it's funny because they actually don't have too much of an insurance policy here for Wazabi Gaming. It's more early game focused. If they can start crushing very early on, get Morgana roaming, try to make some picks alongside the Elise, they can set themselves up fantastically. But I love the idea that they came in with because Baby Zeus, I've seen this from him before because he's such a fantastic Kassadin player.
Yeah.
You force the other team to take Kassadin first pick, and he counters it with Orianna all the time. I have seen him crush Kassadins in lane as Ori consistently. All the time.
Oh, yeah, and he is actually really, really good. Baby Zeus actually, one of the players I trust his adaptations the most. If we don't have any level 1 fights here, I'll tell the story. So I ran into Baby Zeus in solo queue about 3 weeks ago, and I was surprised because he's so much better than me. I was like, how are you in my MMR bracket? Because he was like low D1 or like high D2 for some reason. He's like Diamond 194 right now. And I was like, why are you here? And he's like, oh, I try new things in solo queue all the time. I'll like play champions I don't know very well, and I'll lose LP for it, but it's to practice things. And then when he felt comfortable with the champion, he goes back to playing things he knows, right? Gained a division, basically. And, you know, again, he's back at D190. So the fact that he's going around trying things out, seeing what does work for me, what doesn't, and kind of heavily testing the waters in solo queue, makes me actually trust his decision-making in champions quite highly.
Yeah, and when you see somebody who's like that, I think Prawley does it too, where he's like, I will purposely pick counter matchups in scrims so that I can practice, because I'm going to get counterpicked sometimes. It's just the way the game works. It means you're putting a lot of effort into your practices and your solo queuing.
Yeah.
Instead of just going in to be like, I want to climb the ladder and be the highest ranked player.
Yeah.
No.
That's something that actually Broken Shard did as well. I talked to him after he qualified for the EU LCS with Dragonborns, and he says, yeah, I'm actually like low D1 because I don't want to be any higher. I want shorter queue times. The players are good enough that I can practice everything against them. And I just want to just try things out all the time.
That just sounds like an excuse.
I mean, I thought at the same time too, but hey, I mean,
no, it's really
they just beat SK last week, so
that's true.
Broken Shard's pretty
That's
good.
true. He is actually really good. I've seen him here before in the NA Challenger Series. Now he's across the pond, full of liters of water.
He's the only player to have played in North American Challenger League, North American LCS, European Challenger League, and European LCS. I'm fairly certain of that.
That's true. He's played in all four because he was on SK Gaming Prime for a couple games.
Yep. But he's not in this game.
Yep.
We're actually very much across the pond. North American Challenger Series here. Wazabi Gaming actually initiate a lane swap despite having the better 2-on-2 matchup. Kenny's going to be running around. Early Recall wants to go into his duo lane. Curse Academy.
Ooh, this is actually a little earlier.
Dragon.
This is earlier than you typically see it, because you'll typically see it around 3 minutes and 30 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Nice
very
back and forth here from Bunny Fufu.
One attack so far for Dragon. I've only seen one so far. Two. Oh, at least too far. Okay.
Little Bunny Fufu hopping in the Dragon Pit.
3. 4. All right, 4 attacks. It took him 20 seconds to kill that dragon, a little bit more than that. And they juggled aggro to only allow 4 attacks through. Nicely done.
And bopping it on the head.
Bopping it on the head. Worth about 1,000 gold.
Very early dragon for them. I like that play. And I remember Curse Academy before, back when they were playing Coast, it was all about who got that first early dragon and transitioned it. So they have a lot of practice in lane swaps and with early dragon control.
Okay, so Curse Academy did want the 2-on-2. You see Caitlyn pushed in. She recalled back to base. The TP from Kenya to go back to top lane. Wazabi Gaming tried to basically counter the lane swap with a lane swap. Didn't catch it, lost dragon, and then swapped back. So they kind of got the worst of both worlds, where they gave up the dragon, and then only now got the matchup they wanted.
Yeah, here's the thing too, is that when you do a lane swap, you leave your mid lane pretty much to their own devices because the jungler's attention is off on the side or you're babysitting the top laner.
Yeah.
So right now they're making it so that the Caston doesn't have a lot of jungle assistance because the pressure will be on the side lanes.
But ManCloud, to be honest, he's holding up anyway. Actually getting some damage on a Baby Zeus. Really nice W right here. And back he goes, but without assistance, so far so good. No potions on Baby Zeus. Flask still has a charge from ManCloud. Ziploc.
The blue is still up. It hasn't been taken yet.
Huh. Unless they got counter jungled and they missed part of it, because we didn't see him while the dragon was being taken. I didn't look for where he was.
Oh, Latman got it.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was the first camp they went for.
Perfect, perfect.
Yeah.
That's the move they went
They left it up without a...
Yeah, there's so much going on in the early game.
I know.
Saw the dragon, but right now, speaking of things going on, Saint on the side.
He's got some decent ward coverage. Actually, he's going to watch almost every exit that Elise could take right there. Baby Zeus ManCloud still fighting, but again, 27-27 is an impressive score for ManCloud right here. There's the last little piece going down. Saint knows the timer. Gonna be 950-ish, whatever. So the matchup has been found in the bot lane. The 2-on-2 is here at cost of a dragon, basically, but Wazabi Gaming finally had this matchup. 16-31 in minions so far, and I want to see if it gets any worse for Impactful.
Man, Baby Zeus is actually really close in CS to ManCloud in this matchup. He's got rid of all of his sustain, and now he's getting jungle assistance. He's also gotten rid of all my words.
That's okay. You and Dash can join the club, people who have been screwing up their words recently. I mean, I did that all yesterday, so I understand what it's like. It just happens.
Are you the club leader?
Yes, I am. Welcome to the club. I've invited you. I made it first. There you go. So the Black Shield, you can see Brahm's Q just doesn't do very much. When you have good reflexes on Black Shield, 10Q doing a good job of that one. 11
Ziploc on the side. Going in for a gank.
Actually stayed with his low health bar, puts the harass back down, but that's gonna land. In comes Saint. Is the ignite gonna be enough? Holy crap, they just exploded the Orianna, and ManCloud lives actually. So beautiful bait right there by ManCloud.
Yeah, he doesn't get an assist off of it either, so no dangerous game even involved in that kill.
Yeah.
To pick it up for him. Ignite just wasn't enough.
Just wasn't quite enough damage there. He got out pretty safely. Beautiful stuff. And that's going to be a nice thing. Oh my gosh, he's going for Ziploc. 100 health. Repels up, has nowhere to go. Saint. Oh, the flash. All right. He could have flashed Chase, but that would have been a death for it. So he says, you know what, screw it. I'll take the summoner spell.
Yeah. So Saint playing Lee Sin. Better performance
great.
this game.
He's doing wonderfully. So I got to say, props to Saint so far. He's down a bit in CS, but you know what, who cares when you got first blood for yourself. Double longsword making the plays look good. Curse Academy up 700 gold. Only 700 for a first blood on the dragon, actually. Not
Level
as high
6
as
for
you'd
ManCloud.
expect. Yeah, Baby Zeus losing a lot of health. Does have Chalice, but he's got no real sustain without buying potions.
He's just going to get
Look at
poked
that.
out now. The aggressive plays from ManCloud. And all of that sustain in his inventory.
He's got a Catalyst, like, and the Flask. Like, ManCloud's going to have plenty of resources this lane. Ziploc looks again for the mid lane, does not walk through a ward.
And they're going to keep dedicating resources to this mid lane here. ManCloud flashed, so they know that.
And Kenny's doing really well against Chris right here. You're seeing him up 10 CS so far, and I believe that will actually
That's expected.
continue to grow.
It's a little expected from that matchup.
But he picked it for the matchup.
Yeah, that's exactly why he picked it, because he knew that he wanted to bully in the early game. Shyvana was already seen. And now, just playing too safe here. No gank can come in. Buffs are up. And the Swapperoonies come.
All right, who's going to get the blue? Actually, looks like Ziploc's going to take this maybe for himself. He pings it out. No, he might be waiting for Orianna to come by. And I actually feel like it's worth taking to get himself back up in levels, but he just really wants to give it to Baby Zeus for the lane pressure.
He'll get some experience.
Walks forward. There you go.
Yeah. He got level 5 off of that.
Okay.
Looks like he's going to go for more spell damage. He doesn't have a Quill Coat. No Tanky Elise on the way.
Kill the ward.
Got
Crowd goes wild. 2 ward kills. Woo!
What crowd?
Everyone at home cheered. Okay.
Yeah, I think they did.
They might not be in the studio, but I know you guys all cheered for that one.
Down bottom. Haven't really checked up on this lane, though. It's just been going the way you would expect. Morgana bullying the Braum. Caitlyn bullying the Tristana. Ooh,
Q doesn't do much to Bunny Foo.
stun lock.
They're generally staying okay. Of course, that's not impactful really being gone. They had paused in real time, and he's already back.
He plays really well for not being in the game.
Hey, Doombots replaced him. That's going to fragment into multiple shots when he presses E.
I'm glad there isn't a Doombot Tristana.
Yeah. She gains 700 range per level.
Even more nightmares. She hits you from like the Nexus.
Yes.
What?
She sits in base. Rocket jump resets on minion killer assist.
Oh god. And explosive shot just kills all of them anyway.
It actually makes healing spells hurt you instead.
Ooh.
It's
All
like
right.
triple effective.
Saint, he's looking for a gank. He's looking for a way in. They did see him with this ward, so he's just been wasting his time. But now they see Ziploc, and now he backs off.
But you know, honestly, it's okay for Saint. He's just kind of invading to get ward coverage down. Like, Ziploc, even though he hasn't made any ganks work, it's largely because of Curse Academy's warding actual power. He's sweeping, but he's still not finding the wards that are actually coming down. The early Sightstone rush, now on 2 champions of Curse Academy, are really hurting Wazabi's ability to do anything.
Ooh, Trap's gonna come down for even more harassment.
The shield blocks the Q. It's all he really needed to do. He didn't want to stay in the puddle, just wanted to block the Q. Perfect play by Bunny Fufu.
10Q has been landing a ton of these.
Yeah.
Dark Bindings are right on point. Just the harassment from the ace in the hole coming out, and Ziploc now making his way down bottom. He has not been spotted by a ward.
How is there no wards there
They just
at
haven't
all?
had the pressure. They haven't been able to look or even place anything up here because of the zoning potential. They did place a ward off to the side,
That's a very
but
good
they
point.
saw it come down.
Yeah, that's going to be safe.
Saint
Saint
stabled
wants
it.
this one. Good damage to the Baby Zeus. Flash kicks him back, and Ignite is there. Lands the follow-up Q. Perfect play by Curse Academy.
The execution from Saint was right on target. He got himself in with the flash, made sure he disabled the ward with the sweeping lens, and then he didn't even kill the ward. He walked straight through it.
Was actually, I thought that was their own ward. He was making sure it was clear.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
He
either
was
way.
making sure it was clear.
Yeah. No,
So it wasn't as brilliant of a play as I thought, but it was still a good play.
It was still pretty much perfect. Awesome stuff done right there. And now, basically that mid lane is the one bastion of power here for Curse Academy. The Orianna counterpick is not paying off so far, whereas the rest of the lanes are doing well for Wazabi. So now it's Kenny and Latman who have to carry this team.
But Kenny he's not unfamiliar with carrying the team. And Latman, we talked about it, the large lats, he's ready to carry as well. He's been working out, he's been rifting.
I mean, you figure with how large the shoulders have to be, I mean, Aatrox has freaking wings from his shoulders. There's a lot of room for people on the back of that.
Those look like really floppy wings, though. Like, I always looked at Aatrox and I was like, those look like they wouldn't be able to carry anything. They're pretty ragged.
It's like the claws in the bat suit. You can just make them rigid with like an electrical pulse.
He's using the skin for it, too, so they don't actually look as decrepit.
Yeah, he's chill. Okay, he's going to go for the fight here against Chris with their ulti popped by the Dragon to get out of the fight. He just wanted to make the Massacre cooldown get popped, but Kenny still happy to sustain his health back up. Really easy for him. Standard build for Aatrox now is to max W second, E first. So low mobility, but high pressure, high sustain.
Yeah, people always max the E first for the wave clear and the pressure. Also, it's I think it's one of the abilities that costs more HP, and the more HP you spend, you put into your blood well and get more attack speed.
I don't believe the costs change with rank, though. But I guess lower cooldown, you'll get the blood well in.
Yeah, as opposed to Dark Flight, which I think Dark Flight costs the most.
Yes, it does. Dark Flight, yeah. We're going to move forward. I want to say it's 10 and 5%, but I don't know well enough, so I already said it's too late. But yeah. Ward's coming down. Saint doing these two wards. He keeps doing those two wards over and over again. He's trying to control the eastern jungle very
You can only
heavily.
sweep one of them. Haha.
And he actually, speaking of sweeping one of them, sweeps 0 right there. Just misses the ward inside that brush at the Dragon area. But, I mean, it doesn't really mean too much anyway. It's going to stay up. Saint's going back to his own jungle. So he walked across the map for wards, then all the way back for the Wolfcamp. That's how much emphasis he's putting on vision control.
Chris teleporting top lane. He's not going to have his TP available for the Dragon. Dragon's up. And that area doesn't have a whole lot of ward coverage for Wazabi yet. But they do have the two sides.
All right, and there we go. Ward on top of Dragon. The pink ward still around, has been for a while. 10Q actually doing a good job of keeping his lanes warded so far. Of course, you'd expect that from solo Q skills.
They're starting it.
And here we go. How good is their control right here? It is dark for Curse Academy.
Saint doesn't have Smite for another 10 seconds. 5, 4,
yeah.
3.
He'll have it in time, just barely. St. Vicious is going to look for it. Looks like no. Red team picks up the Dragon. 10Q gets plenty of shields on himself. Flash Darkflight does not get the knockup, though. And now the fight has begun. The knockup's in from Braum as well. They go towards Impactful, who rocket jumps to safety. Now 10Q stuck in the front line. St. Vicious grabs the kill again. Ziploc getting knocked around. Impactful gets the kill, gets out. 2 for 0 so far, Curse Academy. Bunny Fufu now on the escape. Nice Darkflight flashed away. ManCloud still on the wings, waiting for something to do. Slow down, why the heck not? But Bunny Fufu's still in a dangerous spot. Nice! Stand behind me, pop to Impactful, and he gets out.
Latman has ace in the hole. And there it goes.
He tries!
Oh!
Nice by Bunny Fufu. Dark play, E!
Oh! It's so close!
Oh! Nice by Latman.
Well played there. A big part of that fight was Latman was able to back before it and get a BF sword in his inventory compared to Impactful, who hadn't backed and was just sitting on that pickaxe still. So the amount of damage that Latman was putting out was a lot higher than Impactful's. We saw ManCloud try to get onto Latman, couldn't take him down, couldn't kill him when was forced out by the damage. ManCloud was off to the right and couldn't re-engage the fight. We saw him sitting in the pit forever.
And you can see just how well the fight actually went for Curse Academy. Honestly, losing the Dragon does keep the game pretty close, but Curse Academy do have some pretty good fighting. And St. Vicious on the Lee Sin, man, 3-1-1, 100% kill participation. He's learned the champion.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Practice
yeah.
paid off. And the thing is, it's interesting because he's one of the oldest players in the scene now. He's 27. And, I mean, people say, oh, your mechanics deteriorate when you get older, you know, you're less quick. He picked up arguably the most complex jungler in the game, added it to his champion pool after having jungled competitively for years, and is playing great.
Old dog's new tricks.
Yep, happened.
Boom.
Maybe he's not really a dog. That might be why it works.
Yeah, I would guess so.
Old Saint learning new tricks. Though if he were a dog, he'd be a Saint Bernard, of course.
That's actually really good. That was actually pretty good. I appreciate the thought process behind that.
I had to dumb it down so you could understand it.
I appreciate that, too.
I love you.
Thank you so much.
10Q, Black Shield on, Binding comes out. Ooh, wow. Bunny Foof almost actually jumped into that one, but he stays safe on this one. Curse Academy looking for more aggression. ManCloud under the turret, just going hard. Ulti back up right now. Baby Zeus predicts with the shockwave, but he wants Kenyu to go for this fight. ManCloud has Rift Walk up. There's a slow coming in, jumps over. iKenny gets the slow. Actually, doesn't
Gets
quite
the
land
speed
that.
up.
Gets the
Dark fight,
speed up.
dark fight.
Can he get the dark play? Yes, he gets the knockup, but ManCloud still hops
the-
over. The binding catches! 10Q gets it from max range, and ManCloud gets support from Bunny Fubu, supporting everybody in this game. Even the Q lands as well, and ManCloud somehow gets away.
They still can't take out the Kassadin, even though they saw it first picked and had the opportunity to build the comp around it. They just lost another turret up in that top lane. Chris has just been sitting up there farming. He now has more farm than iKennyU, and he has both of those turrets down. Hasn't had his teleport up forever either. Kenny has pretty much abandoned that lane for team fights.
Yeah, it's actually incredible to me how well this is working for Curse Academy. Oh, hold on. Diplock's got to be a bit careful. Chris came in. There's the kickback again for Saint. Another kill comes through. Here's the thing is every time Chris shows up, it pays off. Every time we see Kenny join a fight, it's just not quite enough. They just barely get away, and Chris just pushes turrets down the whole time.
Yeah, that was the first time Chris has been involved in a fight, got himself a kill. Every time Saint shows up, it definitely pays off. 100% kill participation now for Saint Vicious in the jungle. Really, really big this game on the Lee Sin, which we had doubts about before.
Yeah. I mean, no one else on his team has even more than half. Like, there's at most 2 assists on a person. Saint's just being freaking amazing. So I'm going to keep singing his praises for a while. I gotta say, it's impressive stuff. Curse Academy now up 1,500 gold. It is fairly close, to be completely honest, but I just feel like they're making better plays right now.
Yeah, just the map rotations and the way they've been playing it is good. They gave up some kills, they gave up a dragon, but they cut their losses and got turrets top and got Chris into the point in the Shyvana Aatrox matchup where he can hold even very well.
And it's looking good for Chris and the rest of the team so far. Cass, of course, still scaling up as well. Kenny and Chris, you see they're fighting, and Chris this time actually is the confident one. They're forcing the Dark Flight away. Didn't have Dragon Form, didn't care. Just crushing the fight now.
Yeah, big part of that is the fact that because they were able to invade and get that control up top, he took the red buff for himself. So he's chipping away at that Aatrox with the red. But Baby Zeus, speaking of getting chipped away.
Real careful. A couple more shots and Impactful finds the kill. Bunny Fubu taking out the damage. He's got to be real careful. The one hit from Dead. He's not quite going down. There we go. Latman claims it, flashes out. Somebody he'll pop as well. Stun comes in. That's an explosion right there. Good pickup by ManCloud. Ignite goes on, doesn't even care. Here comes Chris from the back lines. They are not done with this fight. Ziplock's going to go down. Can they keep chasing the 10Q? Looks like Impactful wants to, but he's right on top of an Aatrox now. Triple kill for Kazan. Impactful nearly gets out, but he does go down to the blades of Aatrox. But man, 4-2, great fight.
Yeah, really good fight there for Curse Academy. 3-0-3 on the Kassadin. Getting a little bit of a CS edge at the start of the game, holding even. Then St. Vicious visited it, made the matchup pretty much even. Fantastic job by ManCloud and Saint and Chris, pretty much everybody on Curse Academy, to make this game in their favor. They've just been kind of walking away with it now very slowly with the Kassadin and the late game that they have.
And it's just been beautiful to watch so far. Saint unfortunately dropped his 100%.
Yeah.
Kill went in without his consent, but you know, whatever. I guess if it means a kill for your team, it's still worth it to back away. But here, 9-4 and a 3,000 gold lead. Curse Academy continue to make good plays. 3 turrets down. They've gotten pretty heavily now into the mid lane. Top lane, of course, was split push to death. So we've basically just been seeing hectic fights over and over. Curse Academy able to capitalize on mispositioning from Wazabi Gaming. And that the Dragon's back up right now. And then I think Curse Academy would require some more sieging in the near future. So I want to see how they can push this advantage.
Passive still available for iKennyU. Right now, we're going to look for some picks before the fight. But man, Kassadin's getting to that point where he's just getting tanky. It's going to be hard to take him out.
Oh, Kenny spotted. Stay safe. There we go. Ward coverage going pretty nicely here for Curse Academy. Sweepers coming out as well. Multiple of them. Looks like they have gotten rid of almost all of the vision here. Just the one ward left over. You can see the team is still milling about. Wazabi Gaming want to fight for this.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult though. Ziplock, ooh, is he going to go 0-4?
He doesn't repel in time. Gets the stun on a lot of damage down. Has nowhere to go. Flashes backwards. But in comes ManCloud. Finds the kill. Impactful's like, guys, I'm here too. Just kidding. I'm gonna back up real quick. But still, Curse Academy continue to just pick people off. Everyone's just able to find some kind of skill shot and make things happen.
Look at the mirror here between the two teams. Completely opposite in terms of jungle and mid lane. 1-3-2 for Baby Zeus, 4-0-3 for ManCloud. Fantastic game here for ManCloud, not so much for Baby Zeus. And then on the flip side, St. Vicious versus Ziplock, 0-4-0-3-1-6.
Man, and Ward hops away for that one too. I mean, Saints just kind of putting on a great freaking Lee Sin master course here. Lam's got to be real careful though, in a bit of a bad fight. First kill comes down, 10Q. Gonna make that a 2-for-1 here. And now it's just getting worse and worse for Wazabi Gaming. BabyZoo's limping into this fight. I gotta be pretty afraid, though. They're trying to fight some kind of a weird 3v3, but Baby Bunny Fufu is a bit caught out here. Flashes the wall. And it's gonna be another fight in the back line, though. They go in. Kenny's gonna lose the blood well. Ignite goes onto Impactful. This actually could be a good fight for Wazabi Gaming. There's the leash on the ball. QW gets it. Nicely done, BabyZoo. So they did pick up some kills there. And Saint's gonna protect Bunny Fufu.
Yeah, a lot of this is the mid lane spillover here of ManCloud and Saint Vicious trying to bully people out, while Chris is continuing to just push this top lane as much as he possibly can. And the bottom lane was actually in Wazabi Gaming's favor at the start.
Yeah, it was.
And after that first Dragon fight, it looked like Wazabi was going to start getting back into the game, but now 6K gold lead at 21 minutes.
Yeah.
Chris Academy, they're making all of the right moves. And the funny thing is they're kind of divided moves too.
Yeah.
Chris is like, they're all kind of like 3 different scenarios going on at once. Like, we're going to fight here, and Chris is just going to push.
Yeah, it's a very hectic game, and it's hard to keep track of in general, but Curse Academy, I mean, you gotta say, they are very obviously making better choices here.
Yeah.
They are down the line. And yeah, you talked about the fact that Wazabi Gaming's dual lane was winning earlier on. Kenny was winning the top lane as well. They're the Aatrox versus Shyvana. And it's like, you had the makings of a win here for Wazabi. The problem is, Curse Academy keep just finding ways to outplay it. Whether it was Chris taking 2 turrets for Kenny leaving lane without gaining anything for it, whether it was this, fight in the bottom lane, the fights in the mid lane that keep turning into more objectives, Curse Academy keep making better choices.
Yeah, through and through, from start to finish so far, Curse Academy just seemed to have that little edge, and I don't know what it is, but Wazabi Gaming, we talked about how Niantanso was calling shots for them. He's no longer on the team. Kenny is now in. Hax Defender was subbing for them, and Captain Ziploc is now in, and now they have a new support. There's a lot of different pieces here that have been changed in the last couple of weeks, kind of stagnant, and you're bringing new people on. The dynamic, and we see it in the LCS, even if you're bringing on great players, you have to synergize them with the team and make sure everybody's on the same page. And sometimes having non-vocal players or people who just feed information is better than having like a flat-out shot caller, but you at least need one.
Yes, you do. And that's kind of what it looks like with Wazabi Gaming, is they clearly have really good individual players. They won bottom lane. They won top lane. They are not holding up when it comes to team play.
I would actually like to addendum that and say you need just one.
Yeah.
Not only one, but just one. Because if you have 2, it gets pretty hectic. Cloud9's comms, very calm, it's usually high. Other teams' comms, sometimes you can hear multiple people. It's very hard to understand what's going on.
Yeah.
And in a situation like this, when you have people splitting on you in 3 different lanes or fighting you in 3 different places, it's hard to get an update and be a true shot caller in every part. So you need kind of minor people who will be like, I can take care of myself.
Yeah, you need people who know how to play the game.
Good decision making.
Some of that comes pre-game as well, right? You come into a game and you're like, okay, load screen. Guys, we know they're going to split push Shyvana. Kenny, of course, you're the one to fight against that. Just keep battling Chris. Let me know if, he looks bankable. Let me know if you can pull the jungler in. And
well,
okay, well, that's his job.
At this point, it's really difficult because Chris, he's going to go for that tanky build, but still have the Ghost Water Cutlass, Blade of the Ruined King, to duel Kenny. And Kenny's on 1 item, half of 1, and Chris is 2 levels up on him.
And 2 levels is actually a very massive lead for top laners. They get a lot of stats per level generally, and it's going to make life painful. ManCloud looks for the roam here. They can dive Kenny right now, who does have the Dark Flight pop, the no blood well, as you mentioned, and there's the kill picked up. Chris gets the credit, and now suddenly it's a turret for Chris Academy.
They're going to get another tier 2 turret, and the last one standing in the mid lane is about to fall over too because of Impactful's range.
Life just getting better and better and better for the Curse Academy members there. 9,000 gold lead, and they got 1 kill and turned that into 2 turrets. So rarely does that actually happen. In this case, this early on, I should say, does that happen, because late game, okay, sometimes, but 24 minutes, 1 kill on a dive, wasn't warded, easily communicated, no blood well, half health, come on over ManCloud. All of Wazabi Gaming just backs off and says, all right, these turrets are yours.
Yeah, ManCloud now has the Zonia, so he can start diving people even harder, going really hard with the backup of his team. Saint, he's been making really good moves this game that haven't been overly aggressive. They've actually been early game facilitations for this late game ManCloud, who has actually passed him in kill participation at this point, despite how far up or how involved Saint was in the early game. Now, it's basically, I raised this gigantic Kassadin baby, go be free and wreak havoc.
He's become a butterfly.
There he goes, flying away.
Yeah, look at that, flapping his wings. You know, those wings get really much more powerful 1 level from now.
Oh, yeah. When he hits that level 16 power spike with the reduced cooldown on his ultimate, just zipping everywhere. Very, very hard to catch before. Pretty much...
Nigh impossible.
Yeah, it is nigh impossible. I love that.
Yeah.
nigh impossible.
Unlike catching a Hecarim, that's nay impossible.
Ah.
Latman's got to be careful, though. Actually, Chris might be the one. Pops the ult to get out away from 10Q. Morgana still holding on best she can. Bot lane kind of doing the best of the Wazabi Gaming members, aside from IKennaU, who's still got this impressive 1-1-3. The problem is he's just kind of fallen off in the matchup. And suddenly there's a ManCloud coming in with a Braum backing him up. And now the escape through the jungle. They don't even want it.
They were looking for Kenny, but
they didn't see which way he went.
Kenny went forward.
I just realized that. Oh, okay.
Kenny never plays like
he wants this fight. All right, well, ManCloud does not have rank 3 ulti just yet. They're going pretty hard for this battle, but he's got a Braum coming in very, very soon. There's the flash, and there's the Glacial Fissure. Misses the Q, but Kenny's about to get stunned up. There's the Zhonya's popped up, and the stun's coming through. Here comes Chris as well. Bloodwell pop. ManCloud could just get out of there, and he's safe. Nowhere for Kenny to go on this one. He comes out, but ManCloud claims the kill. Unstoppable there, and even despite that, Curse Academy 2-man the Dragon. Wazabi's grabbing a red buff.
Red objective secured.
Great.
Manpower used for that one. Definitely not worth it.
Nope. Curse Academy used their manpower to get a kill on the bottom lane.
And a Dragon. And now they have a 10k gold lead. It's really paid off for them so far. It's going, like, we haven't even killed or seen ManCloud die.
Nope.
It's going to be very difficult. We saw the Zhonya's there, and all of the focus from the Aatrox was played to the Ruined King, and some magic resistance too, to be fair. It's just so hard to kill him. First, you got to catch him.
Yeah.
Which is hard. Then you got to kill him, which is even harder stacked on top of that.
Yeah, and at this point, with a gold deficit, it's very, very difficult to pick out the cast. I think Curse Academy have all the cards right here. They try for Baron. Pink boards over the wall. Wazabi Gaming know about this attempt there, but he goes in on 10Q. Here comes Impactful as well. Mikhail's pop doesn't flash the wall, flashes to the right, just goes down anyway. Chris shows up to claim that, actually. Giant Dragon for that. Latman now's got to be careful. Impactful wants this fight. Cocoon's going to land the Shockwave. Catches 3. Is this the beginning of a comeback right now for Wazabi Gaming? They're going to look for St. Vicious. Q comes out. He's got wards down. His W's up in 3 seconds. Goes for the fight in the back line. Looks for Kenny. And the battle continues. St. Vicious will go down. Twinning the junglers on both sides. And now Chris is so tanky. And ManCloud's got so much damage. Double kill for himself. Glacial Fissure hits Baby Zeus. And another one for ManCloud.
When you're up against a Kassadin that's this far ahead, it's so hard to position yourself in a team fight. Latman just 1 or 2 steps too far forward, had flash available, was still instantaneously blown up at his about half HP bar by this Kassadin, which is 8-0 and 7. It's disgustingly far ahead.
Yeah, he is very, 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 very far ahead. Chris, got to be careful, though. He's actually going to hit turret shots on the way out, but I guess no one's going to catch him, so he's fine. So, Curse Academy. They just brawl. They just find ways to fight you. They'll set up at Barons. They'll catch you if you're split pushing. These guys are very willing to move their resources around the map and dedicate themselves to something. Pretty much no matter what. And I don't see Wazabi Gaming ever able to fire back with something, right? They send 5 guys bottom side, 3 for a kill, 2 for a dragon. They don't even try to stop the dragon attack. I don't even know they knew it was going on at that time. Like, Wazabi Gaming are just so, in this game at least, overmatched in terms of decision making. They're just nowhere to be seen.
Man, there's just so many mind games going on right now, because at the Champion Select, we saw the Kassadin not picked up. Baby Zeus was completely confident in being able to beat it in a one-on-one. But the fact that Curse Academy were able to set that up for themselves, get that Kassadin going, and not fall prey to that strategy is huge. And also, like I said, the dragon timing was very off from what you expect. It's kind of that whole meta thing. You expect a gank or you expect the dragon, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. They did it 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's kind of like if a jungler went red buff, then immediately ganked you, you'd be like, who does that?
Yeah.
Who does that at 2 minutes and like 10 seconds? You're like, why is this guy in my lane?
Yeah.
And sometimes you will die to it because you are so just ingrained in your ways that this is how the game and the timings work.
Yeah.
So you don't ward at that time. You leave yourself open and vulnerable, and Curse Academy took complete advantage of that. Now they're taking advantage of the lack of wards in this Baron pit that they've swept out.
They worked all kinds of beautiful. The Baron attempt trying one more time. Morgana gets some gold. ManCloud shows up across the wall. Baby's just taking a bunch of pain. 2-man Shockwave, but here comes Chris. Is on a rampage. Just they keep using Baron to bait out fights, but they're going to fight one more time.
He hit the Q. Saint's going.
He wants this one as best as he can. Now can he pick up any kills? This one kicks Ziploc towards the wall. Low on health though. He's got to be a bit careful. Flash from Ziploc keeps him safe. Uh-oh, 10Q. Oh. Ro8. They shouldn't need to chase this kill. They could just simply push mid or something. Or actually, Baron would be pretty safe as well.
He's just trying to stop the recall. You know why I call him 10 cubes? He only hit that many a game.
Oh, that's just mean. Body foo-foo.
I actually want to know how many he's hit this game.
Hey, there's one.
Now he's 11Q.
Name dynamically changes. That'd be cool. I want a dynamic summoner name. Oh, man, Cloud just blew somebody up. Goodbye, Latman. You have died to the Fed Kassadin. He's still running, by the way.
12Q.
More like he's running a 10K, you know?
Oh.
Oh, Impact puts that to the end before he can reach the finish line.
No assist on Bunny Foo-Foo. All that effort.
All that effort. He doesn't even get rewarded with experience or gold. Or KDA. Man, that's just scumbag Latman.
It was the journey that mattered.
It was the journey that mattered. That was glorious. Yeah, okay, well, you're pretty dead.
Yeah, I talked about his positioning a little bit earlier. It's very difficult to position against the Kassadins. Pretty damn hard.
And this just kind of keeps telling the same story, though. As Wazabi Gaming, they seem very lost in this game right now. Now, there's a lot of reasons that could be. One could be lack of a shot caller, lack of decision making. Another one could be once you're a certain amount behind, you use that time just to discuss the game. Like game 2, game 3, and just, you know, get in a place for the rest of the series. Because, like, you can't run around by yourself with an AD carry in a Kassadin game. This late, like, you just can't. You, like, literally have to be like, all right, where's my support? Okay, I'm going to follow you around somewhere. Now, maybe he was trying to join 10Q, which he did. But by and large, you can't make those kinds of choices. I know Latman's a good enough player to know that as well. So something's going on just weird with Saudi right now.
Yeah, the Curse Academy are taking complete advantage of the situation, pushing up undefended turrets right now because Kenny is just pushing the top lane. And it just looks like their strategy and everything's just crumbling around them, including their players.
And everyone's just falling over right now. Morgana 0-6-3 on this one. Curse Academy gonna be able to close this one out before too long. Baron buff on them. Look at the mid lane as well. Oh my god, ManCloud just one-shots the guy. Gets cocooned. I don't know if he cares too much. Shockwave comes out. And he ripoffs to safety. He's gonna survive the Ignite as well. Bunny Foo puts the shield up. Chris trying pretty hard to dive. He actually gets knocked up by Kenny Yu. Now Ken Wazabi Gaming turns some kills back in this one. Looks like no. Flash Force from the Aatrox to get away. And now the Nexus turrets start taking damage.
Curse Academy playing this game fantastically. 17K gold lead right now. Can they end this game? ManCloud had to back and get his HP bar back up. And now he's running straight up the mid. Top. Rest of the team's going mid.
What? Yeah, mid lane turret taking some damage, but they can't back throw that for too terribly long. Lee Sin gonna join the friends as well. And they're gonna go ahead and stop for a short time, heal back up. ManCloud gets this wave under control. They can maybe go for 3 inhibitors soon. And yeah, Chris just keeps holding minion waves up, so there's only one objective on the map for these guys, and that's Dragon. Curse Academy will claim that. If they want, they can buy one more time. But basically, all they need is that one final push, ride the minions into the Nexus, and they can close out the game.
Yeah, they just have such a lead off the back of that early game from Saint, and then the snowball from ManCloud into the other lanes and just fighting around bottom constantly while Chris pushed top. They pulled Kenny down, started getting behind in levels, and then it was just like, okay, top lane is won, mid lane is won because of Saint, and bottom lane is won because of the Roam's bottom. Just really well played here from Curse Academy. Pretty much textbook all throughout on how you would imagine a perfect game to go.
It's interesting actually as well because they are playing it very well. They're also much more focused, I think, on kills and the neutral objectives than actually on turrets.
Yes.
Almost every single time they have the decision to make, they'll be like, let's set up Baron again. And then when they try to, you know, when Wazabi tries to stop them, they say, okay, everyone commit. And they are actually on the same page, which is a very good thing. They're on the same page here for Curse Academy. They all say, okay, kill the guys trying to stop us. Right? ManCloud goes in, slows somebody down. Chris TPs, Dragon forms, whatever. Okay, kill them off the map. Okay, cool. Now set up Baron again. And it's that over and over again. Not, okay, we killed them, go siege mid, get a turret. It's more neutrals. ManCloud gets another kill, turret goes down. Shockwave is beautiful there, and they engage, but there's not enough damage anymore. Glacial Fissure comes out, everybody dropping down. Double kill for ManCloud. The rest of them going to be dropping as well. All you got left is the Bloodwell, and that's not going to last too long. Kenny, you're going to go ahead and drop. Double kill for St. Vicious, who is 5-2-13. ManCloud 12-0-12 on Kassadin. And that is the game in 35 minutes.
And that's why you ban Cast, and even if you think you have the ability to outplay them in a counter matchup, just huge win there for Curse Academy, pretty much making it like last time these two teams met.
Yeah, I mean, last time it was a 2-0 CA, played freaking awesome. I gotta say, St. Vicious Lee Sin really showed up there. And that was the thing is, like, I hate to say it's like, oh, it's just Kassadin. Like, I don't want to dumb it down that simply because it's not just that. But yes, you gave ManCloud Kassadin, who did amazing, and you let Saint get Lee Sin, and suddenly this is a champion you've got to deal with on his pool. You didn't have to before. He made all the right plays early game, 100% kill participation for the first, 8 kills roughly of that team. And the thing is, it had to be those two as well, because top lane was losing, bottom lane was losing, but Saint and ManCloud put the team on their backs until everyone else caught up, and then the whole team could take the game over.
Yeah, and ManCloud, record holder, most kills in a split.
Mm-hmm.
Might be looking to get back in the LCS and be on somebody's fantasy team.
Yeah, hey.
At some point.
Whole bunch of points.
That's a damn good score line.
12-0 and 12 is, 24 plus 18. So 42 before CS, before triple kills, before quadra kills. Yeah.
And then you add in the 10 kill bonus.
That's right. It's another 2 points. Yeah. Ledge just keeps getting better if you're Curse Academy fans for fantasy here. So, yeah, okay. Gotta say, down the line, Curse Academy looked like the better team overall. You could see individual skill try to hold Wazabi gaming up, and against a lesser team, that would be enough when the lanes close it out, group up, and fight. But Curse Academy just made better plays. They got themselves into the correct kind of fights. Especially, I got to say, the shot calling on when Chris joined fights versus stayed top, because Kenny's roams didn't pay off, and Chris got 2 turrets for them.
Yeah.
And a CS lead in a losing matchup.
Yeah, Chris going deathless, too. He didn't die in the early game and just was like, all right, I know this matchup. Let's just allow you to get about a 10 CS lead. That's fine.
Yeah.
And then he even blew his TP to go top, and they had a teleport advantage on the side of Wazabi. And they didn't actually use it. He walked down to that fight and then walked back up and then didn't use his TP until way later on iKenny's side.
And that was an unfortunate mishap then for Wazabi Gaming to lose out on all those kind of objectives and yeah, the ability to maybe save your turret, save some CS, get some levels back.
Play the map.
Exactly. And he didn't quite play the map well enough. So props to Curse Academy. They did take that first game. But guys, we are in desperate need of a fat beat. So we're going to take a quick break. But when we return, we'll have game 2 between Wazabi Gaming and Curse Academy. Don't go anywhere. That TenQ stuck in the front line. St. Vicious grabs the kill again. Ziploc getting knocked around. Impactful gets the kill. Here comes Chris from the back lines. They are not done with this fight. Ziplock's going to go down. Can they keep chasing the TenQ? Looks like Impactful wants to, but he's right on top of an Aatrox now. Triple kill for Kazan. Impactful nearly gets out, but he does go down to the blades of Aatrox. And the battle continues. St. Vicious will go down, trading the junglers on both sides. And now Chris is so tanky, and ManCloud's got so much damage. Double kill for himself. Glacial Fissure hits Baby Zeus, and another one for ManCloud.
Give me a fat beat!
Bluetooth. Everything advanced is the new truth. Look, I went from the Air Force Ones to, well, I still rock the Air Force Ones. Cross colors to Jabot to the rocker. We're right there, now the Sean John gotcha. Went from Coleco up to Nintendo, to the Xbox, to the PS3 show. Floor model televisions to the flat screens. Went from pro sports to the rap dreams. Big bodies to the drops to the cruise to the...
Hey everyone, welcome back to the show. It's the North American Challenger Series, and we've got Game 2 between Wazabi Gaming and Curse Academy just about ready to go. Curse Academy, of course, do lead 1-0 after a very commanding Game 1.
Oh yeah, it was all that early game from St. Vicious on the Lee Sin, flipping over a new leaf from the last time we saw him play Lee Sin. Very aggressive still, but very calculated. He went 5-2 and 13 and dominated the early game in a late game scaling team comp, which is exactly what he needed to do on that champion.
Yeah, he got his lane rolling, especially the mid lane rolling. Of course, in ManCloud, got to capitalize on those Lee Sin gangs through. He didn't get an assist on the first blood. He actually was out of range, just survived thanks to the Lee Sin, but still 12-0 and 12, 85% kill participation. And he got a bunch of the kills just by himself unassisted.
Yeah, a lot of those solo kills in the late game, ruining Saint's kill participation, it was really high in the early game, but that was exactly what he needed to do for ManCloud, who just grew up, and we talked about him being a huge, beautiful butterfly, and then he was like, now I'm going to just solo kill everybody on their team, end the game very quickly. Great performance there from Curse Academy. And we talked about it before, where Baby Zeus loves to leave casting up and try fighting that champion. It didn't work out. St. Vicious had done his homework and said, you're going to camp this lane, Ziploc. I'm going to be there first. Turns around the gank for the first blood on himself, and then continues to capitalize off of that with vision, keeping tabs around the mid lane where Ziploc was going to be.
Yeah, and it was beautiful play. I gotta say, down the line, great stuff by Curse Academy. They don't make the same mistake. They're gonna ban Casted in a way to get that one away from Baby Zeus. Aurelia still banned away from Kenny. The Rengar, the Yasuo, the Braum. They add that one against Funny Fufu. Makes plenty of sense here. And the Ziggs still goes away. So Curse Academy only get to leave up the Lucian that they banned last
There's still a lot of different bans here from Wazabi Gaming, though. Gragas, Lulu still on the field. Top laners that are highly contested right now. We're probably going to see both of them this game.
There's a really good chance of that one. There we go. Lulu, the hover on Gragas. Tristan actually still comes through for impactful, so Latman gets Lucian whenever he wants. And actually, pretty much, these guys could pick almost the same team comp on Wazabi Gaming if they wanted to. For the rest of it, I suppose. I don't know why I said that. But basically, the rest of what they went for is unbanned, so... and plus, they basically get the Lucian they wanted. If they want it, Ziploc can still go for his Elise. 10Q can still go for the Morgana. Right. That's what I was trying to say.
Hey, they second picked those champions.
Right, exactly. That was their first round last time.
Just 2-3 them now after they got the high priority Lulu. Makes sense, and then wait for some counter picks. You'll at least see what the support is, or if they support and jungle on their next picks, then just okay, we really just wanted these high priority champions taken away from you. It's really what Wasabi's doing.
Yeah, at this point I expect Curse Academy to wait on their mid lane pick. There doesn't seem to be a real need to rush it. But, I've been wrong before in this one because, hey, look, they just hovered on Orianna. The Lee Sin, though, has been great for Saint. I would lock in. They're going to blind pick Ori. That's interesting.
Hey, when the Assassin meta went out of style, ManCloud started picking up the Orianna a whole bunch. He's one of the champions he had great showings on in the LCS. Now we're going to see him on it again, and they take that away from Baby Zeus.
Yeah.
So that he has to play something else.
Well, we'll see. Baby Zeus has been known to play some Lulu, even though she's been more frequently a top laner in the past. But we'll see what kind of matchups they go for here. Kenny, of course, a big carry-type player. That's going to spam the random button for a while until they figure out what he actually wants to play in this one. But they need the AD carry here. I still expect that to be Lucian because it was left up, and it was ban-worthy last time. We don't typically see a lot of AD carry bans unless they're basically Tristana.
Sometimes Cog.
Yeah, occasionally Cog, right? Those are the two that seem to only pull bans right now. And they were so afraid of it, they banned it in game 1. Latman's going to get it this time around. Wazabi Gaming are going to go for the top lane Mundo.
Yep, and it's going to be the mid lane Lulu here, which isn't that surprising because Orianna, Kassadin, Ziggs, Yasuo have been taken off the field by bans or picks, and that really just leaves Baby Zeus with champions way further down in his pool. His top 4 champions have all been taken out right now.
Right.
And all the other ones have been nerfed, like Nidalee, or taken out, and you can't really play it. Karthus isn't that great, and he usually plays it into Yasuo. They hovered over the Fizz for a bit, but then they're like, nah, we're not going to play Fizz into Orianna. We're going to go ahead and try to just swap it up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of early game pressure here from Wazabi in the mid lane, their jungle, their AD carry. Top lane, a little bit of a scaling. Mundo there. Curse Academy, a lot of AoE, a lot of scaling here for them. Gragas, you also have Orianna, great teamfight prowess between those two champions, and Tristana, just a constant threat. I like this team comp so far from Curse Academy, and also the pickup on Lee Sin again for Saint.
Yeah. So here we go, Curse Academy, just a pretty strong generalist type composition. Team fighting is good with Shockwave and a Tristana. Thresh, of course, can make plenty of plays, as can Lee Sin. So Curse Academy, honestly, a bunch of playmakers, and I want to see how that pans out for them. Wazabi Gaming is more of a slow burn type composition. It's like, it's kind of interesting when you compare a champion like Lucian to a Tristana or a Kog, because Tristana and Kog'Maw, despite just being good, sort of all-around good late game AD carries, they actually have windows of power. Like Rapid Fire lasts for 7 seconds with a 20-second cooldown, so it's up a third of the time. Kog'Maw, I believe it's 8 and 17 or 6 and 17. I know it's a 17-second cooldown. I want to say it's like 8 seconds on. And so he's unpowered for about half the time, and he has to kind of wait around for a while. Lucian is kind of always powerful, cycling spells around. And again, you've got a Mundo in here, a Lulu in here, guys that are going to live in fights for a while and go for multiple sort of sets of spells. And if Wazabi Gaming can actually withstand the front-end burst of things, which Mundo often does, they just keep throwing out damage and they can wear down a team fight.
Yeah, the persistent team fight and getting more rotations of your spells off is going to be the key here for them from Wazabi Gaming. But Curse Academy on the other side, like you said, they have a very generalist composition. I'd call it a little more versatile. I think would be the word that I would use. Because they can split push, they can try and dominate a little bit of the early game with Lee Sin. They can scale into late game with Orianna. They can wave clear very well if they're behind. It's kind of like we don't have just 1 or 2 cards. We can play on the fly very well with what we've chosen.
Yeah, and they can also just play Protect the Tristana at the end of it all.
Yes.
You've got a lot of ways to support them. You got Thresh, you got Orianna. Both are very good at keeping AD carries alive. And in fact, there's not even a lot of threats for him anyway. Tristana is one of those champions that I'm like comfortable fighting Mundo with because I know he can't guarantee that I'll die. I can, and explosive shots is so good against it, etc. There's so many good reasons to play Trist into Mundo. So I'm actually a little bit worried for Wazabi Gaming then, kind of at the end of champs, because I do think Curse Academy's lineup actually looks very strong. There's a lot of ways they can go with it, which you talked about, and Curse Academy look really good right now.
Yeah, they look really good, and also they can pick people with Thresh. There's a whole bunch of stuff they can do. You're going to be starting to identify their win conditions pretty much mid-game, because they most likely know what they're going to try to do.
Yeah.
And then once the lanes start going which way they go, if there's a lane swap, whatever the strategy is coming into it, you can adapt on the fly very quickly. And if you're Wazabi Gaming, you're looking at a comp like this and you're like, all right, what do we have to do? Because it's not very clear. It's not like Protect the Kog'Maw, shut down the Kog'Maw before he gets going.
Right.
It's not a Caston, shut him down first. Camp mid, do this or that. It's kind of, all right, let's think about who we fear the most and how do we keep them down, or do we just crush lanes? They got some early game for themselves. What do they do with it?
Well, that's a difficult thing here for Wazabi Gaming, actually. You talk about, what can the teams do with their compositions. There's not a lot of ways for Wazabi Gaming to go, right? You again talked about there's so many ways for Curse Academy to play it, and again, I'm just going to go back and say I agree with you, but I do want to talk about Wazabi because not only is their team fight this like tanky slow burn where it will eventually work for them, but also like what's your playmaking? Like you can whimsy into a Dark Binding, like maybe you get like the Binding Cocoon combo, and that's not bad, but your targets are Mundo, right? Like Lee Sin, who can ward hop away. Orianna's the only non-mobile champion on that roster, and you've got a Thresh here to keep her alive. Like, you bind her, she shockwaves your team to disengage, grabs a lantern, and you peace out.
Yeah,
like, I feel like there's very few ways for Wazabi Gaming to make plays, to force the issue, to make things happen. It's like they have to be at Dragon, somehow make you stop harassing them, and then take the Dragon and go back to the lanes.
It's going to be very difficult because it's kind of a
like,
chase you down, glitter lance, burn you with Mundo composition, whereas there's a lot of answers here between Orianna with the dissonance, with the shockwave. Gragas can disengage a fight completely. Thresh can save somebody. There's a lot here for Curse Academy. But, all of these different things aren't really huge factors if somebody just crushes lane off of a misplay very quickly. And it's like, oh god, this Lucian is 3-shotting people. They grouped up 27 minutes in. They're knocking at our Nexus turrets.
Yeah.
Whole lot can go in Wazabi's favor.
That's true.
But it's just how the game plan pans out and what people do inside of it.
Exactly. Yeah. This hand was like, I'm ready to talk. I didn't have to cut you off. But
no, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's basically I agree with you. Like the laning phase could be so good for Wazabi Gaming because they did well the first time around. I know 10Q is incredibly good from what I saw from the first game. He can set up Latman so well. And what can happen here basically is they can win the bot lane so hard, and he's been good with Black Shields. He's been blocking Braum Qs. He could probably block Thresh hooks as well. Crush that lane so hard, win it, and then be like, as you talked about, Lucian 3-shotting people, that can just win you a game outright.
And it looks like they're going for a lane swap into the top lane here. Actually, no, they're just going for an invade. They tried this last time, too. They're going to go invade. Kenny shows himself to Chris, but that's not unorthodox to see the top laner there, but he actually saw more.
Binding?
The binding.
Ooh! That was real close.
Looked like he was following his bottom as he body slammed out. He's like sitting on it all the way, propelled him.
Yeah. You know, you run faster when things are chasing you. How that works.
30 seconds until minions
I mean, if I had a Dark Binding behind me, I would run fast.
You book it faster, yeah. You try to get out of there.
I would try really hard to not get Dark Binded. I don't have 180 health. Ooh. I would get one shot by that thing.
Looking for an aggressive play at the start of this game by Wazabi. Ooh, lines up.
Big damage comes through Kenny at half HP, but gets the cleaver on a St. Vicious. Hook's going to miss as well. Saint, of course, does not have Ward Hop. He might have to flash this one. 100 health, gets the shield coming out. Glitterlance lands. Bunny takes the cleaver, and they're going to be able to stay away safely. Chris spots that out. He's going to peace out, too.
Nobody blows any summoner spells. Saint's like, nope, GG. Not going to blow it. Not going to panic. Great presence of mind there to know the damage output. And he also got the shield from ManCloud, which actually doesn't put ManCloud too far behind in lane, because that's what you do as a level 1 Orianna most of the time when you're harassing.
Yeah, a lot of the matchups are fine to go shields first and just go for the auto attack trades.
Yeah.
So
it's not like going E first on Elise, being like, I can't do this
or
camp.
Lucian.
Yeah, oh god.
So I guess it's a bit better now, I guess, E first on Lucian.
Yeah, but I mean, in this patch right now, you currently can't clear a wave and get level 2 first. No. You would totally get pushed in by the Tristana, and she hit level 2 and try to all-in you off a hook.
In fact, this is a whole team of champions who don't want to start E at level 1
yeah.
for Wazabi Gaming. Curse Academy can do it on all of them. All of them are happy to start with E.
Yeah.
There you go. Information granted.
A lot of them actually want to start with E.
Yep. But we're going to look at the players get more levels before they really fight, so now ManCloud has Q as well. I feel like he would never go Dissonance Protect, but hey. Doesn't matter in this case. He didn't get it.
I don't want to move the ball around, I just want to walk on things.
Want to walk on things. Melee Orianna, new strat, don't run Q. Please don't do that. Unless you're against me, then go.
Ah, Freak told me to do it.
Oh my gosh,
going
please.
into solo Q.
Also, Jungle
Freak
Lulu. Well, level 3 comes out for Captain Ziploc. Got his blue buff, so his man is going to come back in. Baby Zeus puts the ward on the top side, which does actually correctly track where St. Vicious is right now.
Ziploc looking for a gank up top. He's going to avoid this river ward.
Alright.
Get his way into this lane.
Well, the thing is, Chris hasn't been playing very aggressively, so I feel like all Ziploc can do is predict counter ganks here, and then be like, oh, no, nothing happened here. I don't think there's an easy way to get in and get a kill there.
It's pretty crazy, though, because it's a Gragas. Gragas typically will be right up in your face at the start of the game.
But it's been Kenny who's been pushing. And to be honest, I think this is fine because Gragas can last hit under turret very well. He's got all of his cooldowns can be used to last hit
no ward.
Easily. Okay, well, there's the flash play. Gets onto 2 of them. Ignite onto Latman. Who's going to get the black shield?
Hook ready.
They're trying to run away, and no, they catch 10Q right off the bat. He's got almost nowhere to go. Flash and heal are burned there. They're still putting damage on Impactful. Losing a lot of health for this one. They're still chasing 10Q. Play well, quite but the bind onto St. Vicious. But he's going to ward hop. Not even ward hop. Just hop to a Thresh and get away for this one. No one is around, turned around, but Latman still wants his battle. Wow, forces the flash with the aggression. Bunny going to play Latman back. He still has his flash. He's going to fight this 1 versus 3. Latman, he could have flashed out of that, but he's going to... God.
Latman versus the world.
That was impressive, though. Latman did not show fear that entire time.
He got a couple flashes, too. Mm-hmm. Now, see Ziploc wrapping around.
Well, he knows there's no one in the jungle anymore. Saint's got 2 little health to do anything, so if someone stays...
He could dive this.
Yes, he can.
And then repel up. They're going to see him, though.
There's not enough minions to make this dive happen. I don't think he's going to get spotted right now on that ward.
Yeah, that ward's a really good ward. Really well placed. Ziploc standing on top of it. They see it coming. Saint's booking it down there. And they're trying to keep the wave off for as long as possible.
Yeah, Trish is pushing as fast. Oh, here's Morg, though. They can do this. Here they go.
Cocoon.
Damage comes in. He's got to repel like right. Ooh, perfect repel. Thank you. Pulls aggro, though, in towards Impactful. It's okay if he dies. It's going to be the kill. The rocket jump. He can kill Ziploc. He goes in. Oh my gosh, that was close. Ziploc with a mid-air auto attack.
That was like 10 HP. Literally 10. That was ridiculous. Oh, so
I got the game right back in for Wazabi.
They got the 2 kills onto Ziploc at the start of the game on the bottom lane, not putting the same attention middle. We're going to take another look at that. Cocoon, right as the hook comes out, he's able to repel. Oh, he actually got killed before the hook landed, so he didn't even throw it out. This was huge. He gets a shot in the back, and bam.
Wow. The rocket jump landed, just couldn't get the auto attack down quite. So, Wazabi Gaming looking a bit better now. 400 gold up. I'm Kenny Yu, up 7 CS in his lane, so that's the same as before. The mid laners, treading water, 42-42, the exact same as last time. And right here, Latman, up 15 CS over the Tristana. Once again, we've got the same situation going on here, where, guess what, guys? Bottom lane's winning a little bit, top lane's winning a little bit, mid lane's holding equal. What next?
Latman got Lucian, though. Very high priority champion for him that was banned away last time. And you can see right there, he's about twice the CS of the Tristana coming into this. They both have pickaxes, though. So he doesn't have any type of actual tangible advantage in his inventory. He's just got gold sitting in his inventory waiting. He's got some levels. Look at that. They're very close. They're actually only 60.
Right. Well, that's the thing, right? The Tristana got kills, right? Got an assist on there as well. So she has the first blood gold, and that's why you see that kind of situation. The real big advantage is simply the fact that Elise, right here, there's the score line, up 400 gold over the opposition.
Right. Oh,
there it is. Yeah, right, my hand disappears underneath it. But she's actually got an item lead here, right? She's the one who's got finished sight stone, or not finished sight, sorry, finished spirit stone, amplifying tome, boots of speed as well. Saint's got like a long sword and like a machete, and like maybe boots and stuff as well. But like you have an actual, it's actually just that, right? Like that is a significant item lead across the junglers here, which you can pay forward. It's a difficult thing. It's a gold lead that you have to try really hard to manipulate. If you're like fighting in the bottom lane and you're like up a BF sword, like great, if we trade, you die, right? And you can push your weight around and that's easy. If you're Elise and Lee Sin and they're just clearing the jungle over and over again, you don't really get any advantage from your item lead. So it's going to be, I think, still up to Captain Ziploc to make good plays.
Yeah, as a jungler, I like to think of it like this, where when you get the gold on a laner, it's constantly present gold in combat stats in a matchup. When you're in the jungle, it's very temporary combat stats that run into a lane, and it's like, did I tilt the lane? All right, let's come back. So it's like a kind of burst of power that shows itself every now and then. Granted, it can move itself around the map, but it's not always in a matchup, constantly fighting against somebody else's gold.
Yeah, and so it's up to Captain Ziploc to, show up to the lanes in time, show up at the right positions, and
you have to push
it happen. Yeah, and the thing is, there's only so many lanes with kill pressure, because Mundo doesn't have the best kill pressure on Gragas. At this point, Gragas has his ultimate. Right about now, by 6 minutes, you typically have it. So good luck making that dive happen without more items coming through yet, right? You've got tanks coming in there. Mid lane, Lulu versus Orianna, again, really low kill pressure there. Hard to make that happen. Even if you land the Cocoon, I don't know if you really even kill Mancloud in that case. So it's like only the bot lane can you really force this issue. And then you can. Cocoon binding, you just kind of chase through. Maybe you have enough there. But that's like the only one you can very obviously tilt.
Yeah, not a lot of gank assistance and kill pressure in these lanes. So it's very hard to get a grasp on them. That bottom lane, though, we almost saw that gank completely turned around by Latman, who's like, all right, I'll actually get 3 people low, and then they took complete advantage of that, and Ziploc being right in time for that.
And St. Vicious identifying how important this bottom lane is, and he's already on the way down here. Health bars are full for Wazabi. I should say 3 of the 4 summoners up for the Wazabi Gaming bottom lane. Impactful has all of his, and there's the push on in. Ooh, dashed away from the Q hook. Actually misses 10Q right here. Nothing gained.
Ziploc just clearing his jungle, saying they can all just fend for themselves, even in the bottom lane, but there's a little bit of a bigger wave in Curse Academy's favor. So Latman has actually more CS to pick up for himself if he can last hit on the turret.
Should be pretty doable. Looks like he's going to stay safe on this one. And so here's the real test then. I feel like waiting for late game is not the easy play here for Wazabi. Just because I feel like it's going to be hard to get to that stage of the game, because Curse Academy has so much playmaking potential there. Ooh, wow. Kenny actually forced the ulti out of Chris, but he juked backwards just in time to dodge that one. And so here's the battle. Yeah, he's actually a level up right here. That's actually one of the advantages that doesn't show with the gold lead, but Latman was part of so many kills and so many more minion deaths that he has a level lead on Trist, and you can see him forcing Impactful back, and really, that's actually pretty relevant right now.
Yeah, pushing those extra stats that you got from the level and the extra ability and damage is really big in a lane. especially when your support's both backed up to one-on-one.
Fancy moves, goes back and forth. Okay, 600 gold lead is what happened basically after those kills went through. That's the actual number I want to track then to see who's playing better from that point on. 7.5 minutes in. Still, the harass coming through. 10Q getting the gold off of his Frostfang, whatever. So far, no one's made any big moves to control Dragon or to force any other ganks. We haven't seen stuff from Captain Ziploc just yet here. But now with this wave onto the turret.
Missed the cannon.
Yeah, this is always the test. It's like when you have a cannon wave pushing in, both junglers say, hey, this lane could have a dive right now. Do I gank? Do I counter gank? Do I dive? Which of the three are we doing? And both junglers are going to decide, you know what? I'll back off.
How about I farm?
Yeah.
Seems to be the way to go here. Kenny with his ultimate, Chris with no mana.
He still hasn't backed it off the first set of items. And actually, this might be enough money, enough damage to kill Chris. He will have to flash. He flashes early. Kenny, misses the cleaver. He did not wait for body slam. And that was the dodge that Chris needed to get away. He stays safe on this one. Ziploc actually doesn't finish killing the pink ward. He wants to stop this back.
He had just enough mana for the body slam. He's getting collapsed on right now.
Here they go.
Oh, the setup.
Kenny, he pulled aggro first. He goes down. He didn't need to. Captain Ziploc actually just going to get away for this one. They trade kills. But now he's on the wrong side of the map. Saint not going to chase him just yet. Ooh, we saw him go back over.
It's that Sightstone paying off. Ziploc actually can beat him in a one-on-one.
He's got pretty much
lands the Q.
The same combat. That's the problem. He's dead. He's gone.
Yep.
So that's the problem with going Spirit Stone, though.
Yeah.
Is there's no combat stat. Like, they literally have the same value of stats here. Actually, Saint has more because he has the health from the Ruby Crystal for the Sight Stone. Latman just stays with the turret, kills that one off. Bunny Fufu puts the Lantern in for Bunny Fufu. The ulti comes in for 10Q, though, and backs him off. It will complete for Chris. Jumping in, doesn't land the slow. Explosive Cask is up. He knocks him back. Beautiful shot right here.
He's got flash.
Q slow. Good flash. Gets away. 10Q dodges the hook as well. Perfectly played by Morg, and that is a turret here for Wazabi.
They might actually go for the Dragon now. We'll have to see. Saint just got out of the base and he's trying to run up. And yeah, the fact that he landed the Q and didn't hit one of the Spiderlings with it was actually really huge in that. It's a big part of Elise versus Lee Sin is, do you hit the Spiderling with a Q? If you do, you're usually going to lose.
Yeah. Your life becomes pain if that kind of happens. IKNU wants to teleport in to stop the Dragon, and it is enough to force them back. Ziploc gets the stun on a Chris. Here comes Baby Zeus. Lantern comes out, getting him a little bit more to safety, and they will stay alive. Blue buff is up, and Curse Academy turn their attention there. That means Dragon could go to Wazabi.
That's going to be a big gold burst for them, because they also just got themselves a turret.
Wow, so look at that. Wazabi Gaming actually up 2,000 gold. We did talk about the bottom turret going down. In fact, minion waves crashed against the top lane outer turret before Kenny teleported in. He had actually shoved the wave, got all the pressure he needed for Chris leaving the lane, denied gold, denied XP, shows up very cleanly. The bottom lane, we saw the turret going down when the team grouped back up for Dragon. They had shoved the entire wave into the bottom tier 2, all that gold, all that experience going to waste. Wazabi making the right call. So suddenly this game, a complete 180 from game one. Suddenly they're the guys going aggressive but making largely the correct choices. They're making the right map-wide movements, which is huge. The fact that Kenny is showing up at the right times now. Chris teleports doesn't get anything for it. Kenny teleports does. That's huge.
Yeah, that's really big in terms of economy of summoner spells. And another thing here too, just talking about economy, 71 to 34 in 80 carry CS, now a tangible BF sword in the inventory of Latman. That's going to be huge in these upcoming fights. It's one of the reasons why they couldn't actually fight that Dragon because of that lead. We saw it too last time. Latman got a BF sword before his opponent, before Impactful had one, and then won a Dragon fight off of it. And Curse Academy's like, we've seen this before. We're going to back off and then just try to come back later.
Yeah, and I mean, if you go by the, sort of history repeating itself, Curse Academy generally tend to make better map-wide shot calls. If that is in your mind, you can say, okay, we'll give up some objectives. That was kind of the old counter-logic gaming way of playing the game. Say, look, we can give up dragons occasionally. It's only 1,000 gold. We'll come back later. We'll outplay them somewhere else. You can only do that so many times. 6,000 gold is a pretty large deficit to come back from. Right now, it's only a couple. It's, okay, 2K. That's not gigantic, but it does matter. But I have to question how long Curse Academy waits on this. Because they have this really, really upsetting 34 CS at 10 for their 80 carry. That is a ludicrously low score. Like mid-70s is what you expect, and surprise is what we see here from the 80 carry of Wazabi Gaming. But the problem is, where does your win come from if you're losing in globals and your late game carry isn't even getting money?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of discrepancy here between everybody on the map.
Yeah.
Top lane is a 500 gold difference currently. Mid lane, no, it's pretty even there. That's where they're holding parity.
Right.
But then it's those AD carries. It's almost 800, almost 1,000. BF sword up in completion.
Yeah.
Just really, really big here because if you actually look at it, Tristana, he's sitting on 400 gold.
Mm-hmm.
That means he's not going to have that BF sword for a very long time.
1,000 gold away. That's really rough, and that takes like 8 minutes to farm up. And that's if you get good CS the whole way through. Of course, keep in mind when you look at those gold leads, about 300 of that roughly is the global gold that's been acquired by Wazabi Gaming. And you know, when you see a matchup tipped by a little bit, sometimes, hey, my bottom lane got a turret, that's awesome. Hey, they took the dragon, that's awesome. That gives me an extra item ledge over my opposition. But yeah, down the line, over and over again, Wazabi Gaming are making the better choice. And as soon as they started to get into the correct team fights, they were a team to be feared again. That was all it took, and they found that, and that's the big thing for them. And you've got ways for Curse Academy to get back in, but they've got to find them. Hey, by the way, your front line is still scaling up. You've got Damage Elise coming through. You don't have a ton of ability power yet on Lulu. Catches can still work. Good shockwaves can still turn the game. 25 minutes down the line, Tristana might come online, but that one isn't in the playbook right now. It's very much about, look, we need some good plays by Lee Sin before they get too big.
Yeah, and actually, fun fact here, I was doing some research on outside tournaments, and Wazabi Gaming has actually beaten Team 8, Coast, and Curse Academy. All three of them, at least taking a game off of them, or put up a great fight. So they actually have, you know, if they were putting little notches in their computer case, they could actually put notches on all three of those teams. So they've beaten top teams in Challenger.
Yeah.
And the question is, do they show up today? Do they continue pushing this lead and actually just make that notch just a gigantic gash and be like, Curse Academy's done?
Done. Just cut them out. Like,
Yeah.
I don't have a good analogy for that. Also, maybe like each one is a stick of RAM with like their name on it. But like, why would you reduce RAM from your computer? So I don't know.
Replace it with the better one.
Oh yeah, you got to replace it with a better RAM. It's now Wazabi Gaming RAM. It's ours now. You just like have one. I don't have a good analogy for computer cases and teams you beat up. Guys, tweet at LOL Esports. Let us know the best analogies, the best metaphors for beating up on people in the video games. So of course we are on a pause right here. We're gonna get ourselves back in as soon as we can. Of course, you're still about that, aren't you?
No, I was thinking about JD Woo.
Why? What's the deal?
With like sometimes you're trash canning somebody, you're dumpstering them. They got landfilled.
Landfill is my favorite term for someone being bad, or you beating up on somebody. It's a good term. I mean, you got double ifs. Everyone else is trash. You got to one up that and be like, everyone else is a landfill. That is so much trash. Did you know actually, if you call someone a trash can, that is a compliment because they're good enough to carry trash? Did you know?
Okay.
Information gained. Got you covered, guys. All right.
Oh.
No, I almost didn't have anything. I just
you didn't have
all right. It was like a period.
It was
it's like a
like-
telegraph where you say stop instead of period. It's da 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 da. All right, and that's where I
would have been your Morse code stop.
Yeah.
All right.
No, it was stupid. I don't know. I don't think telegraph's even the right term for this one. Is it telegram?
I think it's Telegram.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we figured it out in the end. There. The more you know. Telegram's not even relevant in
Might
the
be
world.
Telegraph. I don't know.
You know what? I've forgotten. It doesn't matter anymore.
I am not an expert on Morse code. And
Nor am I.
All of the
They're before my
Wow.
time.
we have
Morse
so much in common.
We're both in our mid-20s, and we're older than some technologies now. Or I guess younger in this case. Right. So I don't know what else to say about this game, unfortunately. We're only 10 minutes in, right?
I don't want to talk about too much because,
Yeah.
at this point, people...
You know what? Let's go back to being analyst desk from LCS.
All right.
Because we had so many things we were going to talk about during that. And of course, being that we have games to be played, like we had to stop talking about them so that like CLG could like play a match. And I mean, I guess if you really think Double Lift and Co are more important than us, then I guess we'll play games instead of talking. But they've been gracious enough to pause for us so we can talk about things some more. So we were talking about innovation and new champions having an effect elsewhere on other people's champion pools, other people's play styles, right? You've got... Even though, like, it was just weird, like, Morgana, like, took this weird dip in popularity, and then came, like, she was, like, top tier, disappeared for a couple of seconds, and then came back when Braum was big again.
Same thing with Nami.
Right, yeah. Nami came up, I think, partially because of Morgana, as, like, she's a good counterpick in the matchup. And also, yeah, we talked to a lot of players saying that, well, late-game hypercarries are more important. And there's one thing, actually, that concerns me about this, is they're like, yeah, you can lose the laning phase now because you have a late-game hypercarry. And, like, if that's your mindset, where you can just like pick garbage matchups and just pick peel everywhere, you can just lose a 20-minute game.
Yeah.
Like they'll just take dragons on you and you don't have the gold to come back in.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams attempt this, and I think it's one of the ways that Team 8 actually beat LMQ back when it was Challenger. It was like, we have Lucian, we have all of these early game team fighters. It's like, oh, we beat you in 27 minutes. What's up?
Yeah, and that's a pretty big concern. Because, hey, suddenly you pick these aggressive early game divers. Like, what if Rammus comes back? Now, I don't think Rammus is great against Trist, like, specifically, because I think she has the tools to, like, outplay that, or you bring the cleanse back on 80 carries, which we saw. And those are really good ways to deal with that. But you've got a lot of interesting crossover, because you have champions like Xerath who are coming out that are big now. And if he doesn't have any big escapes, champs like Vi, and, of course, you love Jarvan, get even more important because they have guaranteed ways of reaching that pool. And you can only Zhonya's or die.
Yeah, and it's kind of like when we saw Resurgence just did Fate, here comes Fizz again.
Yeah.
Xerath, it's like, okay, maybe Zed will become a thing. If you can dodge skill shots, who can start with boots early?
Yeah, true.
You know, like today we saw Voyboy playing the Tristana into a Xerath matchup and starting boots 3 potions. So he could dodge everything.
And he didn't even die that game.
Yep.
So, impressive stuff for the man. We are back in, though. And Wazabi Gaming gonna be nice and happy here as they sit on this 2.3 thousand gold lead. Wards start coming out around the Baron area. Lantern comes out. Ooh, St. Vicious has to flash the binding, though. Bunny Fufu trying to save him on this one. So 10Q is roaming out of his lane, warding other sides of the map. I want to know what the top lane or the top river wards are going to be for as time progresses here, but I guess we'll see in the future.
I don't think we are going to see, though, because excessive pause time has been called.
Oh, that's going to be
Curse
unfortunate.
Academy.
Yeah, so unfortunately, guys, Curse Academy is going to have to forfeit this game due to excessive pause time. So now the teams are going to be tied 1 game apiece. We'll be taking a quick break, but when we return, it's the decisive Game 3 between Curse Academy and Wazabi Gaming. Don't go anywhere. Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American Challenger Series. In a couple minutes, we'll be starting that third and final game between Curse Academy and Wazabi Gaming. Of course, these guys are tied at 1-1. For what it's worth, Wazabi did accrue a bit of a further gold lead. We, of course, cast on a 3-minute delay. In real time, they had grown a bit more of a lead, but of course, still very unfortunate that Curse Academy had to forfeit that game. But we'll see what happens in Game 3 here. So we're going to keep going for the Analyst S styles. We wait for the players to get ready.
But before we do that, though, it was
about
a 4,000 gold lead
Okay.
at I think around the 12-minute mark.
Okay.
So it was actually quite. It's getting to that substantial gold lead portion because Latman was just running away with the game.
Yeah.
So that's final. Box it. Put off to the side, 1-1 series.
Yeah, unfortunately, game 2 ended early. Analysis will end early. We'll move on. So yeah, we were talking about new picks coming out or maybe old picks coming back as a result of gameplay changes. And there's a few different sort of microcosms that I think do things. So one is Xerath coming out as big, and right as we went to commercials talking about the fact that he's an immobile, long-range sieger with very few self-peel tools. Now, Vi and Jarvan, I think, are champions that show up because of this. I think a further priority shows up for Thresh to further add safety to that champion. And I think as Thresh moves into a more balanced state, he becomes more about individual target saving. When he becomes a less ubiquitous support, then you see him specifically for comps like this. I think that could be an interesting adaptation to happen for teams.
Yeah, and Thresh is just so versatile, but at the same time, he's one of the reasons that Morgana started coming in.
Yeah.
He was the top support, and people were like, we have to find something to do against Thresh because we can't keep playing Sona into this. We can't keep playing these other supports. Annie became really big for a bit, but it was like if you still get hooked by Thresh, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Morgana is one of the reasons you don't see Annie so much anymore. So it's kind of like what becomes popular because dictates what becomes a counter pick and then becomes popular, and then that might make something else fall out of favor. So it's just all these different things that make picks go up and down and fluctuate.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things about at least bot lane matchups as far as, what goes well against Thresh goes, is there's this weird sort of catch-22 because typically when you face a hook champion, someone who pulls you in, you want to play something melee because if they hook your melee, ostensibly a tank, doesn't hurt so badly. In fact, sometimes it does good things for you. Now, because of Flay, it makes Jarvan a little bit sad. It makes Leona a little bit sad. Life gets a little bit more difficult. Braum is one of the champions that actually kind of likes facing Thresh. He has good ways to get in. He can walk forward, much like Thresh can walk at you and threaten Flay, and you have to keep respecting it. And then suddenly you're away from minions, he can hook you. Braum can be like, I'm going to Q you. I dare you to mess with me right now. And if Braum becomes less ubiquitous, right, instead of being this top tier where everyone plays Braum and Thresh and then everyone plays something else, then that becomes, the circle continues. Like how, Morgana is good but not all the time, and then Nami is good against her, so you have these counter options. And that's why when you have champions that aren't S tier, you have interesting diversity in champ select again. That's why, partially is hey, let's add some nerfs to Lee Sin and Elise. For the same reason in the jungle, is as soon as you make S tier and A tier, where it's there's 8 really good champs, you can start going in circles again. And that's kind of the fun part of champ select.
And another big thing is Syndra started coming up in play. It's okay, that's going to reduce the prevalence of Jarvan a little bit, at least Sin, because if you're a good Syndra, you can interrupt those. And back when LeBlanc was really big, people were like, oh, I can play Syndra into this if I interrupt or knock back the distortion. And then you're just like, okay, we're good. And that was a big counter if you were of equal skill level with the person.
And you just, show up and try to burst someone out. And suddenly then, because not only are champions counter picks, but they also have to do something for your team, right? You've got to make sure this champion does something useful for you. And so then it starts saying, okay, well, look, we'll counter pick this matchup, right? We'll expect to play Syndra here for our mid lane because we think he's going to be a big LeBlanc player or, whatever you get to run, maybe Twisted Fate. And so we need to make sure that our comp is ready for a pick-oriented mid laner, right? A reasonable team fighter. She's all right at team fighting. She's no Orianna, she's no Twisted Fate, but she's gonna go ahead and get those individual picks, set someone up from 1,000 range, and okay, let's have a team be ready to capitalize. And you have this sort of second layer mind game of, okay, let's make our champ select look, ready. If we need to sub out for a different mid laner, we can, 5th pick, whatever. But let's be ready to capitalize on Syndra coming in here as our linchpin there. Let's get ready to capitalize on, we're gonna go for an early Braum or whatever, right? And the game gets deeper and deeper. At some point, we'll start seeing bans where we know, your counter pick will be Syndra, so we can pick TF early, right? And it's we'll ban Syndra last ban, first pick TF, haha, you have no lane matchup now, and you have all these things you can allow yourselves to do, and that game just keeps getting deeper and deeper.
Yeah, it's a great game. We play League of Legends.
It is. It's much fun. Even the pre-game, fairly mind-crushing. There's a whole lot can go on.
Oh, yeah. In that first game, we saw the Cassidon not banned away.
That one didn't play out well.
Yeah. was a little crushing, but for Curse Academy onto Wazabi there.
Yeah. It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Yeah. Actually, another interesting thing as well with League of Legends design, there's actually a bunch of posts from, I guess he's the VP of design now, Zilius. He made a bunch of posts in the forums, and he's like, this was actually specifically in response to people asking for like extra bans. And like adding extra complexity to champ select, which is an option, right? You can make champ select more complex as a design choice, which will generally give it more weight in the game, right? The better I can win champ select, the better my chances at winning. And one of the core pillars of LoL, at least to my recollection properly, is you should always sort of be able to outplay your opponents, have your gameplay dictate who wins. And so in general, we're like no hard counters, right? Like you can have a counter matchup, but like it's like a 60-40, not like a 90-10, percentage-wise, right? Like there's ways to win the matchup anyway if you play it right. That's why a lot of champions have like long-range skill shots to like last hit with. So that even if they're screwed, like you can still wild cards a wave and be useful, right? You can leave your lane and roam. You can farm late game, things like that. And so to that topic, there's the point that even if you get into a rough matchup, right? And we talk about Wazabi Gaming going for the counter pick, the Orianna mid lane, try to camp the mid, get the other lanes winning, go crush. Well, if you outplay your opponents, as St. Vicious did, it's like, well, you theoretically win, 55-45 in champ select, but we're going to play that 45 really well, crush you guys in 35 minutes.
Yeah, a big thing too is also knowing when you picked or were picked into a losing matchup.
Yeah. Just
like in the top lane, Aatrox Shyvana, it's kind of like Shyvana is going to get bullied early. It's okay. I'm going to give up some CS to the Aatrox, but I'm going to play the matchup better later on. There's a lot of things that you have to consider there, especially like the matchup in the bottom where it was Tristana versus Lucian. Lucian's going to bully you throughout like levels 1 through 12, and then when you start getting to that late game point, as Tristana, you have to hope that you at least held up in CS for a bit and didn't go for bad trades, didn't get too desperate for CS. Maybe you farmed the jungle a couple times. Like there's a whole bunch of things in this that add up to, do I know how to play the matchup even when it's not a good matchup for myself?
Mm-hmm. And then, you have all these weird adaptation points, like, as you mentioned, going back into the jungle. And one of the supports I kind of miss is Zyra, because she was so good at setting up double golems.
I hate Zyra.
Oh, she's wonderful. I love that champion. She's like one of my favorites to fight with, to fight as. It's a great champion overall. Just as long as you don't hit me with Leandry's plants, we can be on good terms. Otherwise, then you're a little bit annoyed. I know you play these tanky frontline junglers. Leandry's hurts you more than it hurts me as an AD carry player, but you know what? Zyra's awesome in my book. I don't care what you have to say. Unfortunately, guys, we are still waiting to launch this final game between Curse Academy and Wazabi Gaming. We're going to take another quick break, but we'll be back as soon as we can when the action starts. Don't go anywhere.
Defeat my strategy. You need to quit attacking. Coming for your team and it's gonna be a tragedy. Can't defeat my strategy. You need to quit attacking. Coming for your team and it's gonna be incredible. Competition looking more edible. Waging war with a law gonna be regrettable. People like you are so easily forgettable. Playing against me, son, your talents ain't accessible. I'm a professional. Did you think that it was ethical to come against the great? Need to be a bit respectable. Now it's time to speak. Think of this as a confessional. Boy, I see you weak. That's your style is detectable. Only good at one thing. That means you're one-dimensional. My skills are impeccable. To you incomprehensible. Put me on a pedestal so you can get a better view of perfection. I'm a baller getting revenue. This is all political. You need to be a better individual. Just mad cause my efforts stay ripping you. I'm sick of you. You can't defeat my strategy. That goes for your whole team, boy. It's a tragedy. I'm sick of you. You can't defeat my strategy. That goes for your whole team, boy. It's a tragedy.
But you're on the floor. You never ever should have walked through that door. When the bell rings, you can expect more. I'm passing you up, I'm mashing you up. You at the pit stop trying to gas it up. Eat that smoke, stop fast and pup. I think I heard your girl say you don't last enough.
Back it up, dude. I got this. Back it up, fool. I got this. What you gonna do? I got this. I got this. Yo, I got this.
For you it takes two, for me 1 minute. You're gonna lose it, I'm gonna win it. You seem kinda out of it, I'm always up in it. You're about to start, but guess what? I'm finished.
I got this. I
got this. I got this.
welcome back to the show. We're here in the North American Challenger Series, and we are moments away from the third and final game between Curse Academy and Wazabi Gaming. This series is tied at 1-1. We are going to have champs like in just a couple of seconds here. We'll get ourselves that third game.
Yeah, and really excited for this matchup, though. Wazabi Gaming has beaten Curse Academy in the past in outside tournaments, but have not taken a series off of them in the Challenger Series, going down 2-0 previously when they were Frank Fang Gaming. First game of this series, since it was so long ago. Talk about it a little bit here, where ended up being Curse Academy from start to finish off the back of St. Vicious and ManCloud in Champion Select.
We are here, and of course, game 2, we got a glimpse of it. We got about part of the game, and it was a much better showing from Wazabi Gaming. They had a 4,000 gold lead by the end of it. Of course, that was still a forfeit from Curse Academy. Maybe they could have made the comeback with that one, but you had that same strong laning phase you expected from Wazabi, top lane, bottom lane, both winning, and this time much better shot calling and playmaking from the team to get themselves some dragons and team fights as well. So here we go with the final champ select. Ziggs still removed from Baby Zeus Kassadin. Of course, they've learned their lesson this time and say, you know what, ManCloud, let's not give you that champion.
Yeah, no Kassadin there for ManCloud coming in. And then there's going to be the Aurelia for iKennyU, and the Rengar that's been banned all series long.
Yep, Saint's not getting that champion either. So a lot of these champs are playing respect. Kenny never getting an Aurelia, Baby Zeus never getting a Ziggs. Last game he played a little bit of that Lulu. It went okay for him. Lucian away from Latman. Yeah, they got the taste of that laning phase and said, that is a smart ban after all. The thing is, they still wanted Ziggs, Aurelia, and Kassadin all gone, more so than him last time around when they were red side, but this time they tacked the Lucian ban back on, so Curse Academy back to that game 1 strategy. Wazabi, of course, adding Kassadin to their bans means they have to drop one of them. Now, will they add the Braum that they banned in game 2? Or will it be, I believe it was a Lulu they banned initially
and then
first game.
It got picked up by them first pick in the game 2. So now Lulu, Gragas are both open. Might want to first pick whichever one's a higher priority for you, or if you don't care, you leave it open and pick something else up and then pick whichever one they don't pick. But actually, Wazabi Gaming would take both if they had the opportunity, so you most likely have to take one of them.
That's true. Well, the Lulu does get grabbed, so we might just see that same matchup through, and I suppose ManCloud could play Lulu himself as well. I don't know how current the champion is, but heck, Curse Academy could do the same, so why the heck not? Wazabi Gaming 45 seconds to make their choices. They do get a guaranteed counter pick if they play their cards right. If they play him wrong, Curse Academy can do it for both lanes with the Lulu swap. We've even seen support Lulu played. Lemonation played it earlier today. So honestly, even more available than you might think, but every other support's still on for these guys. Wazabi certainly taking their time to make these really important choices. Ziploc, will he steal the Lee Sin away from St. Vicious? I think that might be the case, and every single time 10Q just wants the Morgana, even with Braum off the table.
Yeah. Every time that Wazabi has gotten to those 2-3 spots, or the 1-2 when they're on red side, they're just like, all right, Morgana and then our jungler. And it's been at least every time. If they swap it up and go Lee Sin, they take it away from St. Vicious because it was just so deadly in game 1, and they know that he will pick it this time around.
Yeah, and I guess they just didn't really respect the solo queues practice from St. Vicious, but that did work out for them in that first game. So Lee Sin picked up here, Captain Ziploc. It is his most played. It's not like he doesn't know the champion, but this time really respecting Saint's Lee Sin, removing that one away. Of course, Yasuo was left open. That's the insta-lock there for ManCloud, the Tristana for Impactful. Looks like that will happen another time. I believe that's 3 straight for him now.
Yep. And this is a combination here from all 3 of these champions have knockups and can set up Yasuo so far. So it's a Yasuo composition here off the back of ManCloud, and that's actually his most played in solo queue currently. And he played it twice last time we saw him in Challenger to great success.
And you kind of got to expect Curse Academy to continue that success here with the champs. Like, it's looking good for them so far. Wazabi Gaming do need to throw a wrench into the works here. Hover on Caitlyn right now. I think as they now know all the matchups there, the only thing they really have left to show is, hey, try to find out Curse Academy support. At this point, unless you've got an actual sort of strategy you're trying to prepare, I would actually go for both solo lanes here as Wazabi, and just make sure your AD carry fits the rest of their comp.
Yeah. Going for both solo laners and getting something for yourself. But looks like Latman hovering over the Caitlyn for that early game because Lucian's banned out, and trying to just have a mid-game advantage over Tristana might be the way that they choose to go.
And as we go through the rest of the picks and bans, those do get locked in by the timer there. I don't like teams that hover for like 20 seconds and just let the timer lock them in. It just gives you more time to react. Say, yep, they're going Ori Caitlyn. Okay, pick the rest of their comp. Be ready for their team fighting. Now, of course, with the jungle pick, it doesn't really much matter. Elise, I think, is the sort of obvious lock-in here for St. Vicious with the Rengar and Lee Sin being removed away, but no, I mean, I guess you could like Jarvan or Vi for more knockouts, but I feel like it's not important enough to not just play Elise.
Yeah, Elise gives him a lot of pressure, it gives him a lot of early game presence, which he likes to abuse. Don't know if he'll go for it or not, but I like the idea behind it, and I love the idea of a Nami. Another series of knockups here.
Yeah, I really like Nami here. It does make sense in the comp as well as the lane matchup there. Now Nami actually does have the ability to actually exert presence in the lane there without doing something like a flash flay. So it's something you finally got a 2-on-2 matchup for like the first time in a while here for Curse Academy where the support can be useful. And they're going to need that when they're facing up against the Caitlyn, who's normally a very scary lane bully.
Yeah, extra sustain for themselves, good trading potential and power. And now we see what their top laner is. What's Kenny going to play?
Well, you're facing a Lulu top, which means a lot of the short-range guys are going to be in for a painful experience. Greg is, of course, always available. There is something that Kenny you started playing a whole bunch of to learn it. You could choose to lane swap here and give him a different type of top laner and just dodge the matchup in the first place. That's why something like Jax would work out here. But as far as a 1v1 is concerned, actually, I take it back. I remember talking with Zion Spartan, I think it was 1 week ago, in the North American LCS. We're watching a couple of games. He had some time off. And he said that, I believe it was the Lulu match. He said Jax beats Lulu in the 1v1. I think it was Lulu. It might have been Kayle, but it was one of the range matchups. He said Jax wins the matchup. You max Q, you just out-trade the entire time. You open Flask, you max Q, and you beat her in the head with your lamppost. And you win the matchup.
Okay, so I can completely see that for a Kayle matchup. Lulu matchup, I guess that would work as well. We'll have to see. I mean,
So most solo lane Lulus max shield last.
Yeah.
What I've seen, they max the Whimsy second because basically the offensive power of shield per rank went down significantly. You get like 30 damage per level, which is not like super worth it. So you won't have a very highly ranked shield to withstand the damage. And again, you have the Flask sustain. You stay in the brush the entire time. And heck, even Counter-Strike gives you percentage damage reduction of AoE abilities. So you'd even reduce some Glitter Lance damage. There's like these little things that like matter, but if my memory serves correctly, this is actually a matchup for Jax. Now that was, of course, also before the Jax nerfs of 4.11, I believe it was, where he lost armor and health per level. So maybe it tipped the matchup back a little bit, but of course Kenny wants to face the battle. The 2-on-2 lane is not horrible. Honestly, Caitlyn can still hold up to any lane, so there's no direct reason to lane swap here for Wazabi.
yeah, the Caitlyn's going to bully that lane around a little bit. The Morgana is actually going to get pushed in a bit by the Nami in terms of matchups. But the Jax, starting with the Doran shield. He actually started a Doran shield when he was Mundo as well in that last game that we saw a bit of. So Kenny actually using that item when we don't actually see a lot of play from it at all.
Well, and I mean, shield is understandable when you face up against a Lulu. You will take many auto attacks, and so the extra damage reduction and then the bit of sustain afterwards does help. But Zion was pretty emphatic about the fact that you have to start Flask in that kind of matchup. Now, if they guess right, they bind ManCloud here. I feel like it's one of those rushes where you must like just shoot at blind dark binding, and you go for it. Shoots wide. Ooh, Lee Sin Q misses as well. They do kill the trinket at least.
30 seconds.
So hey, 10 gold. Kenny already winning the matchup.
Yep. It's not going to buy him anything though.
No. But if you wanted to teleport in, maybe it gets you 1 potion extra.
Zeus.
Sees Chris?
Nope, he saw it.
Didn't get spotted himself, though. He should have seen the animation or the particle from that ward going down. No sweepers, though. Wazabi Gaming cannot remove that ward as well. Yep, they ping it. They say there's a ward right here. If only Captain Ziploc opened up with a sweeper, but on Lee Sin, I don't think you ever would. The ward hop's too valuable.
It's way too valuable in the early game. You swap it out first or second back. Get some wards in your inventory and then a Sight Stone. But Wazabi still very aggressive and forward in their play. Oh. They see them entering the bush, but they don't know how many.
And the binding comes out. Wow, yeah. That's surprising they face check with 3. They do see Lee Sin, though. Yeah. So they knew it was at most 4. And right here, Baby Zeus is mid lane. So we get out of the level 1s without incident. Although Kenny is on the wrong side of the map right here. He's going to take a very slow route over to this red buff. But Chris is trying to stop this. Captain Ziploc a little bit aware here. He should be able to smite this. There we go. Little Lance, and he stays safe.
Takes a little extra bit of damage. And TP used from Kenny to actually get up to the top lane.
He TP'd without recalling, so he's actually still on 1 potion despite having some extra gold in his inventory. He actually walked partway across the map and then teleported. Unless I like missed the recall and he actually did do that. But I don't believe that actually happened here. So a bit of a missed opportunity by Kenny. But maybe he keeps up in the lane because of course Lulu was missing for some time as well.
Bottom lane pretty much going the way you would expect. Impactful was actually not shoving it in very hard, being Tristana and having the explosive shot. Instead, Latman applying the pressure alongside the Morgana.
It's actually very tricky to get level 1 pressure as Nami and Tristana.
Yeah.
Because you have to get into like a one-on-one champion, like a 2-on-2 champion fight to make that happen. Because you have to sit there auto-attacking minions slowly but surely to get the push down.
Level 2s for Latman and 10Q.
There we go. Zia gets that without too much loss, but they do have minions to still farm in the wave. But yeah, whereas like Caitlyn can just like spam Qs at the very start and guarantee the push lead, it's actually fairly tricky for Trist Nami to get the first push going. So let's see, down 10 CS, about that much is on the field, so how good is their last hitting under turret?
Yeah, Latman actually hasn't leveled up a second ability yet.
Nice.
There we go, he got the trap finally.
And actually I thought on the Bunny Fufu, the Q lands as well, nice early damage. It's going to be now the biscuits and the mana potion for Bunny Fufu to keep this sustain up.
It's pretty cute that he didn't level up anything until Binding landed. He's like, okay, now I need the trap.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't getting ganked, so he didn't put a point to his W just yet, because he might need it for the E.
And Captain Ziploc going towards the top side of the map. St. Vicious actually already counter-jungled the double golem there. And I like that choice to Q when you know it's going to hit either one. If you do get counter-jungled, you still get the Q shots there. Kenny getting heavily harassed, already uses potion, low on health. There's a push in, knock up on a baby Zeus. Mankla loses a couple hundred health as well. St. Vicious getting some harassed down on top of that one. So Kenny's got to be real careful. No teleport, not much health. And this ward will spot Captain Ziploc.
He's going to walk around.
But Chris is
staying.
fearless.
Saint is coming up. This is a big thing too. Because I remember talking about why Chris is so high in Challenger. It's because he knows how to bait the ganks. He knows how to bowflex in the top lane. Make it look like he's stronger than he is.
They're going for this engage here. Saint's got to show up. Chris very low on health. Does have flash. Kenny's going to back off. Saint no red buff. That Q was, I don't know what that was for. But he lands the W, flashes the cocoon. That would have been a kill if it had landed on him.
And now Curse Academy are returning the aggression in the bottom lane. But ManCloud is here in the top lane. This would actually be a pretty aggressive dive. Kenny's not going to back though because he doesn't have TP.
Oh, the ward spots ManCloud. He actually knows he's gotten seen. I don't think he can kill Kenny with this. But he does make him miss the entire wave of gold. Teleport's not up for another minute here. And that is a cannon wave plus a double caster wave. Sacrificed.
Ooh, no TP, can't absorb the gold, can't get the experience. It's a pretty big loss there for the Jax who wants to scale up. And look at that, Chris spams the Dorn's ring on the way back.
And actually, ManCloud, I don't believe, lost a single minion for that roam. Unless I miscounted one of them. The wave was pushed into Baby Zeus' turret, and then Baby Zeus didn't push the second wave very fast, so ManCloud got back without it being under his turret, and he doesn't even miss anything for that. So very nice roam there. Pre-6 Yasuo roam. Impressive by ManCloud.
Yeah, knowing when to roam and how to roam in terms of wave manipulation is a very key feature in these matchups.
Yeah, it's really been the cross-lane plays that have really been the reason for these teams winning. See if Curse Academy can get more of the same, or Wazabi Gaming can keep continuing to learn from their lessons from game one. Stun's going to come out into Chris, but look at that shield plus Whimsy just really denying the damage, and Kenny is taking a bunch of punishment, who, by the way, is maxing in power, so it's 3 points W. The initial engage from the Q is not nearly as high, and you can see he just isn't mobile enough to deal with Lulu right here.
Yeah, I know in some matchups you max
melee ones.
The Q. And some of them, like Vladimir, you max the Q.
Yeah.
So that you can constantly close the distance.
Right. The leap strike, by the way, if you're not big Jax player, that's the leap strike button. Right.
Leap away.
Well, Ziploc lost his 2-minute trinket, though, so he is without ward hopping and without extra vision to supply to the team for some time. Saint wants to sneak into the bottom lane. There we go, Bubble. Nice prediction there. Latman takes a whole bunch of damage. Dignitas on as well. Saint not quite in range. Summoner heal pop, but in comes Impactful. He still wants this. Now they go to 10Q. Cocoon's going to land. Not good for the Morgana. Has to flash away. Every summoner spell now down for Wazabi Gaming's bot lane.
And everyone except for the Ignite up for Curse Academies. They have a huge advantage right now. Also, they just pushed out 2 bottom laners. If they wanted to do Dragon, they could, but they
They're
don't
missing
have
Man
Man Cloud.
Yeah, exactly. That went well. We both said the same thing at the same time. And yeah, so Captain Ziploc on the wrong side of the map. Pink board coverage already there for Curse Academy, but simply the fact that Yasuo wasn't there means CA isn't going to go for that global objective. Just back to the jungle. Saint going for the tank Elise build, by the way. We saw Spectral Wraith, I believe, both times from Captain Ziploc. And this time around, it's the Quill Coat. Quill Cloak? Is it cloak or coat? I forget.
Quill Coat.
Coat. It is a coat. Yeah, so the tank Elise build going for Ancient Golem and extra wards.
Yeah, Crumb's also subscribed to the Spectral Wraith over tankiness and went full spell pen. Not going to be the case for St. Vicious here. They don't really need anybody to deal more damage. They're going to have all of this damage from Yasuo, from Tristan in the late game, all these knockups. Of course, they don't have a lot of the knockups because no level 6 is here for the bottom lane.
But soon they will have them, and it's going to be all kinds of difficult. Now, the cool thing about Morgana in this matchup is you can easily predict the bubbles and black shield them, but there's just a lot of constant pressure that demands your attention that sometimes it just gets rough. Kenny, again, half HP. Chris just goes in from the teleport and just crushes the health bar. Kenny's got to be real careful, puts the dodge down. Chris, though, could easily dive. There's one Q for the kill. Can he dodge it? He does! And Chris can't get enough damage down.
Very, very close. That last Glitter Lance, just a little bit off. And that's what made the difference.
And the word for Baby Zeus is going to spot Manclick coming back into the lane. He's got 8 gold, killing a couple of little wraiths, why not? But otherwise, nothing of value gained. St. Vicious now towards his blue buff. Actually, a late trip there. Went and pot up some Sork shoes, so an interesting mix of build.
Yeah.
No extra AP, but still wants the magic pen to deal some damage.
Yeah, actually, Sork shoes on Elise very early on is extremely efficient.
Yeah.
Extremely efficient in the early game. It's actually one of the best first buys for her.
Yeah, I know some people who will. I've seen him do it from Machete. I've seen him do it from Spirit Stone. And right now it's Mancloud doing it just from... Not Mancloud, sorry. Saint doing it just from the Quill Coat. So he does have the ward that comes out. And the magic gun for the damage up. But if he can get another gank going through. Impactful and Bunny Fugu have now hit level 6. Bubble will not land at a 10Q. He stays safe. Mancloud kills away this wave. Will he go on to Baby Zeus? But here comes Captain Ziploc, so the answer is no. Nice flash by Mancloud. Gets away from the shockwave. But that is still a better cooldown trade for Wazabi.
Yep, in the overall. But if there's capitalization here off of the lack of an Orianna ultimate, then it could go Curse Academy's favor. But Saint, he's camping top right now. He's pitching that 10.
And it's going to be maybe difficult for Kenny, who, by the way, despite how bad this matchup looked on paper, he is equal in CS.
Looked pretty bad on our screen, too.
Yeah, I mean...
Not just on paper.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah,
wow.
Sorry. What I meant from our evidence, he's actually still equal in minions. It is pushing down, though. He's got to be very aware of Saint, and so he's actually pulling Captain Ziploc up right now in case there's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, Zip's going to pass over this ward. He still does not have a sweeper in his inventory. That's going to cause Kenny to go aggressive, but 2-on-2.
Misses the stun, hops back to the Lee Sin, and here comes the dive. Looks like Elise is not going to catch anybody in her web, so an easy retreat there for Wazabi. Keep that man alive.
Chris is just so good at setting up these ganks because it makes it seem like he's playing dumb, but he's actually really smart about it.
Yeah.
Kind of like, I'm playing really aggressive and up in your lane, but my jungler's been sitting here the entire time.
And it's really been paying off for the guy right here. So he finally has his first lead of 7 minions plus a wave right there. Latman actually loses the black shield, and there comes the engaged tidal wave. Only going to hit 10Q, force them to disengage. No one's coming to show up to this party, though. Binding his Bunny Fufu. Good damage comes through the Q as well. They got to be real careful. The puddle gets the kill, and Latman survives with a summoner heal.
Very well played there, and the combination damage up top, though. Chris taking a little bit of a beating. This was Kenny.
Oh, the flash kick into range. He's got a flash back towards his teammate, St. Vicious. Double Glitter Lance as well, and Captain Ziploc will go down. Very little mana left on Kenny. There's the Glitter Lance. There's the double kill. Chris playing it great.
Yeah, coming up really big there for his team. 1,400 gold lead now. And another duel in the middle. There's action all across these lanes.
And you know what? I wouldn't want it any other way. So great fights here for Curse Academy. The 2 kills up there is absolutely massive. And Chris now has a very definitive lead there. The triple Thorin's Wing working out in his favor. Mormon is getting denied. This turret losing health as well. Curse Academy for the first time actually doing well in their laning phases.
Yeah, that's
across
true.
the board.
And now St. Vicious making a visit middle. He actually wasn't spotted out. The Cocoon still hits. Good aim.
Nice shot there. Just doesn't necessarily mean very much. Doesn't deal damage. Doesn't pull turret aggro. None of that. Got to be aware of that one. Curse Academy going to go ahead and send a recall back. Pickaxe BF Sword should be up for both these AD carries, so they are very cognizant of staying with, on item parity, not getting overmatched by the enemy builds, and so because of that, you've got a pretty much equal minion game between the two.
Yep. Right now, it's just boots for Caitlyn versus an extra Doran's Tristana.
Pretty much equivalent. Like, that doesn't mean too much. Actually, I really do like boots on Caitlyn, though. Because her range is so much higher than anyone she'll fight in lane, except for a few rare exceptions with, like, Jinx and Kog'Maw. Movement speed is a really good way to guarantee trades that your opponent can't hit you with. They don't become trades, they become takes. You don't pay them back for anything. Mancloud, oh, yeah! Good steal. I've seen some actually rush Berserker's Greaves. I think more so back when they were only like a 575 gold upgrade cost. Now that they're 100 gold more, it's you kind of see less of it, but it was just like, yeah, get more move speed, really guarantee that you're going to win by not getting shot back at.
Static Shiv for Mancloud completed. His farming is going to be a little bit better. And really no action in this mid lane for the most part. There's been some attempted ganks, some roaming by Mancloud, but despite all the setup on the side lanes for his ganks, like he could just walk up and it could be like, okay, get 1,000 range gap closer off of your knockup. We're good, but he hasn't put use to that just yet, but it's 14 minutes into the game. He's got rank 2 of it.
Yep.
He hasn't used it once. Hasn't had the opportunity to.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I mean, Curse Academy are winning in the landing phase. They're actually starting to push turrets down as well. They're not completely forced to play hyper aggro, but this dragon coming up is going to mean attention required by all teams involved. Kenny's coming down.
Both these mid laners have rank 2 ultimate, and nobody else in the game is above level 10. Above level 9, actually.
Wow. Ooh, Baby Zeus, gotta be careful. Big damage comes through. There's the knockup chain, and uh-oh, you gotta be careful if you're Orianna, but here comes Kenny to protect the teammates. Gets a stun on a Chris, but here, oh, 2-man shockwave as well.
The rest of the team's falling in.
And there's the rest of the team. They are surrounded. Those same bitches goes in with very little health. Captain Ziploc stays alive, but Double Bumble comes out. Impactful might just claim the kill. The kicks back, and yes, that will be kills traded 1-for-1 so far. But now looks like Wazabi getting forced to run away from this one. Flash away from Kenny. Good damage on a buddy who summoner heal used, and Mancloud is chasing. Windwall comes out. The chase, the Q's gonna hit. There's the auto attack, gets the kill. Now Kenny's gonna trade back. The knock up there onto Orianna, but Impactful wants Kenny. Not gonna find that one though. 2-for-2, I believe, the trade overall.
It's a
Curse Academy under control.
Great fight from both sides.
Yeah.
Honestly,
yeah.
The way that played out, Saint looked like he got caught, but he bought time with the repel, and then it just trailed off from there. I don't know if either side can actually get a dragon off of this yet. Yeah, they're all just backing. Kenny's gonna try to stop some.
Oh, he does stop Chris's recall. It's actually pretty big.
Yeah, Saint walks up, but he gets caught. It's basically a clown car bush. There's a lot more people in there than you expected. Gets the repel off, buys some time. Meanwhile, ultimate getting blown middle. Ziploc off to the side. Double bubble was really big there to stop the mobility of Ziploc to get out. And then Impactful trying to do as much damage as possible. And Mancloud going a little deep, but gets picked up here and trades Latman for himself.
And unfortunately, he went for the wrong target there. I think they could have killed Baby Zeus. And he had went and chased down the Jinx there on Latman. Interesting note with Tristana ulti, by the way. One of the, I think, only knockups in the game where there's no stun afterwards. If you knock someone into a wall, they don't move, it basically doesn't stun.
Yeah.
They immediately get control back of the champion.
It staggers you for a little bit, but not every move is condemned.
Yeah, well, I mean, even like Dragon's ulti will keep you locked up for a time.
Yeah.
Even if you do get right to a wall.
Ooh,
Have to be careful. Jumps on in for the damage as much as he can. Actually stays safe. There's the knockup into the back line. Finds 10Q, and Kenny goes down right away. Chris gets the kill there. Saint forced to run away, but a killing spree for Chris means they are nice and happy here.
Their long-range damage was off to the right. Latman had nothing to do with that big clump. He's getting zoned by Bunny Fufu.
Beautiful play by the support to make that happen. Actually, red buff on the Nami. Why the heck not got a kill?
That's what was stopping him from getting in there.
Hey man, it's scary. Commands the powers of fire and water. 10Q puts the heals. Well, actually gets hit with a negative heal there from Nami, and actually the team forced to back up. Latman trying to carry his weight as best he can. He's got plenty of shields on him, but
Saint is extremely low right now, but so is Captain Ziploc. They're both going to have to back off again, and Mancloud is going to take this mid turret for his team.
And there we go. The aftermath of the fight. The first turret comes down, and Curse Academy hold on to a 2,200 gold lead here. Looking pretty good overall in their fighting. Only up 2 kills, though, to be fair. Wazabi Gaming are holding on pretty closely. But the first items are coming through now. The Infinity Edge done for Tristana. The Berserker's Greaves added in for Mancloud as well. And he is rushing for Infinity Edge. No Rune King for him, just wants the burst.
Yeah, he's just going to go straight for it as opposed to the chip down build. He's looking for the big hits. It's a good choice there in this matchup. And a big thing about all of this is the vision game that's going to be coming out here. Both junglers with the sight stones, both supports have them now. You can take utter control of these areas. And I like that sweeper. That's a really good sweeper. It's going to get him 2.
There you go. Wards go down 60 gold to St. Vicious. That's actually a pretty decent amount, to be completely honest. And this Dragon now under pressure. Looks like Wazabi not in a position to stop this. Dragon goes securely to Saint. Look at that, 3,000 gold lead now. Fine, a bunny doesn't mean much, but hey, 30 more gold for the Ward.
And Captain Ziploc actually hasn't still swapped out his Trinket Ward yet. For a sweeper, he's holding on to that for the mobility.
Now that he has Sightstone, though, I think he should swap next time he gets back to base, though. There's not, to me, there's not a really big reason to keep onto that Trinket anymore. But Saint gonna continue to kill things away. Those all go and die. Chris back in the top lane, and I want to watch now how this top lane unfolds, because they were equal in CS early on. But now Chris has 3 kills and 2 assists. He is significantly ahead of Kenny. I want to see if the matchup flips any farther from here, because right now they're equal, but it could get so much worse.
He just walks up and hits the turret, he'll kill it, and then he can go on to Kenny. No, he didn't even have to walk up and hit it. Just killed over himself.
Oh, actually, he Leap Struck onto the Q, which means big damage coming out. Ulti popped by him. Chris lands the Glitter Lance. One more shot to get the kill. The dodges come out, but you can't dodge picks. And now 6-3, great 1-on-1 by Chris.
And there was another Glitter Lance still in the barrel there for Chris, just ready to pop out and finish the kill. Huge chase potential there. He got the Morellonomicon and the Ionian Boots of Lucidity, so he's pretty much sitting at max cooldown reduction already on Lulu, so he's able to get a ton of Glitter Lances off in succession. Basically, you feel like you just recovered from the movement speed, and you eat another one.
Yeah, it's a painful situation to be in. No Merc Treads done just yet for Kenny. He is starting that one there. You can see the Null Magic Mantle in the inventory. That will help a bit, but arguably not enough. Finding mid-air, exhaust comes down to Impactful. Might have been off more than he can shoot. Does the damage come out? Great bubble stops the ulti in from Caitlyn. Impactful will not die, but 10Q just might. Actually, no. Latman just gets the damage up, but the crits come through. Bunny Fufu claims the kill.
Oh, Ziploc on the side, though. Trying to secure it.
Well, the bubble's going to hit Caitlyn. There's the Q, flashes it. Ulti comes out. There's the heal. Ward not going to hop onto that one just yet. Flashes, actually. Gets the kill with a kick right there. So 2 for 1 on that fight, but top lane under fire the whole time. Only 2 guys to defend.
It's another capitalization here from Curse Academy. Wazabi Gaming, they're going to get this bottom turret response, but there's still more members in this top lane for Curse Academy. Wazabi Gaming are going to have to put up a siege, see what they can do. Down 3,000 gold.
Yeah, I think Curse Academy has to stop and go ahead and defend this. They're sending Tristana to do this. Good choice by Latman to stay there and push. He realizes with Trista alive, there's not much turret damage he can get, so he'll back off. But yeah, there was really not enough time to continue that siege. Mid lane could get pushed out, etc. So Curse Academy still getting out pretty well with that one. They got a more important turret. And in fact, they're up 3,500 gold as a result of all their actions. So still good for the blue team.
It's pretty funny too, because if you just look at the CS, you would think that Baby Zeus is a lot stronger than he is. But the fact that global objectives have been going over to Curse Academy, and the fact that they've been getting all of these turrets, that Orianna still hasn't hit a lot of her power spikes, whereas Yasuo's, he's pretty close to hitting another one with the IE.
Yeah, he's got to be close to BF sort of right at this point. I wouldn't be surprised to see a recall soon to pick that piece up. I don't believe IE should be ready for him. But BF would be a good bit of extra damage. His bottom lane turret starting to take some damage from minions. Latman went somewhere else across the map. Zeal added, so he's actually completely matched with Tristana right now. Actually, ahead of Tristana, to be completely fair. Zeal versus Dagger there. And again, if Caitlyn can keep this sort of minor... Like, it's not really even a lead. Their gold's identical, but just because the extra Doran that was picked up by Impactful, Latman's actually going to stay slightly ahead in item curve, because now they're adding crit to their build. And it's such an important stat to add right now.
Yeah, they're actually about 30 gold off from each other. They're really close.
That Doran just could hurt Impactful, though, which I'm actually surprised he bought, considering he had a Nami support in the first place. He doesn't need the extra sustain. But he'll be late to Zeal, he'll be late to Phantom Dancer if all goes equal, which could allow Latman to do more damage in a fight.
Yeah, you just had to get the right power spikes and back with the right gold on Latman's side. Make sure that you press the fight immediately after. Kenny in the bottom lane has his TP. Chris has his. and he's still roaming that top lane side of the jungle, owning it for himself and warding it up, which we saw him do last time.
One thing I'm actually surprised by is that Wazabi aren't spending very much effort setting up that top lane split push. Because an outer turret's so easy to kill, and with Dragon up in a minute and a half, that's like the right place to put a teleporter. And it only takes a couple of wards to keep that kind of location safe. There's very few inlets to the northern jungle right now, with mid lane pretty well contested.
All these wards for Curse Academy on the right side, the blue side of the jungle.
They are extremely well set up for Dragon. Curse Academy are right now playing farther ahead in their minds than Wazabi.
Minute till Dragon. ManCloud down bottom, 5 men strong for Wazabi Gaming in the mid. It's going to reward them with the turret.
But I mean, they're going to get the same turret from ManCloud right here. It's actually what matters then is how this mid lane fight goes. Kenny wants to engage. There's no TP from ManCloud. Great disengage wave, but can they get impactful? Looks like Kenny is not able to do this. He goes down the 1-for-0. That dive does not work.
Yeah, there was not a ball slapped on him fast enough and no way to shockwave the Tristana and keep her in the fight just yet. ManCloud's going to look for it. Minion wave's going to help.
If Ziploc turns around, he can dash through him and get Kate. They're not quite going to get that just yet. Binding hits Saint. Good choice there. Bunny gets the bubble. Nice dodge by Baby Zeus and 10 Qs, keeping safe. But now mid lane can be under fire.
Kenny, very aggressive play there. There is a ward that he can TP to that's behind everybody if they want to force the fight. 3 seconds on him.
Shockwave hits ManCloud and impactful. Good targets there. ManCloud has a lot of health for this one. Q not quite going to land, but he is low on health. Yeah, that Jax TP could be very good for them. They don't have Elise. This is actually a real possibility.
He's just going to walk it out. Get himself up there. Dragon is now live. Saint, very healthy, just got back. Ziploc, same situation. They're going to rotate straight towards it here for both sides.
Well, they walk through some wards to do this. The Windwall going to block some damage. Beat is not up for the fight. If a team fight happens, Ziploc goes in, gets the smite. Nicely done. And now ManCloud goes for the counterattack. Ziploc actually kicks him out of the pit, though. But Impactful claims the kill. 1-for-1 so far as Saint also dropped. Chris on the backside with the Whimsy going very quick. Home guard, of course, helping that one as well.
He just went straight around. That was awesome. A great pickup there by Ziploc. Sacrificed himself, but they still got St. Vicious on it. The kick of ManCloud out of the pit.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was good, great, or questionable. Because he got him out of the fight. He was one of the lowest members, and then he didn't have to blow his flash on the retreat. Because they would have had to stop fighting that fight anyway.
That's true, yeah. It might have panned out a little bit better for him. But you know what? Overall, Curse Academy do get a little bit of suffering there for losing that dragon. St. Vicious can't leave his mark in the challenger scene without missing a smite once every now and then. Saying I expected it. I was like, Ziploc better get this. No one gets that smited by St. Vicious. Let's be real. Chris, blue buff. Level 14 for himself. Death cap is on. He is all kinds of scary. One thing I like about Curse Academy is there's so many good players there. It's one of those teams where like any one of them could put the game on their back and really carry the team home. Game 1, it was St. Vicious playing a freaking great Lee Sin and setting up ManCloud. This game, I think people are pulling their weight, but it's Chris who's really crushing.
Yeah, Impactful is going even in lane 2-1-4 on both sides. Saint, he's caught though.
Binding slow, the Q from Lee Sin. He can jump to pretty much nothing here, but here comes Tristana.
Oh, into the bushes.
Tidal Wave is going to put Saint right in front of Latman. Kill picked up off of Binding. Now Impactful going to get killed as well. The flash ulti in. There's a Shockwave. 2 kills going for Wazabi Gaming.
Well, 10Q hit 2 of them, and that's all they needed.
Nice.
All they need, and they're making their way straight towards the Baron, but ManCloud's pushing bottom, and Chris is off on the wings.
Well, Curse Academy make the call saying, we're going to contest Baron right here, even with their jungler off the map. Wazabi, they've had their Baron attempt stopped last time around, but they're going to try this time in game 3 right here. Down about half health, the damage coming through 10Q, low on health. They soon have the Yasuo. Baby Zeus is playing zoning against Bunny Poo and Chris there. Bubble's going to miss. There's the binding. There's the ulti in from Yasuo, though. Can they get the kill? Shut down on a Lulu. ManCloud still around. The Baron so low on health, but a double kill for iCanEU. Now the push on in. Spike comes through. 2 more kills and Baron for Wazabi.
They just evened up the gold, too, despite that huge deficit that they were fighting against for so long. Now they're right back in the game, and they're actually ahead of Curse Academy in terms of combat stats for a good while. This is really big and a huge pickup for Wazabi.
Well, now, Wazabi, what can you do with this? You finally have the ability to make a play in this game. What can you do with it? The decisive game 3 right now in front of us. If you want a bye in the first round of the playoffs, if you want a better seed, you've got to win this series. Sure, both teams are going to be in the playoffs, but you can dodge teammate. That would be good.
That'd be really good, because teammate right now, they're gunning for those top spots. Coast, same boat. LOL Pro, gonna see them tomorrow, see what they bring out. But right now, focused on these two teams and what can they do to help their playoff picture.
Well, let's see what these guys can do. 300 gold so far, what they've gotten from that bear.
Yeah. Well, the temporary combat stats are going to be really big for them because that's going to stop the split push of ManCloud. Now, also the fact that Kenny didn't use his teleport in any of that means they still have that pressure available. And, ooh, chunked him down. He has no resistance items yet. He had neglected the Athenes for the Morello regen, and that was his choice.
I'm going to say it.
It's hurting him a little. Kenny's going to try to dive in. They have Shockwave. If you can get to the back line.
Solos the ward. This is interesting. Actually, they're not emphasizing split pushing very heavily. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
Yeah, it's not usually Kenny's style, but he would have to go up against ManCloud, who's 2 levels up on him and has the 100% crit build. It's kind of one of those toss-ups where it's like, I don't know if I can win this, but oh, 3-man
Shockwave. Binding doesn't quite hit though. Bunny Fupa gets hit. Actually, he does. Never mind. Ulti comes out. There's the kill picked up. Aggro goes to Latman, who is actually pretty safe in the back lines. 1-0 and a mid turret goes down.
And the split push doesn't work out for Curse Academy. ManCloud just barely gets there in time, and they can't even set up an ultimate off of Chris's Wild Growth. No last breath to follow.
So now the top lane going to be the target. Lots of wards come down from Wazabi Gaming as they make their way through, so they now own the western jungle. They ping that, hey, you know, maybe the mid lane could be under fire. Be careful here, but top lane outer goes down. They could leave Latman to keep pushing. He's safe with wards, and they could defend with 4.
There's a lot of pushing power here for Curse Academy, though, if they get to that turret. But nope, they decide to back off of it. They don't have a minion wave yet. They're going to lose tier 2.
That's really good by Wazabi. They recall just enough people, and look how fast this turret's falling down. They play on the safe side, though. They saw Impactful and said, let's not risk it. Here comes Lulu and Yasuo as well, but looks like these guys are trying.
Getting collapsed on. Chris is about to have his ultimate. If he can get 3 members in that, oh, nice Q.
It's almost going to be a 5-on-3. Chris takes some pretty big damage. Nice wind wall from ManCloud. Looking for Latman. The Flash Wild Growth with the Black Shield came in time to keep Latman alive. That was huge. Tenku takes
Baby
some big
Zeus.
damage.
Oh, no.
There's the bubble. Oof, Shockwave just misses. But can they re-engage? Kenny has Black Shield. Can he leap it on Impactful? Can't stun quite in time, but they found Saint Vicious. There's the knockups. He does not follow with Yasuo, but Saint will go down. He was too slow to leave this fight distance, pushing the team in. They could go for tier 2 top.
Even with the Shockwave missing, they capitalize on it, and they're going to push in and try to get this tier 2 top turret. They might be able to get a little more off of it too. They just have so much power. And also the fact that Chris bought the Morellonomicon, it really does hurt you in the mana department. Granted, it gives you some back in regen, but Athene's just so much more. It forces Chris back.
We can't quite land the stun, but who cares? Black Shield goes on. Now this turret going to lose a bit of health. 10 seconds left on Saint Vicious for the respawn. It looks like the defense is here for Curse Academy. They don't go in the 4v5. Smart choice there. No ulti up for Chris either. But Wazabi Gaming off the Baron got 3 turrets and a kill. 2 kills, actually.
And that pressure for themselves. They've made it from about a 6K gold deficit up to about 4K up for them now.
Yeah. 10,000 gold swing within the last 4 minutes, basically. Great turn of events.
Yeah, Dragon's going to come up, and somebody's going to get about 1,500 from it. Maybe a little bit more at this level 12 mark.
All right. CA do get that one for themselves. 263 gold for ManCloud. That's a large number. 1,345 gold Dragon. If I did my math right. No, I didn't.
Nope.
1,315. That's what I was going for. That's correct, yeah, 1315. So yeah, about 1,500. Wazabi now to defend here on this bottom side. Baron buff has timed out, so we're back on equal footing aside from this 2,000 gold lead. I'm a little surprised Wazabi weren't able to set up Dragon, but basically you run out of limited time where you're like, okay, we can either push this top lane or we can set up Dragon. They chose to push instead. That did allow Curse Academy some gold back. In terms of a gold game, that actually is the wrong choice, but the map positioning from getting a turret down might be worth more. And we'll see if they play around the 6, actually almost 6 out of turrets being gone. Bottom lane still has 1 left to go.
And now the siege bottom begins from Wazabi Gaming. They do have numbers advantage for a couple seconds here, but Captain Ziploc is the one who's lagging behind, and he doesn't have TP.
And It's going to be Yasuo with the inside track. He will join this fight before the Lee Sin does, if that matters. Good damage comes out from Latman. He's got to respect the bubbles. And here goes ManCloud. There's the flash cocoon. It hits Latman. There's a knockup as well, and they already are fighting this battle. Shockwave actually misses completely and gets nothing. There's a knockup. 10Q goes down. St. Vicious trades his life for it, though. And oh my gosh, the damage comes through. ManCloud gets another kill. There's so few health bars left on Wazabi Gaming. The flash is over the wall. Latman will go down. The shutdown's coming across there, and Chris easily going to find the fourth. 4-1, that fight for Curse Academy was perfect.
And it's a swing back. Now Curse Academy have a little bit of a gold lead. When we were just talking about them being 4,000 gold down, they get themselves a dragon, they get themselves a team fight that doesn't involve Ziploc, and they come out on top. Baby Zeus, another missed Shockwave.
Oh my gosh, but Ziploc, yeah, he's got to kick him back, but is Whimsy going to be enough? Chris still wants them.
Is he going to do it? He almost has his ultimate again.
Ooh, cue the mini. Glitterlands hits, but Ziploc stays alive.
Zipping around. Chris being so aggressive. He's going to go for that Lich Bane soon to start pushing turrets. Oh man. The Shockwave's a really big thing here. The Cocoon lands, but Latman's out. Baby Zeus throws it. It gets stopped by the wind wall.
That's what happened.
He threw it at a diagonal, but it was still enough to get clipped by the wind wall and didn't go the full length. If you throw the ball into the wind wall, it stunts it. Puts it right in front of it. So it's a good play there by ManCloud, but also a little questionable because he didn't play around the wind wall correctly. He took only one step instead of about two forward.
That would have been a very different fight if Shockwave had hit, though.
You would have kept people off.
He would have caught everybody.
Yeah, and ManCloud hadn't blown his last breath by that point, I believe. It might have been like right after.
Very similar times. Yeah, it was like right after, I think, yeah.
So if he was able to keep tabs on him and not allow him to get the knockup, or at least the follow-up on the knockup, could have been very different.
Yeah, and the thing with the knockups in this Curse Academy squad is aside from the bubble, which is 1.5, they are all 1 second or shorter in terms of knockup duration. Meaning if you like Lee Sin, kick him, or Shockwave him, or even just a Jack stun, you can completely prevent his ability to follow up.
Yeah.
Oh. EP, and they want this fight. Here we go. Wazabi Gaming looking for it. Nice Shockwave, though.
Time.
Catches ManCloud. The knockup is there, but he gets destroyed and can't ult through the fight. Morgana ulti hits Chris as well. Takes the McHale's. Ulti comes in from Caitlyn. Binding won't quite land, but they got rid of the mid laner right as Baron respawns.
Yeah, it's really big for them. They're going to have to go after this Baron. Start it up. But there's a lot of poking potential here from Curse Academy. Chris, he's not afraid to run straight up. Try to wreak havoc in the pool.
There's a ton of ward coverage for Curse Academy as well. They see this fight and they want to battle it. Bubble comes out, does not land, but Latman's got to be real careful. It barely dodges the cocoon here. Baby Zeus half HP. They find St. Vicious. They find Baby Zeus actually. Both are trying to go untargetable. And in goes Latman. He tries to go for the damage, but no Impactful takes him down. Baron Nashor does go over to Wazabi, but they are now forced to run away from this one. The ward hop over 3 kills for basically none there. ManCloud was dead before. 3 kills for Baron.
The Baron going over to Wazabi Gaming. It's going to remove it off the map and eliminate it as an option for Curse Academy. But Curse Academy still up in gold for right now. But the combat stats, once again, for Wazabi Gaming are pretty big.
It's going to make life for you painful. What? Life painful for you? That's the one I was going for.
What are you saying, freak?
Yoda.
Whoa.
I'm saying that I'm a very short Jedi from Dagobah.
All right, I got that one.
I mean, most people hopefully know the true 3 Star Wars movies.
I would hope they know the good ones, yeah.
Just opinion.
Just for their sake.
Okay, here we go. Curse Academy, though. Even despite Baron buff, I want to know, do they actually keep the aggression on? Because they have been down to fight with deficits before. They had the 2,000 gold deficit and fought for bottom tier 2, won that handedly. Wasabi Gaming wearing Baron buff on only 2 people, to be fair. It's actually not a very important Baron at this point.
The fact that they got it away from Curse Academy is still really important and kind of a boon for the team because you don't want them to have that advantage on top of everything. Like what ended up happening isn't the worst case scenario. It's still on the better side of the spectrum for them, though.
True.
I would say that.
Yeah. I mean, you remove options from a team that's been trying to play dominant.
You'll have Baron on 2 people for this next dragon.
Sure.
TP not available for Kenny, so he's going to have to be around the vicinity.
All right, well, the frontliners are the guys with the regen and the extra AP and AD. I think Jack's one of the champions who benefits best from that.
ManCloud is going to go for, I think, a Bloodthirster on the Yasuo.
I like that. I really like Bloodthirster on Yasuo.
Go for the extra shielding on top of his shield.
Yeah.
And a big thing here is that last Shockwave actually stopped ManCloud from using Last Breath because Wild Growth came out at the same time. And if you stop the Last Breath, you stop the extra flow shield, you stop the extra damage, and then you stop the persistent buff on him that ignores armor. So if you don't get the Last Breath off, you're actually substantially weaker because he becomes extremely strong for a short period of time afterwards.
He does. Well, ManCloud, though, with a very big wind wall, just protects that turret completely. St. Vicious takes a stun to the face. Kenny really wants that ulti in from Caitlyn. Here comes a knockup chain though. On to two of them. Exhaust comes down, but Baby Zeus got to be careful. He flashed away from that one, and now 10Q is very much caught out trying to run away, and now it's Wazabi Gaming's front line that's getting just shredded down. Kenny hops the wall, but he gets double bubbled there, and Chris is going to claim both of them really quickly. And look at the other side of this fight. The knockup from ManCloud as well finds a third. Curse Academy not afraid of anything. Only Latman's alive, and suddenly a teleport.
And the synergy here within the composition is showing. He's trying to run him down. Oof, not going to get it.
Dodges away, realize, you know what? Caitlyn's a bit scary. Latman does survive that one, losing his flash. But look at that, 4 kills for nothing. Curse Academy can easily push in. This mid inhibitor is going to be gone, and maybe they get the game for it.
It's very possible here. They're going to go ahead and go straight after this inhibitor turret. 20 seconds on anybody from Wazabi Gaming aside from Latman. They're going to push this, possibly go for the 2-0 and the repeat performance from third, fourth place match.
And there we go, jumps in towards Latman just to push him away. Why the heck not? Flash bubble for Bunny Fufu, but this will be the game. No one's respawning. I mean, 10 seconds is a hard time. Ulti comes back in towards Latman. He's going to drop. There goes the Nexus. 38 minutes, and Curse Academy takes the series 2-1.
And this game was really Chris. 9-1-10. Involved in 19 out of the 21 kills for Curse Academy, doing a really good job. He talked about it. Everybody on this team has the potential to carry it from start to finish. Dominated the top lane, put iKennyU a little bit on tilt in his play, and the fact that iKennyU, he actually doesn't play very well from behind because he always plays like he's ahead.
Yeah.
It's very actually interesting to watch. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it falls flat on its face, kind of like that did.
Yeah.
So very good player, but at the same time, Chris was just so far ahead all throughout that matchup.
Chris played awesome. He was definitely the guy of that game for me, 100%. The first pick, Lulu, we saw come out, and he crushed the lane. You know, got a little bit of assistance from the jungler there. St. Vicious set him up a little bit there, but there were still solo kill after solo kill came through. Really good play by them. And once again, it looked just enough like game one where the shot calling was just that little bit better. These guys got into the team fights. That Wazabi Gaming just couldn't quite win. The shockwaves were decent, but the wind wall stopped so much damage coming through that really Wazabi just couldn't win those fights eventually.
Yeah, and Wazabi Gaming, you know, they did put up a good performance. Game 2, they were ahead. Early games seemed to be going their way most of the time throughout this series.
Even part of Game 3 was going well.
Oh, yeah, it was going really well for them. They had a little bit of a comeback there, but Yasuo and the comeback mechanics throughout that team that they had created for themselves, and with that completely in mind, is these power spikes. When you have 100% crit, when you get a little more defensive in your build, take people out.
Yeah.
And you could see every time Chris was running in like, all right, I'm going to wild growth. You can get off of this. And then also, that last Bunny Fufu ultimate was really well placed, and the patience on ManCloud to wait for it to hit 2 members was just perfect.
Yeah, and that was just kind of the setup for the fight. The exhaust not enough to stop it from kind of killing everybody, and just down the line, so much damage output available. A great game from Curse Academy. So with that match officially history, here's how our bracketologist scored it. Curse Academy moves on to the semifinals next Sunday, where they will face either Team LOLPro or Cognitive Gaming, because that matchup takes place tomorrow.
And the other semifinal match has already been set. It's Team Coast and Team 8 who duke it out next Saturday after the LCS.
So speaking of the LCS, there are 4 more games tomorrow. Evil Geniuses and Team Dignitas get the day started, and then it's Complexity against Team SoloMid.
Then LMQ and Counterlogic Gaming take the Rift, and Team Curse close out the day against Cloud9. It all starts at noon Pacific Daylight Time, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time.
So with that, we've reached the end of our time together tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, the entire live broadcast crew, and you wonderful viewers, thanks for watching. Good night and GG. Captain Ziploc stays alive, but Double Bubble comes out. Impactful might just claim the kill. The kicks back, and yes, that will be kill streamed 1-for-1 so far. Here comes Tristana.
Oh, into the
tidal wave is going to put Saint right in front of Latman. Kill picked up off of Binding. Now Impactful going to get killed as well. The flash ulti in. There's a shockwave. Baby Zeus half HP. They find Saint Vicious. They find Baby Zeus actually. Both are trying to go untargetable. And in goes Latman. He tries to go for the damage, but no, Impactful takes him down. Baron Nashor does go over to Wazabi, but they are now forced to run away from this one. Kenny hops the wall, but he gets double bubbled there, and Chris is going to claim both of them really quickly. And look at the other side of this fight. The knockup from ManCloud as well finds a third.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, yeah. Come on. Come on. I look good, right.